Preface of the Pilot. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. Preface. It is probable a true history of human events would show that a far larger proportion of our acts are the results of sudden impulses and accident than of that reason of which we so much boast. However true or false this opinion may be in more important matters, it is certainly and strictly correct as relates to the conception and execution of this book. The Pilot was published in 1823. This was not long after the appearance of The Pirate, a work which, it is hardly necessary to remind the reader, has a direct connection with the sea. In a conversation with a friend, a man of polished taste and extensive reading, the authorship of the Scottish novels came under discussion. The claims of Sir Walter were a little distrusted on account of the peculiar and minute information that the romances were then very generally thought to display. The Pirate was cited as a very marked instance of this universal knowledge, and it was wondered where a man of Scott's habits and associations could have become so familiar with the sea. The writer had frequently observed that there was much looseness in this universal knowledge, and that the secret of its success was to be traced to the power of creating that resemblance, which is so remarkably exhibited in those world-renowned fictions, rather than to any very accurate information on the part of their author. It would have been hypercritical to object to The Pirate that it was not strictly nautical or true in its details, but when the reverse was urged as a proof of what, considering the character of other portions of the work, would have been most extraordinary attainments, it was a sort of provocation to dispute the seamanship of the pirate, a quality to which the book has certainly very little just pretension. The result of this conversation was a sudden determination to produce a work which, if it had no other merit, might present truer pictures of the ocean and ships than any that are to be found in the Pirate. To this unpremeditated decision, purely an impulse, is not only the Pilot due, but a tolerably numerous school of nautical romances that have succeeded it. The author had many misgivings concerning the success of the undertaking. After he had made some progress in the work, the opinions of his different friends being anything but encouraging, one would declare that the sea could not be made interesting, that it was tame, monotonous, and without any other movement than unpleasant storms, and that, for his part, the less he got of it, the better. The women very generally protested that such a book would have the odor of bilge water, and that it would give them the maladie de mer. Not a single individual among all those who discussed the merits of the project, within the range of the author's knowledge, either spoke or looked encouragingly. It is probable that all these persons anticipated a signal failure. So very discouraging did these ominous opinions get to be that the writer was, once or twice, tempted to throw his manuscript aside and turn to something new. A favorable opinion, however, coming from a very unexpected quarter, put a new face on the matter and raised new hopes. Among the intimate friends of the writer was an Englishman who possessed most of the peculiar qualities of the educated of his country. He was learned even, had a taste that was so just as always to command respect, but was prejudiced, and particularly so in all that related to this country and its literature. He could never be persuaded to admire Bryant's Waterfowl, and this mainly because if it were accepted as good poetry, it must be placed at once amongst the finest fugitive pieces of the language. Of the Thanatopsis he thought better, though inclined to suspect it of being a plagiarism. To the tender mercies of this one-sided critic, who had never affected to compliment the previous works of the author, the sheets of a volume of the pilot were committed, with scarce an expectation of his liking them. The reverse proved to be the case. He expressed himself highly gratified, and predicted a success for the book which it probably never attained. Thus encouraged, one more experiment was made, a seaman being selected for the critic. A kinsman, a namesake, and an old messmate of the author, one now in command on a foreign station, was chosen, and a considerable portion of the first volume was read to him. There is no wish to conceal the satisfaction with which the effect on this listener was observed. He treated the whole matter as fact, and his criticisms were strictly professional and perfectly just. But the interest he betrayed could not be mistaken. It gave a perfect and most gratifying assurance that the work would be more likely to find favor with nautical men than with any other class of readers. The pilot could scarcely be a favorite with females. The story has little interest for them, nor was it much heeded by the author of the book in the progress of his labors. His aim was to illustrate vessels and the ocean, rather than to draw any pictures of sentiment and love. In this last respect, the book has small claims on the reader's attention, though it is hoped that the story has sufficient interest to relieve the more strictly nautical features of the work. It would be affectation to deny that the pilot met with a most unlooked-for success. The novelty of the design probably contributed a large share of this result. Sea tales came into vogue as a consequence, and as every practical part of knowledge has its uses, something has been gained by letting the landsman into the secrets of the seaman's manner of life. Perhaps in some small degree an interest has been awakened in behalf of a very numerous, and what has hitherto been a sort of proscribed class of men, that may directly tend to amelioration of their condition. It is not easy to make the public comprehend all the necessities of a service afloat. With several hundred rude beings confined within the narrow limits of a vessel, men of all nations and of the lowest habits, it would be to the last degree indiscreet to commence their reformation by relaxing the bonds of discipline under the mistaken impulses of a false philanthropy. It has a lofty sound, to be sure, to talk about American citizens being too good to be brought under the lash upon the high seas, but he must have a very mistaken notion who does not see that tens of thousands of these pretending persons on shore even would be greatly benefited by a little judicious flogging. It is the judgment in administering, and not the mode of punishment, that requires to be looked into, and in this respect there has certainly been a great improvement of late years. It is seldom indeed that any institution, practice, or system is improved by the blind interference of those who know nothing about it. Better would it be to trust to the experience of those who have long governed turbulent men than to the impulsive experiments of those who rarely regard more than one side of a question, and that the most showy and glittering, having quite half of the time some selfish personal end to answer. There is an uneasy desire among a vast many well-disposed persons to get the fruits of the Christian faith without troubling themselves about the faith itself. This is done under the sanction of peace societies, temperance and moral reform societies, in which the end is too often mistaken for the means. When the Almighty sent His Son on earth, it was to point out the way in which all this was to be brought about by means of the Church. But men have so frittered away that body of divine organization through their divisions and subdivisions, all arising from human conceit, that it is no longer regarded as the agency it was so obviously intended to be, and various contrivances are to be employed as substitutes for that which proceeded directly from the Son of God. Among the efforts of the day, however, there is one connected with the moral improvement of the sailor that commands our profound respect. Cut off from most of the charities of life for so large a portion of his time, deprived altogether of association with the gentler and better portions of the other sex, and living a man in a degree proscribed amid the many signs of advancement that distinguish the age, it was time that he should be remembered and singled out and become the subject of combined and Christian philanthropy. There is much reason to believe that the effort now making in the right direction and under proper auspices will be successful, and that it will cause the lash to be laid aside in the best and most rational manner by rendering its use unnecessary. Cooperstown, August 20, 1829. End of preface. Chapter 1 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 1. Sullen waves, incessant rolling, rudely dashed against her sides. Song. A single glance at the map will make the reader acquainted with the position of the eastern coast of the island of Great Britain as connected with the shores of the opposite continent. Together they form the boundaries of the small sea that has for ages been known to the world as the scene of maritime exploits, and as the great avenue through which commerce and war have conducted the fleets of the northern nations of Europe. Over this sea the islanders long asserted a jurisdiction exceeding that which reason concedes to any power on the highway of nations, and which frequently led to conflicts that caused an expenditure of blood and treasure utterly disproportioned to the advantages that can ever arise from the maintenance of a useless and abstract right. It is across the waters of this disputed ocean that we shall attempt to conduct our readers, selecting a period for our incidents that has a peculiar interest for every American, not only because it was the birthday of his nation, but because it was also the era when reason and common sense began to take the place of custom and feudal practices in the management of the affairs of nations. Soon after the events of the Revolution had involved the kingdoms of France and Spain and the republics of Holland in our quarrel, a group of laborers was collected in a field that lay exposed to the winds of the ocean on the northeastern coast of England. These men were lightening their toil and cheering the gloom of a day in December by uttering their crude opinions on the political aspects of the times. The fact that England was engaged in a war with some of her dependencies on the other side of the Atlantic had long been known to them, after the manner that faint rumors of distant and uninteresting events gain on the ear. But now that nations with whom she had been used to battle were armed against her in the quarrel, the din of war had disturbed the quiet even of these secluded and illiterate rustics. The principal speakers on the occasion were a Scotch drover, who was waiting the leisure of the occupant of the fields, and an Irish laborer who had found his way across the Channel and thus far over the island in quest of employment. The nagurs wouldn't have been a job at all for ould England, letting alone Ireland, said the latter, if these French and Spanishers hadn't been troubling themselves in the matter. I'm sure it's but little reason I have for thanking them if a man is to kape as sober as a priest at mass, for fear he should find himself a soldier, and he knowing nothing about the same. Hoot, mon, ye ken but little of raising an army in Ireland, if ye mak a drum o' your whisky keg, said the drover, winking to the listeners. Noo in the north they ca' a gathering of the folk, and follow the pipes as graciously as ye wad journey kirkward o' our Sabbath morn. I've seen a' the names o' a Hieland regiment on a small bit of paper that ye might cover wi' a lady's hand. The war o' Camerons and Macdonalds, though they paraded 600 men. But what hae ye gotten here? that shield has an our liking to the land for a seafaring body, and if the bottom of the sea be onything like the top o't, he's in grat danger o' a shipwreck." This unexpected change in the discourse drew all eyes on the object toward which the staff of the observant drover was pointed. To the utter amazement of every individual present, a small vessel was seen moving slowly round a point of land that formed one of the sides of the little bay, to which the field the laborers were in composed the other. There was something very peculiar in the externals of this unusual visitor, which added in no small degree to the surprise created by her appearance in that retired place. None but the smallest vessels, and those rarely, or at long intervals, a desperate smuggler, were ever known to venture so close to the land, amid the sandbars and sunken rocks with which that immediate coast abounded. The adventurous mariners who now attempted this dangerous navigation in so wanton and apparently so heedless a manner, were in a low black schooner, whose hull seemed utterly disproportioned to the raking masts it upheld, which in their turn supported a lighter set of spars that tapered away until their upper extremities appeared no larger than the lazy pennant that in vain endeavored to display its length in the light breeze. The short day of that high northern latitude was already drawing to a close, and the sun was throwing its parting rays obliquely across the waters, touching the gloomy waves here and there with streaks of pale light. The stormy winds of the German Ocean were apparently lulled to rest, and though the incessant rolling of the surge on the shore heightened the gloomy character of the hour, and the view, the light ripple that ruffled the sleeping billows, was produced by a gentle air that blew directly from the land. Notwithstanding this favorable circumstance, there was something threatening in the aspect of the ocean, which was speaking in hollow but deep murmurs, like a volcano on the eve of an eruption, that greatly heightened the feelings of amazement and dread with which the peasants beheld this extraordinary interruption to the quiet of their little bay. With no other sail spread to the action of the air than her heavy mainsail, and one of those light jibs that projected far beyond her bows, the vessel glided over the water with a grace and facility that seemed magical to the beholders, who turned their wondering looks from the schooner to each other in silent amazement. At length the drover spoke in a low, solemn voice. "He's a bold shield that steers her, and if that bit craft has wood in her bottom like the brigantines that ply between Lunnen and the Frith at Leith, he's in mair danger than a prudent mon could wish. Ay, he's by the big rock that shows his head when the tide runs low, but it's no mortal man who can steer long in the road he's journeying, and not speedily find land wi' water atop it." The little schooner, however, still held her way among the rocks and sand pits, making such slight deviations in her course as proved her to be under the direction of one who knew his danger, until she entered as far into the bay as prudence could at all justify, when her canvas was gathered into folds, seemingly without the agency of hands, and the vessel, after rolling for a few minutes on the long billows that hove in from the ocean, swung round in the currents of the tide, and was held by her anchor. The peasants now began to make their conjectures more freely concerning the character and object of their visitor, some intimating that she was engaged in contraband trade, and others that her views were hostile and her business war. A few dark hints were hazarded on the materiality of her construction, for nothing of artificial formation, it was urged, would be ventured by men in such a dangerous place, at a time when even the most inexperienced landsman was enabled to foretell the certain gale. The Scotchman, who to all the sagacity of his countrymen added no small portion of their superstition, leaned greatly to the latter conclusion, and had begun to express this sentiment warily, with reverence, when the child of Erin, who appeared not to possess any very definite ideas on the subject, interrupted him by exclaiming, "Faith, there's two of 'em, a big and a little. Sure the bogles of the say likes good company, the same as any other Christians." "Twa," echoed the drover, "twa, ill luck bides us some o' ye. Twa craft a sailing without hand to guide them, in sic a place as this. Waur eyesight is nae gude enough to show the dangers. Bodes evil to a' that luik thereon. Hoot, she's nae yearling the thither. Luik, mon, luik, she's a gallant boat and a grat." He paused, raised his pack from the ground, and first giving one searching look at the objects of his suspicions, he nodded with great sagacity to the listeners, and continued, as he moved slowly towards the interior of the country, "I shouldna wonder if she carried King George's commission aboot her. Weel, weel, I wull journey upward to the town, and hae a crack wi' the gudeman, for they craft have a suspicious aspect, and the small bit thing wull nab a mon quite easy, and the big ane would hold us a' and no feel we war in her." This sagacious warning caused a general movement in the party, for the intelligence of a hot press was among the rumors of the times. The husbandmen collected their implements of labor and retired homewards, though many a curious eye was bent on the movements of the vessels from the distant hills, but very few of those not immediately interested in the mysterious visitors ventured to approach the little rocky cliffs that lined the bay. The vessel that occasioned these cautious movements was a gallant ship, whose huge hull, lofty masts, and square yards loomed in the evening's haze above the sea like a distant mountain rising from the deep. She carried but little sail, and though she warily avoided the near approach to the land that the schooner had attempted, the similarity of their movements was sufficiently apparent to warrant the conjecture that they were employed on the same duty. The frigate, for the ship belonged to this class of vessels, floated across the entrance of the little bay, majestically in the tide, with barely enough motion through the water to govern her movements, until she arrived opposite to the place where her consort lay, when she hove up heavily into the wind, squared the enormous yards on her mainmast, and attempted, in counteracting the power of her sails by each other, to remain stationary. But the light air that had at no time swelled her heavy canvas to the utmost began to fail, and the long waves that rolled in from the ocean ceased to be ruffled with the breeze from the land. The currents and the billows were fast sweeping the frigate towards one of the points of the estuary, where the black heads of the rocks could be seen running far into the sea, and in their turn the mariners of the ship dropped an anchor to the bottom, and drew her sails in festoons to the yards. As the vessel swung round to the tide, a heavy ensign was raised to her peak, and a current of air opening for a moment its folds, the white field and red cross that distinguished the flag of England were displayed to view. So much even the wary drover had loitered at a distance to behold, but when a boat was launched from either vessel, he quickened his steps, observing to his wondering and amused companions that "they craft were a'thegither mair bonny to luik on than to abide wi'." A numerous crew manned the barge that was lowered from the frigate, which, after receiving an officer with an attendant youth, left the ship and moved with a measured stroke of its oars directly towards the head of the bay. As it passed at a short distance from the schooner, a light whaleboat, pulled by 4 athletic men, shot from her side, and rather dancing over than cutting through the waves, crossed her course with a wonderful velocity. As the boats approached each other, the men, in obedience to signals from their officers, suspended their efforts, and for a few minutes they floated at rest, during which time there was the following dialogue. "Is the old man mad?" exclaimed the young officer in the whaleboat, when his men had ceased rowing. "Does he think that the bottom of the Ariel is made of iron, and that a rock can't knock a hole in it? Or does he think she is manned with alligators who can't be drowned?" A languid smile played for a moment round the handsome features of the young man, who was rather reclining than sitting in the stern sheets of the barge, as he replied, "He knows your prudence too well, Captain Barnstable, to fear either the wreck of your vessel or the drowning of her crew. How near the bottom does your keel lie?" "I'm afraid to sound," returned Barnstable. "I've never the heart to touch a lead line when I see the rocks coming up to breathe like so many porpoises. "You are afloat!" exclaimed the other, with a vehemence that denoted an abundance of latent fire. "Afloat!" echoed his friend. "Ay, the little Ariel would float in air." As he spoke, he rose in the boat, and lifting his leathern sea cap from his head, stroked back the thick clusters of black locks which shadowed his sunburnt countenance, while he viewed his little vessel with the complacency of a seaman who is proud of her qualities. "But it's close work, Mr. Griffith, when a man rides to a single anchor in a place like this, and at such a nightfall. What are the orders?" "I shall pull into the surf and let go a grapnel. You will take Mr. Mary into your whaleboat and try to drive her through the breakers on the beach." "Beach!" retorted Barnstable. "Do you call a perpendicular rock of 100 feet in height a beach?" "We shall not dispute about terms," said Griffith, smiling. "But you must manage to get on the shore. We have seen the signal from the land, and know that the pilot, whom we have so long expected, is ready to come off." Barnstable shook his head with a grave air, as he muttered to himself, "This is droll navigation. First we run into an unfrequented bay that is full of rocks and sandpits and shoals, and then we get off our pilot. But how am I to know him?" "Mary will give you the password and tell you where to look for him. I would land myself, but my orders forbid it. If you meet with difficulty, show 3 oar blades in a row, and I will pull in to your assistance. 3 oars on end, and a pistol will bring the fire of my muskets, and the signal repeated from the barge will draw a shot from the ship." "I thank you, I thank you," said Barnstable, carelessly. "I believe I can fight my own battles against all the enemies we are likely to fall in with on this coast. But the old man is surely mad. You would obey his orders if he were here, and you will now please to obey mine," said Griffith, in a tone that the friendly expression of his eye contradicted. "Pull in, and keep a lookout for a small man in a drab peak jacket. Mary will give you the word. If he answer it, bring him off to the barge." The young men now nodded familiarly and kindly to each other, and the boy, who was called Mr. Mary, having changed his place from the barge to the whaleboat, Barnstable threw himself into his seat, and making a signal with his hand, his men again bent to their oars. The light vessel shot away from her companion, and dashed in boldly towards the rocks, after skirting the shore for some distance in quest of a favorable place. She was suddenly turned, and dashing over the broken waves, was run upon a spot where a landing could be effected in safety. In the meantime the barge followed these movements at some distance, with a more measured progress, and when the whaleboat was observed to be drawn up alongside of a rock, the promised grapnel was cast into the water, and her crew deliberately proceeded to get their firearms in a state for immediate service. Everything appeared to be done in obedience to strict orders that must have been previously communicated, for the young man, who has been introduced to the reader by the name of Griffith, seldom spoke, and then only in the pithy expressions that are apt to fall from those who are sure of obedience. When the boat had brought up to her grapnel, he sunk back at his length on the cushioned seats of the barge, and drawing his hat over his eyes in a listless manner, he continued for many minutes apparently absorbed in thoughts altogether foreign to his present situation. Occasionally he rose, and would first bend his looks in quest of his companions on the shore, and then turning his expressive eyes toward the ocean, the abstracted and vacant air that so often usurped the place of animation and intelligence in his countenance would give place to the anxious and intelligent look of a seaman gifted with an experience beyond his years. His weather-beaten and hardy crew, having made their dispositions for offence, sat in profound silence, with their hands thrust into the bosoms of their jackets, but with their eyes earnestly regarding every cloud that was gathering in the threatening atmosphere, and exchanging looks of deep care whenever the boat rose higher than usual on one of those long heavy ground swells that were heaving in from the ocean with increasing rapidity and magnitude. End of chapter 1. Chapter 2 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 2. A horseman's coat shall hide thy taper shape, and comeliness of side, and with a bolder stride and looser air, mingled with men, a man thou must appear. Prior. When the whale-boat obtained the position we have described, the young lieutenant, who, in consequence of commanding a schooner, was usually addressed by the title of captain, stepped on the rocks, followed by the youthful midshipmen who had quitted the barge to aid in the hazardous duty of their expedition. "This is at best but a Jacob's ladder we have to climb," said Barnstable, casting his eyes upward at the difficult ascent, "and it's by no means certain that we shall be well received when we get up, even though we should reach the top." "We are under the guns of the frigate," returned the boy, "and you remember, sir, 3 oar blades and a pistol, repeated from the barge, will draw her fire." "Yes, on our own heads. Boy, never be so foolish as to trust a long shot. It makes a great smoke and some noise, but it's a terrible uncertain manner of throwing old iron about. In such a business as this, I would sooner trust Tom Coffin and his harpoon to back me than the best broadside that ever rattled out of the 3 decks of a 90-gun ship. Come, gather your limbs together, and try if you can walk on terra firma, Master Coffin." The seaman, who was addressed by this dire appellation, arose slowly from the place where he was stationed as coxswain of the boat, and seemed to ascend high in air by the gradual evolution of numberless folds in his body. When erect, he stood nearly 6 feet and as many inches in his shoes, though when elevated in his perpendicular attitude, there was a forward inclination about his head and shoulders that appeared to be the consequence of habitual confinement in limited lodgings. His whole frame was destitute of the rounded outlines of a well-formed man, though his enormous hands furnished a display of bones and sinews which gave indication of gigantic strength. On his head he wore a little, low, brown hat of wool with an arched top, that threw an expression of peculiar solemnity and hardness over his hard visage, the sharp prominent features of which were completely encircled by a set of black whiskers that began to be grizzled a little with age. One of his hands grasped, with a sort of instinct, the staff of a bright harpoon, the lower end of which he placed firmly on the rock, as in obedience to the order of his commander, he left the place where, considering his vast dimensions, he had been established in an incredibly small space. As soon as Captain Barnstable received this addition to his strength, he gave a few precautionary orders to the men in the boat, and proceeded to the difficult task of ascending the rocks. Notwithstanding the great daring and personal agility of Barnstable, he would have been completely baffled in this attempt, but for the assistance he occasionally received from his coxswain, whose prodigious strength and great length of limbs enabled him to make exertions which it would have been useless for most men to attempt. When within a few feet of the summit, they availed themselves of a projecting rock to pause for consultation and breath, both of which seemed necessary for their further movements. "This will be but a bad place for a retreat if we should happen to fall in with enemies," said Barnstable. "Where are we to look for this pilot, Mr. Mary, or how are we to know him? And what certainty have you that he will not betray us?" "The question you are to put to him is written on this bit of paper," returned the boy, as he handed the other the word of recognition. "We made the signal on the point of the rock at Young Headland, but as he must have seen our boat, he will follow us to this place. As to his betraying us, he seems to have the confidence of Captain Munson, who has kept a bright lookout for him ever since we made the land." "Ay," muttered the lieutenant, "and I shall have a bright lookout kept on him, now we are on the land. I like not this business of hugging the shore so closely, nor have I much faith in any trader. What think you of it, Master Coffin?" The hardy old seaman, thus addressed, turned his grave visage on his commander, and replied with a becoming gravity, "Give me a plenty of sea room and good canvas, where there is no occasion for pilots at all, sir. For my part, I was born on board a tobacco man, and never could see the use of more land than now and then a small island to raise a few vegetables, and to dry your fish. I'm sure the sight of it always makes me feel uncomfortable, unless we have the wind dead off shore." "Ah, Tom, you are a sensible fellow," said Barnstable, with an air half comic, half serious. "But we must be moving. The sun is just touching those clouds to seaward, and God keep us from riding out this night at anchor in such a place as this." Laying his hand on a projection of the rock above him, Barnstable swung himself forward, and following this movement with a desperate leap or two, he stood at once on the brow of the cliff. His coxswain very deliberately raised the midshipman after his officer, and proceeding with more caution but less exertion, he soon placed himself by his side. When they reached the level land that lay above the cliffs, and began to inquire with curious and wary eyes into the surrounding scenery, the adventurers discovered a cultivated country, divided in the usual manner by hedges and walls. Only one habitation for man, however, and that a small dilapidated cottage, stood within a mile of them, most of the dwellings being placed, as far as convenience would permit, from the fogs and damps of the ocean. "Here seems to be neither anything to apprehend, nor the object of our search," said Barnstable, when he had taken the whole view in his survey. "I fear we have landed to no purpose, Mr. Mary. What say you, Long Tom? See you what we want?" "I see no pilot, sir," returned the coxswain, "but it's an ill wind that blows luck to nobody. There is a mouthful of fresh meat stowed away under that row of bushes that would make a double ration to all hands in the Ariel." The midshipman laughed as he pointed out to Barnstable the object of the coxswain's solicitude, which proved to be a fat ox quietly ruminating under a hedge near them. "There's many a hungry fellow aboard of us," said the boy merrily, "who would be glad to second Long Tom's motion, if the time and business would permit us to slay the animal." "It is but a lubber's blow, Mr. Mary," returned the coxswain, without a muscle of his hard face yielding, as he struck the end of his harpoon violently against the earth, and then made a motion toward poising the weapon. "Let Captain Barnstable but say the word, and I'll drive the iron through him to the quick. I've sent it to the seizing in many a whale that hadn't a jacket of such blubber as that fellow wears." "Pshaw! You are not on a whaling voyage, where everything that offers is game," said Barnstable, turning himself pettishly away from the beast, as if he distrusted his own forbearance. "But stand fast, I see some one approaching behind the hedge. Look to your arms, Mr. Mary. The first thing we hear may be a shot." "Not from that cruiser," cried the thoughtless lad. "He is a younker like myself, and would hardly dare run down upon such a formidable force as we muster." "You say true, boy," returned Barnstable, relinquishing the grasp he held on his pistol. "He comes on with caution, as if afraid. He is small, and is in drab, though I should hardly call it a pea jacket, and yet he may be our man. Stand you both here while I go and hail him." As Barnstable walked rapidly towards the hedge that in part concealed the stranger, the latter stopped suddenly, and seemed to be in doubt whether to advance or to retreat. Before he had decided on either, the active sailor was within a few feet of him. "Pray, sir," said Barnstable, "what water have we in this bay?" The slight form of the stranger started with an extraordinary emotion at this question, and he shrunk aside involuntarily, as if to conceal his features, before he answered in a voice that was barely audible, "I should think it would be the water of the German Ocean." "Indeed, you must have passed no small part of your short life in the study of geography, to be so well informed," returned the lieutenant. "Perhaps, sir, your cunning is also equal to telling me how long we shall sojourn together, if I make you a prisoner, in order to enjoy the benefit of your wit?" To this alarming intimation the youth who was addressed made no reply, but as he averted his face and concealed it with both his hands, the offended seaman, believing that a salutary impression had been made upon the fears of his auditor, was about to proceed with his interrogatories. The singular agitation of the stranger's frame, however, caused the lieutenant to continue silent a few moments longer, when, to his utter amazement, he discovered that what he had mistaken for alarm was produced by an endeavour on the part of the youth to suppress a violent fit of laughter. "Now, by all the whales in the sea," cried Barnstable, "but you are merry out of season, young gentlemen. It's quite bad enough to be ordered to anchor in such a bay as this, with a storm brewing before my eyes, without landing to be laughed at by a stripling who has not strength to carry a beard if he had one, when I ought to be getting on offing for the safety of both body and soul. But I'll know more of you and your jokes if I take you into my own mess, and am giggled out of my sleep for the rest of the cruise." As the commander of the schooner concluded, he approached the stranger with an air of offering some violence, but the other shrank back from his extended arm, and exclaimed, with a voice in which real terror had gotten the better of mirth, "Barnstable, dear Barnstable, would you harm me?" The sailor recoiled several feet at this unexpected appeal, and rubbing his eyes, he threw the cap from his head before he cried, "What do I hear, and what do I see? There lies the Ariel, and yonder is the frigate. Can this be Catherine Plowden?" His doubts, if any doubts remained, were soon removed, for the stranger sank on the bank at her side, in an attitude in which female bashfulness was beautifully contrasted with her attire, and gave vent to her mirth in an uncontrollable burst of merriment. From that moment all thoughts of his duty and the pilot, or even of the Ariel, appeared to be banished from the mind of the seaman, who sprang to her side and joined in her mirth, though he hardly knew why or wherefore. When the diverted girl had in some degree recovered her composure, she turned to her companion, who had sat good naturedly by her side, content to be laughed at, and said, "But this is not only silly, but cruel to others. I owe you an explanation of my unexpected appearance, and perhaps also of my extraordinary attire." "I can anticipate everything," cried Barnstable. "You heard that we were on the coast, and have flown to redeem the promises you made me in America. But I ask no more. The chaplain of the frigate—" "May preach as usual, and to as little purpose," interrupted the disguised female; "but no nuptial benediction shall be pronounced over me, until I have effected the object of this hazardous experiment. You are not usually selfish, Barnstable. Would you have me forgetful of the happiness of others?" "Of whom do you speak?" "My poor, my devoted cousin. I heard that two vessels answering the description of the frigate and the Ariel were seen hovering on the coast, and I determined at once to have a communication with you. I have followed your movements for a week in this dress, but have been unsuccessful till now. To day I observed you to approach nearer to the shore than usual, and happily, by being adventurous, I have been successful." "Ay, God knows we are near enough to the land. But does Captain Munson know of your wish to get on board his ship?" "Certainly not. None know of it but yourself. I thought that if Griffith and you could learn our situation, you might be tempted to hazard a little to redeem us from our thraldom. In this paper I have prepared such an account as will, I trust, excite all your chivalry, and by which you may govern your movements." "Our movements!" interrupted Barnstable. "You will pilot us in person?" "Then there's two of them," said a hoarse voice near them. The alarmed female shrieked as she recovered her feet, but she still adhered with instinctive dependence to the side of her lover. Barnstable, who recognized the tones of his coxswain, bent an angry brow on the sober visage that was peering at them above the hedge, and demanded the meaning of the interruption. "Seeing you were hull down, sir, and not knowing but the chase might lead you ashore, Mr. Murray thought it best to have a lookout kept. I told him that you were overhauling the mail bags of the messenger for the news, but as he was an officer, sir, and I nothing but a common hand, I did as he ordered." "Return, sir, where I commanded you to remain," said Barnstable, "and desire Mr Murray to wait my pleasure." The coxswain gave the usual reply of an obedient seaman, but before he left the hedge he stretched out one of his brawny arms towards the ocean, and said in tones of solemnity suited to his apprehensions and character, "I showed you how to knot a reef point and pass a gasket, Captain Barnstable, nor do I believe you could even take 2 half hitches when you first came aboard of the Spalmacety. These be things that a man is soon expart in, but it takes the time of his natural life to larn to know the weather. There be streaked windgalls in the offing, that speak as plainly to all that see them and know God's language in the clouds, as ever you spoke through a trumpet to shorten sail. Besides, sir, don't you hear the sea moaning as if it knew the hour was at hand when it was to wake up from its sleep?" "Ay, Tom," returned his officer, walking to the edge of the cliffs, and throwing a seaman's glance at the gloomy ocean. "'Tis a threatening night indeed, but this pilot must be had, and" "Is that the man?" interrupted the coxswain, pointing toward a man who was standing not far from them, an attentive observer of their proceedings, the same time that he was narrowly watched himself by the young midshipman. "God send that he knows his trade well, for the bottom of a ship will need eyes to find its road out of this wild anchorage." "That must indeed be the man!" exclaimed Barnstable, at once recalled to his duty. He then held a short dialogue with his female companion, whom he left concealed by the hedge, and proceeded to address the stranger. When near enough to be heard, the commander of the schooner demanded, "What water have you in this bay?" The stranger, who seemed to expect this question, answered without the least hesitation, "Enough to take all out in safety who have entered with confidence." "You are the man I seek," cried Barnstable. "Are you ready to go off?" "Both ready and willing," returned the pilot. "And there is need of haste. I would give the best 100 guineas that ever were coined for 2 hours more use of that sun which has left us, or for even the time of this fading twilight." "Think you our situation so bad?" said the lieutenant. "Follow this gentleman to the boat, then. I will join you by the time you can descend the cliffs. I believe I can prevail on another hand to go off with us." "Time is more precious now than any number of hands," said the pilot, throwing a glance of impatience from under his lowering brows, "and the consequences of delay must be visited on those who occasion it." "And, sir, I will meet the consequences with those who have a right to inquire into my conduct," said Barnstable, haughtily. With this warning and retort they separated, the young officer retracing his steps impatiently toward his mistress, muttering his indignation in suppressed execrations, and the pilot drawing the leathern belt of his pea jacket mechanically around his body as he followed the midshipman and coxswain to their boat in moody silence. Barnstable found the disguised female who had announced herself as Catherine Plowden, awaiting his return with intense anxiety depicted on every feature of her intelligent countenance. As he felt all the responsibility of his situation, notwithstanding his cool reply to the pilot, the young man hastily drew an arm of the apparent boy, forgetful of her disguise, through his own, and led her forward. "Come, Catherine," he said, "the time urges to be prompt. What pressing necessity is there for immediate departure?" she inquired, checking his movements by withdrawing herself from his side. "You heard the ominous prognostic of my coxswain on the weather, and I am forced to add my own testimony to his opinion. 'Tis a crazy night that threatens us, though I cannot repent of coming into the bay, since it has led to this interview." "God forbid that we should either of us have cause to repent of it," said Catherine, the paleness of anxiety chasing away the rich bloom that had mantled the animated face of the brunette. "But you have the paper. Follow its directions, and come to our rescue. You will find us willing captives, if Griffith and yourself are our conquerors." "What mean you, Catherine?" exclaimed her lover. "You at least are now in safety. 'Twould be madness to tempt your fate again. My vessel can and shall protect you until your cousin is redeemed, and then, remember, I have a claim on you for life." "And how would you dispose of me in the interval?" said the young maiden, retreating slowly from his advances. "In the Ariel? By heaven, you shall be her commander. I will bear that rank only in name." "I thank you, Barnstable, but distrust my abilities to fill such a station," she said, laughing, though the colour that again crossed her youthful features was like the glow of a summer sunset, and even her mirthful eyes seemed to reflect their tints. "Do not mistake me, saucy one. If I've done more than my sex will warrant, remember it was through a holy motive, and if I have more than a woman's enterprise, it must be to lift you above the weakness of your sex," he cried, "and to enable you to show your noble confidence in me, to fit me for and to keep me worthy of being one day your wife." As she uttered these words, she turned and disappeared with a rapidity that eluded his attempts to detain her behind an angle of the hedge that was near them. For a moment Barnstable remained motionless through surprise, and when he sprang forward in pursuit, he was able only to catch a glimpse of her light form in the gloom of the evening as she again vanished in a little thicket at some distance. Barnstable was about to pursue when the air lighted with a sudden flash, and the bellowing report of a cannon rolled along the cliffs, and was echoed among the hills far inland. "Ay, grumble away, old dotard," the disappointed young sailor muttered to himself, while he reluctantly obeyed the signal. "You are in as great a hurry to get out of your danger as you were to run into it." The quick reports of 3 muskets from the barge beneath where he stood urged him to quicken his pace, and as he threw himself carelessly down the rugged and dangerous passes of the cliffs, his experienced eye beheld the well-known lights displayed from the frigate, which commanded the recall of all her boats. End of chapter 2. Chapter 3 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 3. In such a time as this it is not meet that every nice offence should bear its comment. Shakespeare. The cliffs threw their dark shadows wide on the waters, and the gloom of the evening had so far advanced as to conceal the discontent that brooded over the ordinarily open brow of Barnstable as he sprang from the rocks into the boat, and took his seat by the side of the silent pilot. "Shove off!" cried the lieutenant, in tones that his men knew must be obeyed. A seaman's curse, light on the folly that exposes planks and lives to such navigation, and all to burn some old timberman, or catch a Norway trader asleep. Give way, men, give way! Notwithstanding the heavy and dangerous surf that was beginning to tumble in upon the rocks in an alarming manner, the startled seamen succeeded in urging their light boat over the waves, and in a few seconds were without the point where danger was most to be apprehended. Barnstable had seemingly disregarded the breakers as they passed, but sat sternly eyeing the foam that rolled by them in successive surges, until the boat rose regularly on the long seas, when he turned his looks around the bay in quest of the barge. "Ay, Griffith has tired of rocking in his pillowed cradle," he muttered, "and will give us a pull to the frigate, when we ought to be getting the schooner out of this hard-featured landscape. This is just such a place as one of your sighing lovers would dote on, a little land, a little water, and a good deal of rock. Damme, Long Tom, but I am more than half of your mind, that an island now and then is all the terra firma that a seaman needs." "It's reason and philosophy, sir," returned the sedate coxswain; "and what land there is, should always be a soft mud or a sandy ooze, in order that an anchor might hold, and to make soundings sartin. I've lost many a deep sea, besides hand leads by the dozen on rocky bottoms, but give me the roadstead where a lead comes up light and an anchor heavy. There's a boat pulling athwart our forefoot, Captain Barnstable. Shall I run her aboard, or give her a berth, sir?" "'Tis the barge," cried the officer. "Ned has not deserted me after all." A loud hail from the approaching boat confirmed this opinion, and in a few seconds the barge and whale boat were again rolling by each other's side. Griffith was no longer reclining on the cushions of his seats, but spoke earnestly, and with a slight tone of reproach in his manner. "Why have you wasted so many precious moments, when every minute threatens us with new dangers? I was obeying the signal, but I heard your oars, and pulled back to take out the pilot. Have you been successful? There he is, and if he finds his way out through the shoals, he will earn a right to his name. This bids fair to be a night when a man will need a spyglass to find the moon. But when you hear what I have seen on those rascally cliffs, you will be more ready to excuse my delay, Mr. Griffith. You have seen the true man, I trust, or we incur this hazard to an evil purpose." "I have seen him that is a true man, and him that is not," replied Barnstable, bitterly. "You have the boy with you, Griffith. Ask him what his young eyes have seen." "Shall I?" cried the young midshipman, laughing. "Then I have seen a little clipper in disguise outsail an old man of war's man in a hard chase, and I have seen a straggling rover in long togs as much like my cousin." "Peace, gabbler!" exclaimed Barnstable, in a voice of thunder. "Would you detain the boats with your silly nonsense at a time like this? Away into the barge, sir, and if you find him willing to hear, tell Mr. Griffith what your foolish conjectures amount to, at your leisure." The boy stepped lightly from the whale boat to the barge, whither the pilot had already preceded him, and as he sunk with a mortified air by the side of Griffith, he said in a low voice, "And that won't be long, I know, if Mr. Griffith thinks and feels on the coast of England as he thought and felt at home." A silent pressure of his hand was the only reply that the young lieutenant made, before he paid the parting compliments to Barnstable, and directed his men to pull for their ship. The boats were separating, and the plash of the oars was already heard, when the voice of the pilot was for the first time raised in earnest. "Hold!" he cried. "Hold water, I bid ye!" The men ceased their efforts at the commanding tones of his voice, and turning toward the whale boat, he continued, "You will get your schooner under way immediately, Captain Barnstable, and sweep into the offing with as little delay as possible. Keep the ship well open from the northern headland, and as you pass us, come within hail." "This is a clean chart and plain sailing, Mr. Pilot," returned Barnstable. "But who is to justify my moving without orders to Captain Munson? I have it in black and white to run the Ariel into this feather bed sort of a place, and I must at least have it by signal or word of mouth from my betters before my cutwater curls another wave. The road may be as hard to find going out as it was coming in, and then I had daylight as well as your written directions to steer by." "Would you lie there to perish on such a night?" said the pilot, sternly. "2 hours hence this heavy swell will break where your vessel now rides so quietly. There we think exactly alike, but if I get drowned now, I'm drowned according to orders, whereas if I knock a plank out of the schooner's bottom by following your directions, 'twill be a hole to let in mutiny as well as sea water. How do I know but the old man wants another pilot or two?" "That's philosophy," muttered the coxswain of the whale boat, in a voice that was audible; "but it's a hard strain on a man's conscience to hold on in such an anchorage." "Then keep your anchor down, and follow it to the bottom," said the pilot to himself. "It's worse to contend with a fool than a gale of wind, but if" "No, no, sir, no fool neither," interrupted Griffith. "Barnstable does not deserve that epithet, though he certainly carries the point of duty to the extreme. Heave up at once, Mr. Barnstable, and get out of this bay as fast as possible." "Ah, you don't give the order with half the pleasure with which I shall execute it. Pull away, boys. The Ariel shall never lay her bones in such a hard bed, if I can help it." As the commander of the schooner uttered these words with a cheering voice, his men spontaneously shouted, and the whale boat darted away from her companion, and was soon lost in the gloomy shadows cast from the cliffs. In the meantime the oarsmen of the barge were not idle, but by strenuous efforts they forced the heavy boat rapidly through the water, and in a few minutes she ran alongside of the frigate. During this period the pilot, in a voice which had lost all the startling fierceness and authority it had manifested in his short dialogue with Barnstable, requested Griffith to repeat to him slowly the names of the officers that belonged to his ship. When the young lieutenant had complied with this request, he observed to his companion, "All good men and true, Mr. Pilot, and though this business in which you are just now engaged may be hazardous to an Englishman, there are none with us who will betray you. We need your services, and as we expect good faith from you, so shall we offer it to you in exchange." "And how know you that I need its exercise?" asked the pilot, in a manner that denoted a cold indifference to the subject. "Why, though you talk pretty good English for a native," returned Griffith, "yet you have a small burr in your mouth that would prick the tongue of a man who was born on the other side of the Atlantic." "It is but a little moment where a man is born, or how he speaks," returned the pilot coldly, "so that he does his duty bravely and in good faith." It was perhaps fortunate for the harmony of this dialogue that the gloom, which had now increased to positive darkness, completely concealed the look of scornful irony that crossed the handsome features of the young sailor, as he replied, "True, true, so that he does his duty, as you say, in good faith. But, as Barnstable observed, you must know your road well to travel among these shoals on such a night as this. Know you what water we draw? 'Tis a frigate's draught, and I shall endeavour to keep you in 4 fathoms. Less than that would be dangerous." "She's a sweet boat," said Griffith, "and minds her helm as a marine watches the eye of his sergeant at a drill. But you must give her room in stays, for she forereaches as if she would put out the wind's eye." The pilot attended with a practised ear to this description of the qualities of the ship that he was about to attempt extricating from an extremely dangerous situation. Not a syllable was lost on him, and when Griffith had ended, he remarked, with the singular coldness that pervaded his manner, "That is both a good and a bad quality in a narrow channel. I fear it will be the latter to night, when we shall require to have the ship in leading strings." "I suppose we must feel our way with the lead," said Griffith. "We shall need both eyes and leads," returned the pilot, recurring insensibly to his soliloquizing tone of voice. "I've been both in and out in darker nights than this, though never with a heavier draught than a half to." "Then, by heaven, you are not fit to handle that ship among these rocks and breakers!" exclaimed Griffith. "Your men of a light draught never know their water. 'Tis the deep keel only that finds a channel. Pilot, pilot, beware how you trifle with us ignorantly, for 'tis a dangerous experiment to play at hazards with an enemy." "Young man, you know not what you threaten, nor whom," said the pilot sternly, though his quiet manner still remained undisturbed. "You forget that you have a superior here, and that I have none." "That shall be as you discharge your duty," said Griffith, "for if" "Peace!" interrupted the pilot. "We approach the ship. Let us enter in harmony." He threw himself back on the cushions when he had said this, and Griffith, though filled with the apprehensions of suffering, either by great ignorance or treachery on the part of his companion, smothered his feelings so far as to be silent, and they ascended the side of the vessel in apparent cordiality. The frigate was already riding on lengthened seas, that rolled in from the ocean at each successive moment with increasing violence, though her topsails still hung supinely from her yards; the air, which continued to breathe occasionally from the land, being unable to shake the heavy canvas of which they were composed. The only sounds that were audible when Griffith and the pilot had ascended to the gangway of the frigate were produced by the sullen dashing of the sea against the massive bows of the ship, and the shrill whistle of the boatswain's mate, as he recalled the side boys who were placed on either side of the gangway to do honour to the entrance of the first lieutenant and his companion. But though such a profound silence reigned among the hundreds who inhabited the huge fabric The light produced by a dozen battle lanterns that were arranged in different parts of the decks served not only to exhibit faintly the persons of the crew, but the mingled feeling of curiosity and care that dwelt on most of their countenances. Large groups of men were collected in the gangways, around the mainmast, and on the booms of the vessel, whose faces were distinctly visible, while numerous figures lying along the lower yards or bending out of the tops might be dimly traced in the background, all of whom expressed by their attitudes the interest they took in the arrival of the boat. Though such crowds were collected in other parts of the vessel, the quarter-deck was occupied only by the officers, who were disposed according to their several ranks, and were equally silent and attentive as the remainder of the crew. In front stood a small collection of young men, who by their similarity of dress were the equals and companions of Griffith, though his juniors in rank. On the opposite side of the vessel was a larger assemblage of youths, who claimed Mr. Murray as their fellow. Around the capstan 3 or 4 figures were standing, one of whom wore a coat of blue, with the scarlet facings of a soldier, and another the black vestments of the ship's chaplain. Behind these, and nearer the passage to the cabin from which he had just descended, stood the tall erect form of the commander of the vessel. After a brief salutation between Griffith and the junior officers, the former advanced, followed slowly by the pilot, to the place where he was expected by his veteran commander. The young man removed his hat entirely, as he bowed with a little more than his usual ceremony, and said, "We have succeeded, sir, though not without more difficulty and delay than were anticipated." "But you have not brought off the pilot," said the captain, "and without him all our risk and trouble have been in vain." "He is here," said Griffith, stepping aside and extending his arm towards the man that stood behind him, wrapped to the chin in his coarse pea jacket, and his face shadowed by the falling rims of a large hat that had seen much and hard service. "This!" exclaimed the captain. "Then there is a sad mistake. This is not the man. Would have seen, nor can another supply his place." "I know not whom you expected, Captain Munson," said the stranger in a low, quiet voice; "but if you have not forgotten the day when a very different flag from that emblem of tyranny that now hangs over yon taffrail was first spread to the wind, you may remember the hand that raised it." "Bring here the light," exclaimed the commander hastily, when the lantern was extended towards the pilot, and the glare fell strong on his features. Captain Munson started as he beheld the calm blue eye that met his gaze, and the composed but pallid countenance of the other. Involuntarily raising his hat, and baring his silver locks, the veteran cried, "It is he, though so changed." "That his enemies did not know him," interrupted the pilot quickly. Then touching the other by the arm, as he led him aside, he continued in a lower tone, "Neither must his friends, until the proper hour shall arrive." Griffith had fallen back to answer the eager questions of his messmates, and no part of this short dialogue was overheard by the officers, though it was soon perceived that their commander had discovered his error, and was satisfied that the proper man had been brought on board his vessel. For many minutes the two continued to pace a part of the quarter deck by themselves, engaged in deep and earnest discourse. As Griffith had but little to communicate, the curiosity of his listeners was soon appeased, and all eyes were directed toward that mysterious guide who was to conduct them from a situation already surrounded by perils, which each moment not only magnified in appearance, but increased in reality. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 4. Behold the threatened sails, borne with the invisible and creeping winds, draw the huge bottoms through the furrowed sea, breasting the lofty surge. Shakespeare. It has been already explained to the reader that there were threatening symptoms in the appearance of the weather to create serious forebodings of evil in the breast of a seaman. When removed from the shadows of the cliffs, the night was not so dark, but objects could be discerned at some little distance, and in the eastern horizon there was a streak of fearful light impending over the gloomy waters, in which the swelling outline formed by the rising waves was becoming each moment more distinct and consequently more alarming. Several dark clouds overhung the vessel, whose towering masts apparently propped the black vapour, while a few stars were seen twinkling with a sickly flame in the streak of clear sky that skirted the ocean. Still, light currents of air occasionally swept across the bay, bringing with them the fresh odour from the shore, but their flitting irregularity too surely foretold them to be the expiring breath of the land breeze. The roaring of the surf, as it rolled on the margin of the bay, produced a dull, monotonous sound that was only interrupted at times by a hollow bellowing, as a larger wave than usual broke violently against some cavity in the rock. Everything, in short, united to render the scene gloomy and portentous without creating instant terror, for the ship rose easily on the long billows without even straightening the heavy cable that held her to her anchor. The higher officers were collected around the capstan, engaged in earnest discourse about their situation and prospects, while some of the oldest and most favoured seamen would extend their short walk to the hallowed precincts of the quarter-deck to catch with greedy ears the opinions that fell from their superiors. Numberless were the uneasy glances that were thrown from both officers and men at their commander and the pilot, who still continued their secret communion in a distant part of the vessel. Once an ungovernable curiosity, or the heedlessness of his years, led one of the youthful midshipmen near them, but a stern rebuke from his captain sent the boy, abashed and cowering, to hide his mortification among his fellows. This reprimand was received by the elder officers as an intimation that the consultation which they beheld was to be strictly inviolate, and though it by no means suppressed the repeated expressions of their impatience, it effectually prevented an interruption to the communications, which all, however, thought were unreasonably protracted for the occasion. "This is no time to be talking over bearings and distances," observed the officer next in rank to Griffith, "but we should call the hands up, and try to kedge her off, while the sea will suffer a boat to live." "'Twould be a tedious and bootless job to attempt warping a ship for miles against a head-beating sea," returned the first lieutenant, "but the land breeze yet flutters aloft, and if our light sails would draw, with the aid of this ebb tide we might be able to shove her from the shore." "Hail the tops, Griffith," said the other, "and ask if they feel the air above. 'Twill be a hint at least to set the old man and that lubberly pilot in motion." Griffith laughed as he complied with the request, and when he received the customary reply to his call, he demanded in a loud voice, "Which way have you the wind aloft?" "We feel a light cat's paw now and then from the land, sir," returned the sturdy captain of the top, "but our topsail hangs in the clew-line, sir, without winking." Captain Munson and his companion suspended their discourse while this question and answer were exchanged, and then resumed their dialogue as earnestly as if it had received no interruption. "If it did wink, the hint would be lost on our betters," said the officer of the marines, whose ignorance of seamanship added greatly to his perception of the danger, but who from pure idleness made more jokes than any other man in the ship. "That pilot would not receive a delicate intimation through his ears, Mr. Griffith. Suppose you try him by the nose." "Faith, there was a flash of gunpowder between us in the barge," returned the first lieutenant, "and he does not seem a man to stomach such hints as you advise. Although he looks so meek and quiet, I doubt whether he has paid much attention to the book of Job." "Why should he?" exclaimed the chaplain, whose apprehensions at least equalled those of the marine, and with a much more disheartening effect. "I am sure it would have been a great waste of time. There are so many charts of the coast and books on the navigation of these seas for him to study, that I sincerely hope he has been much better employed." A loud laugh was created at this speech among the listeners, and it apparently produced the effect that was so long anxiously desired, by putting an end to the mysterious conference between their captain and the pilot. As the former came forwards towards his expecting crew, he said, in the composed, steady manner that formed the principal trait in his character: "Get the anchor, Mr. Griffith, and make sail on the ship. The hour has arrived when we must be moving." The cheerful "Ay, ay, sir," of the young lieutenant was hardly uttered before the cries of half a dozen midshipmen were heard summoning the boatswain and his mates to their duty. There was a general movement in the living masses that clustered around the mainmast, on the booms, and in the gangways, though their habits of discipline held the crew a moment longer in suspense. The silence was first broken by the sound of the boatswain's whistle, followed by the hoarse cry of "All hands up anchor ahoy!" the former rising on the night air from its first low mellow notes to a piercing shrillness that gradually died away on the waters, and the latter bellowing through every cranny of the ship like the hollow murmurs of distant thunder. The change produced by the customary summons was magical. Human beings sprang out from between the guns, rushed up the hatches, threw themselves with careless activity from the booms, and gathered from every quarter so rapidly that in an instant the deck of the frigate was alive with men. The profound silence that had hitherto been only interrupted by the low dialogue of the officers was now changed for the stern orders of the lieutenants, mingled with the shriller cries of the midshipmen, and the hoarse bawling of the boatswain's crew, rising above the tumult of preparation and general bustle. The captain and the pilot alone remained passive in this scene of general exertion, for apprehension had even stimulated that class of officers which is called idlers to unusual activity, though frequently reminded by their more experienced messmates that instead of aiding, they retarded the duty of the vessel. The bustle, however, gradually ceased, and in a few minutes the same silence pervaded the ship as before. "We are brought to, sir," said Griffith, who stood overlooking the scene, holding in one hand a short speaking trumpet, and grasping with the other one of the shrouds of the ship, to steady himself in the position he had taken on a gun. "Heave round, sir," was the calm reply. "Heave round," repeated Griffith aloud. "Heave round," echoed a dozen eager voices at once, and the lively strains of a fife struck up a brisk air to enliven the labour. The capstan was instantly set in motion, and the measured tread of the seamen was heard as they stamped the deck in the circle of their march. For a few minutes no other sounds were heard, if we except the voice of an officer occasionally cheering the sailors when it was announced that they were short, or in other words, that the ship was nearly over her anchor. "Heave and pull," cried Griffith, when the quivering notes of the whistle were again succeeded by a general stillness in the vessel. "What is to be done now, sir?" continued the lieutenant. "Shall we trip the anchor? There seems not a breath of air, and as the tide runs slack, I doubt whether the sea do not heave the ship ashore." There was so much obvious truth in this conjecture that all eyes turned from the light and animation afforded by the decks of the frigate to look abroad on the waters, in a vain desire to pierce the darkness, as if to read the fate of their apparently devoted ship from the aspect of nature. "I leave all to the pilot," said the captain, after he had stood a short time by the side of Griffith, anxiously studying the heavens and the ocean. "What say you, Mr. Gray?" The man who was thus first addressed by name was leaning over the bulwarks, with his eyes bent in the same direction as the others. But as he answered, he turned his face towards the speaker, and the light from the deck fell full upon his quiet features, which exhibited a calmness bordering on the supernatural, considering his station and responsibility. "There is much to fear from this heavy ground swell," he said, in the same unmoved tones as before, "but there is certain destruction to us if the gale that is brewing in the east finds us waiting its fury in this wild anchorage. All the hemp that ever was spun into cordage would not hold a ship an hour, chafing on these rocks, with a northeaster pouring its fury on her. If the powers of man can compass it, gentlemen, we must get an offing, and that speedily." "You say no more, sir, than the youngest boy in the ship can see for himself," said Griffith. "Ha! Here comes the schooner." The dashing of the long sweeps in the water was now plainly audible, and the little Ariel was seen through the gloom, moving heavily under their feeble impulse. As she passed slowly under the stern of the frigate, the cheerful voice of Barnstable was first heard, opening the communications between them. "Here's a night for spectacles, Captain Munson," he cried. "But I thought I heard your fife, sir. I trust in God you do not mean to ride it out here till morning." "I like the berth as little as yourself, Mr. Barnstable," returned the veteran seaman, in his calm manner, in which anxiety was, however, beginning to grow evident. "We are short, but are afraid to let go our hold of the bottom, lest the sea cast us ashore. How make you out the wind?" "Wind!" echoed the other. "There is not enough to blow a lady's curl aside. If you wait, sir, till the land breeze fills your sails, you will wait another moon. I believe I've got my eggshell out of that nest of grey caps, but how it has been done in the dark, a better man than myself must explain." "Take your directions from the pilot, Mr. Barnstable," returned his commanding officer, "and follow them strictly and to the letter." A deathlike silence in both vessels succeeded this order, for all seemed to listen eagerly to catch the words that fell from the man on whom, even the boys now felt, depended their only hopes for safety. A short time was suffered to elapse before his voice was heard, in the same low but distinct tones as before. "Your sweeps will soon be of no service to you," he said, "against the sea that begins to heave in, but your light sails will help them to get you out. So long as you can head east and by north, you are doing well, and you can stand on till you open the light from that northern headland, when you can heave to and fire a gun. But if, as I dread, you are struck aback before you open the light, you may trust to your lead on the larboard tack, but beware with your head to the southward, for no lead will serve you there." "I can walk over the same ground on one tack as on the other," said Barnstable, "and make both legs of a length." "It will not do," returned the pilot, "if you fall off a point to starboard from east and by north. In going large, you will find both rocks and points of shoals to bring you up, and beware, as I tell you, of the starboard tack." "And how shall I find my way? You will let me trust to neither time, lead, nor log." "You must trust to a quick eye and a ready hand. The breakers only will show you the dangers, when you are not able to make out the bearings of the land. Tack in season, sir, and don't spare the lead when you head to port." "Ay, ay," returned Barnstable, in a low, muttering voice. "This is a sort of blind navigation with a vengeance, and all for no purpose that I can see. See, dammy, eyesight is of about as much use now as a man's nose would be in reading the Bible." "Softly, softly, Mr. Barnstable," interrupted his commander, for such was the anxious stillness in both vessels that even the rattling of the schooner's rigging was heard as she rolled in the trough of the sea. The duty on which Congress has sent us must be performed at the hazard of our lives." "I don't mind my life, Captain Munson," said Barnstable, "but there is a great want of conscience in trusting a vessel in such a place as this. However, it is a time to do and not to talk. But if there be such danger to an easy draught of water, what will become of the frigate? Had I not better play jackal and try and feel the way for you?" "I thank you," said the pilot. "The offer is generous, but would avail us nothing. I have the advantage of knowing the ground well, and must trust to my memory and God's good favour. Make sail, sir, and if you succeed, we will venture to break ground." The order was promptly obeyed, and in a very short time the Ariel was covered with canvas. Though no air was perceptible on the decks of the frigate, the little schooner was so light that she succeeded in stemming her way over the rising waves, aided a little by the tide, and in a few minutes her low hull was just discernible in the streak of light along the horizon, with the dark outline of her sails rising above the sea, until their fanciful summits were lost in the shadows of the clouds. Griffith had listened to the foregoing dialogue, like the rest of the junior officers, in profound silence. But when the Ariel began to grow indistinct to the eye, he jumped lightly from the gun to the deck, and cried, "She slips off like a vessel from the stocks. Shall I trip the anchor, sir, and follow?" "We have no choice," replied his captain. "You hear the question, Mr. Grey. Shall we let go the bottom?" "It must be done, Captain Munson. We may want more drift than the rest of this tide to get us to a place of safety," said the pilot. "I would give 5 years from a life that I know will be short, if the ship lay 1 mile further seaward." This remark was unheard by all, except the commander of the frigate, who again walked aside with the pilot, where they resumed their mysterious communications. The words of assent were no sooner uttered, however, than Griffith gave forth from his trumpet the command to heave away. Again the strains of the fife were followed by the tread of the men at the capstan. At the same time that the anchor was heaving up, the sails were loosened from the yards, and opened to invite the breeze. In effecting this duty, orders were thundered through the trumpet of the first lieutenant, and executed with the rapidity of thought. Men were to be seen, like spots in the dim light from the heavens, lying on every yard or hanging as in air, while strange cries were heard issuing from every part of the rigging and each spar of the vessel. "Ready the fore royal!" cried a shrill voice, as if from the clouds. "Ready the fore yard!" uttered the hoarser tones of a seaman beneath him. "All ready aft, sir!" cried a third from another quarter, and in a few moments the order was given to "let fall." The little light which fell from the sky was now excluded by the falling canvas, and a deeper gloom was cast athwart the decks of the ship, that served to render the brilliancy of the lanterns even vivid, while it gave to objects outboard a more appalling and dreary appearance than before. Every individual, excepting the commander and his associate, was now earnestly engaged in getting the ship under way. The sounds of "We're away" were repeated by a burst from 50 voices, and the rapid evolutions of the capstan announced that nothing but the weight of the anchor was to be lifted. The hauling of cordage, the rattling of blocks, blended with the shrill calls of the boatswain and his mates, succeeded, and though to a landsman all would have appeared confusion and hurry, long practice and strict discipline enabled the crew to exhibit their ship under a cloud of canvas, from her decks to the trucks, in less time than we have consumed in relating it. For a few minutes the officers were not disappointed by the result, for though the heavy sails flapped lazily against the masts, the light duck on the loftier spars swelled outwardly, and the ship began sensibly to yield to their influence. "She travels, she travels!" exclaimed Griffith joyously. "Ah, the hussy! She has as much antipathy to the land as any fish that swims. It blows a little gale aloft yet." "We feel its dying breath," said the pilot, in low, soothing tones, but in a manner so sudden as to startle Griffith, at whose elbow they were unexpectedly uttered. "Let us forget, young man, everything but the number of lives that depend this night on your exertions and my knowledge? If you be but half as able to exhibit the one as I am willing to make the other, we shall do well," returned the lieutenant in the same tone. "Remember, whatever may be your feelings, that we are on an enemy's coast, and love it not enough to wish to lay our bones there." With this brief explanation they separated, the vessel requiring the constant and close attention of the officer to her movements. The exultation produced in the crew by the progress of their ship through the water was of short duration, for the breeze that had seemed to await their motions, after forcing the vessel for a quarter of a mile, fluttered for a few minutes amid their light canvas, and then left them entirely. The quartermaster, whose duty it was to superintend the helm, soon announced that he was losing the command of the vessel, as she was no longer obedient to her rudder. This ungrateful intelligence was promptly communicated to his commander by Griffith, who suggested the propriety of again dropping an anchor. "I refer you to Mr. Gray," returned the captain. "He is the pilot, sir, and with him rests the safety of the vessel." "Pilots sometimes lose ships as well as save them," said Griffith. "Know you the man well, Captain Munson, who holds all our lives in his keeping, and so coolly as if he cared but little for the venture?" "Mr. Griffith, I do know him. He is, in my opinion, both competent and faithful. Thus much I tell you, to relieve your anxiety. More you must not ask. But is there not a shift of wind?" "God forbid!" exclaimed his lieutenant. "If that northeaster catches us within the shoals, our case will be desperate indeed." The heavy rolling of the vessel caused an occasional expansion and as sudden a reaction in their sails, which left the oldest seamen in the ship in doubt which way the currents of air were passing, or whether there existed any that were not created by the flapping of their own canvas. The head of the ship, however, began to fall off from the sea, and notwithstanding the darkness, it soon became apparent that she was driving in bodily towards the shore. During these few minutes of gloomy doubt, Griffith, by one of those sudden revulsions of the mind that connect the opposite extremes of feeling, lost his animated anxiety, and elapsed into the listless apathy that so often came over him, even in the most critical moments of trial and danger. He was standing with one elbow resting on his capstan, shading his eyes from the light of the battle lantern that stood near him with one hand, when he felt a gentle pressure of the other that recalled his recollection. Looking affectionately, though still recklessly, at the boy who stood at his side, he said, "Dull music, Mr. Mary." "So dull, sir, that I can't dance to it," returned the midshipman. "Nor do I believe there is a man in the ship who would not rather hear the girl I left behind me than those execrable sounds." "What sounds, boy? The ship is as quiet as the Quaker meeting in the Jerseys, before your good old grandfather used to break the charm of silence with his sonorous voice." "Ah, laugh at my peaceable blood, if thou wilt, Mr. Griffith," said the arch youngster; "but remember there is a mixture of it in all sorts of veins. I wish I could hear one of the old gentlemen's chants now, sir. I could always sleep to them, like a gull in the surf. But he that sleeps tonight with that lullaby will make a nap of it." "Sounds! I hear no sounds, boy, but the flapping aloft. Even that pilot, who struts the quarter deck like an admiral, has nothing to say. Is not that a sound to open a seaman's ear? It is in truth a heavy roll of the surf, lad, but the night air carries it heavily to our ears. Know you not the sounds of the surf yet, younker?" "I know it too well, Mr. Griffith, and do not wish to know it better. How fast are we tumbling in towards that surf, sir?" "I think we hold our own," said Griffith, rousing again, "though we had better anchor. Luff, fellow, luff! You are broadside to the sea." The man at the wheel repeated his former intelligence, adding a suggestion that he thought the ship was gathering stern way. "Haul up your courses, Mr. Griffith," said Captain Munson, "and let us feel the wind." The rattling of the blocks was soon heard, and the enormous sheets of canvas that hung from the lower yards were instantly suspended in the brails. When this change was effected, all on board stood silent and breathless, as if expecting to learn their fate by the result. Several contradictory opinions were at length hazarded among the officers, when Griffith seized the candle from the lantern, and, springing on one of the guns, held it on high, exposed to the action of the air. The little flame waved with uncertain glimmering for a moment, and then burned steadily in a line with the masts. Griffith was about to lower his extended arm, when, feeling a slight sensation of coolness on his hand, he paused, and the light turned slowly toward the land, flared, flickered, and finally deserted the wick. "Lose not a moment, Mr. Griffith," cried the pilot aloud. "Clew up and furl everything but your 3 topsails, and let them be double reefed. Now is the time to fulfil your promise." The young man paused one moment in astonishment, as the clear, distinct tones of the stranger struck his ears so unexpectedly, but turning his eyes to seaward, he sprang on the deck, and proceeded to obey the order as if life and death depended on his dispatch. Chapter 5 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 5. She writes, boys, where offshore? Song. The extraordinary activity of Griffith, which communicated itself with promptitude to the crew, was produced by a sudden alteration in the weather. In place of the well-defined streak along the horizon that has been already described, an immense body of misty light appeared to be moving in with rapidity from the ocean, while a distinct but distant roaring announced the sure approach of the tempest that had so long troubled the waters. Even Griffith, while thundering his orders through the trumpet, and urging the men by his cries to expedition, would pause for instants to cast anxious glances in the direction of the coming storm, and the faces of the sailors who lay on the yards were turned instinctively towards the same quarter of the heavens, while they knotted the reef points, or passed the gaskets that were to confine the unruly canvas to the prescribed limits. The pilot alone, in that confused and busy throng, where voice rose above voice, and cry echoed cry in quick succession, appeared as if he held no interest in the important stake. With his eye steadily fixed on the approaching mist, and his arms folded together in composure, he stood calmly waiting the result. The ship had fallen off with her broadside to the sea, and was become unmanageable, and the sails were already brought into the folds necessary to her security, when the quick and heavy fluttering of canvas was thrown across the water, with all the gloomy and chilling sensations that such sounds produce, where darkness and danger unite to appall the seaman. "The schooner has it," cried Griffith. "Barnstable has held on, like himself, to the last moment. God send that the squall leave him cloth enough to keep him from the shore." "His sails are easily handled," the commander observed, "and she must be over the principal danger. We are falling off before it, Mr. Gray. Shall we try a cast of the lead?" The pilot turned from his contemplative posture and moved slowly across the deck before he returned any reply to this question, like a man who not only felt that everything depended on himself, but that he was equal to the emergency. "'Tis unnecessary," he at length said. "'Twould be certain destruction to be taken aback, and it is difficult to say, within several points, how the wind may strike us." "'Tis difficult no longer," cried Griffith, "for here it comes, and in right earnest." The rushing sounds of the wind were now, indeed, heard at hand, and the words were hardly past the lips of the young lieutenant before the vessel bowed down heavily to one side, and then, as she began to move through the water, rose again majestically to her upright position, as if saluting, like a courteous champion, the powerful antagonist with which she was about to contend. Not another minute elapsed before the ship was throwing the waters aside with a lively progress, and, obedient to her helm, was brought as near to the desired course as the direction of the wind would allow. The hurry and bustle on the yards gradually subsided, and the men slowly descended to the deck, all straining their eyes to pierce the gloom in which they were enveloped, and some shaking their heads in melancholy doubt, afraid to express the apprehensions they really entertained. All on board anxiously waited for the fury of the gale, for there were none so ignorant or inexperienced in that gallant frigate as not to know that as yet they only felt the infant effects of the wind. Each moment, however, it increased in power, though so gradual was the alteration that the relieved mariners began to believe that all their gloomy forebodings were not to be realized. During this short interval of uncertainty no other sounds were heard than the whistling of the breeze as it passed quickly through the mass of rigging that belonged to the vessel, and the dashing of the spray that began to fly from her bows like the foam of a cataract. "It blows fresh," cried Griffith, who was the first to speak in that moment of doubt and anxiety, "but it is no more than a capful of wind after all. Give us elbow room and the right canvas, Mr. Pilot, and I'll handle the ship like a gentleman's yacht in this breeze." "Will she stay, think ye, under this sail?" said the low voice of the stranger. "She will do all that man, in reason, can ask of wood and iron," returned the lieutenant. "But the vessel don't float the ocean that will tack under double reefed topsails alone against a heavy sea. Help her with her courses, pilot, and you shall see her come round like a dancing master." "Let us feel the strength of the gale first," returned the man who was called Mr. Grey, moving from the side of Griffith to the weather gangway of the vessel, where he stood in silence, looking ahead of the ship with an air of singular coolness and abstraction. All the lanterns had been extinguished on the deck of the frigate when her anchor was secured, and as the first mist of the gale had passed over, it was succeeded by a faint light that was a good deal aided by the glittering foam of the waters, which now broke in white curls around the vessel in every direction. The land could be faintly discerned, rising like a heavy bank of black fog above the margin of the waters, and was only distinguishable from the heavens by its deeper gloom and obscurity. The last rope was coiled and deposited in its proper place by the seamen, and for several minutes the stillness of death pervaded the crowded decks. It was evident to every one that their ship was dashing at a prodigious rate through the waves, and as she was approaching with such velocity the quarter of the bay where the shoals and dangers were known to be situated, nothing but the habits of the most exact discipline could suppress the uneasiness of the officers and men within their own bosoms. At length the voice of Captain Munson was heard, calling to the pilot. "Shall I send a hand into the chains, Mr. Grey," he said, "and try our water?" Although this question was asked aloud, and the interest it excited drew many of the officers and men around him in eager impatience for his answer, it was unheeded by the man to whom it was addressed. His head rested on his hand as he leaned over the hammock cloths of the vessel, and his whole air was that of one whose thoughts wandered from the pressing necessity of their situation. Griffith was among those who had approached the pilot, and after waiting a moment from respect to hear the answer to his commander's question, he presumed on his own rank, and leaving the circle that stood at a little distance, stepped to the side of the mysterious guardian of their lives. "Captain Munson desires to know whether you wish a cast of the lead," said the young officer with a little impatience of manner. No immediate answer was made to this repetition of the question, and Griffith laid his hand unceremoniously on the shoulder of the other, with an intent to rouse him before he made another application for a reply, but the convulsive start of the pilot held him silent in amazement. "Fall back there," said the lieutenant sternly to the men who were closing around them in compact circle. "Away with you to your stations, and see all clear for stays." The dense mass of heads dissolved at this order, like the water of one of the waves commingling with the ocean, and the lieutenant and his companions were left by themselves. "This is not a time for musing, Mr. Grey," continued Griffith. "Remember our compact, and look to your charge. Is it not time to put the vessel in stays? Of what are you dreaming?" The pilot laid his hand on the extended arm of the lieutenant and grasped it with a convulsive pressure as he answered, "'Tis a dream of reality. You are young, Mr. Griffith, nor am I, past the noon of life, but should you live 50 years longer, you never can see and experience what I have encountered in my little period of 33 years." A good deal astonished at this burst of feeling, so singular at such a moment, the young sailor was at a loss for a reply. But as his duty was uppermost in his thoughts, he still dwelt on the theme that most interested him. "I hope much of your experience has been on this coast, for the ship travels lively," he said, "and the daylight showed us so much to dread, that we do not feel over valiant in the dark. How much longer shall we stand on upon this tack?" The pilot turned slowly from the side of the vessel and walked towards the commander of the frigate, as he replied, in a tone that seemed deeply agitated by his melancholy reflections, "You have your wish, then. Much, very much of my early life was passed on this dreaded coast. What to you is all darkness and gloom, to me is as light as if a noonday sun shone upon it. But tack your ship, sir, tack your ship. I would see how she works before we reach the point where she must behave well, or we perish." Griffith gazed after him in wonder, while the pilot slowly paced the quarter deck, and then, rousing from his trance, gave forth the cheering order that called each man to his station to perform the desired evolution. The confident assurances which the young officer had given to the pilot respecting the qualities of his vessel and his own ability to manage her were fully realized by the result. The helm was no sooner put a lee than the huge ship bore up gallantly against the wind, and dashing directly through the waves, threw the foam high into the air as she looked boldly into the very eye of the wind, and then yielding gracefully to its power, she fell off on the other tack, with her head pointed from those dangerous shoals that she had so recently approached with such terrifying velocity. The heavy yards swung round as if they had been vanes to indicate the currents of the air, and in a few moments the frigate again moved with stately progress through the water, leaving the rocks and shoals behind her on one side of the bay, but advancing towards those that offered equal danger on the other. During this time the sea was becoming more agitated, and the violence of the wind was gradually increasing. The latter no longer whistled amid the cordage of the vessel, but it seemed to howl surlily as it passed the complicated machinery that the frigate obtruded on its path. An endless succession of white surges rose above the heavy billows, and the very air was glittering with the light that was disengaged from the ocean. The ship yielded each moment more and more before the storm, and in less than half an hour from the time that she had lifted her anchor, she was driven along with tremendous fury by the full power of a gale of wind. Still the hardy and experienced mariners who directed her movements held her to the course that was necessary to their preservation, and still Griffith gave forth, when directed by their unknown pilot, those orders that turned her in the narrow channel where alone safety was to be found. So far the performance of his duty appeared easy to the stranger, and he gave the required directions in those still, calm tones that formed so remarkable a contrast to the responsibility of his situation. But when the land was becoming dim, in distance as well as darkness, and the agitated sea alone was to be discovered as it swept by them in foam, he broke in upon the monotonous roaring of the tempest with the sounds of his voice, seeming to shake off his apathy and rouse himself to the occasion. "Now is the time to watch her closely, Mr. Griffith," he cried. "Here we get the true tide and the real danger. Place the best quartermaster of your ship in those chains, and let an officer stand by him and see that he gives us the right water." "I will take that office on myself," said the captain. "Pass a light into the weather main chains." "Stand by your braces!" exclaimed the pilot with startling quickness. "Heave away that lead!" These preparations taught the crew to expect the crisis, and every officer and man stood in fearful silence at his assigned station, awaiting the issue of the trial. Even the quartermaster at the gun gave out his orders to the men at the wheel in deeper and hoarser tones than usual, as if anxious not to disturb the quiet and order of the vessel. While this deep expectation pervaded the frigate, the piercing cry of the leadsman, as he called by the mark 7, rose above the tempest, crossed over the decks, and appeared to pass away to leeward, borne on the blast like the warnings of some water spirit. "'Tis well," returned the pilot calmly. "Try it again." The short pause was succeeded by another cry. "And a half 5. She shoals, she shoals!" exclaimed Griffith. "Keep her a good full." "Ay, you must hold the vessel in command now," said the pilot, with those cool tones that are most appalling in critical moments, because they seem to denote most preparation and care. The third call, "By the deep 4," was followed by a prompt direction from the stranger to tack. Griffith seemed to emulate the coolness of the pilot in issuing the necessary orders to execute this manoeuvre. The vessel rose slowly from the inclined position into which she had been forced by the tempest, and the sails were shaking violently, as if to release themselves from their confinement, while the ship stemmed the billows, when the well-known voice of the sailing master was heard shouting from the forecastle, "Breakers, breakers, dead ahead!" This appalling sound seemed yet to be lingering about the ship, when a second voice cried, "Breakers on our lee bow!" "We are in a bight of the shoals, Mr. Gray," cried the commander. "She loses her way. Perhaps an anchor might hold her." "Clear away that best bower!" shouted Griffith through his trumpet. "Hold on!" cried the pilot, in a voice that reached the very hearts of all who heard him. "Hold on everything!" The young man turned fiercely to the daring stranger who thus defied the discipline of his vessel, and at once demanded, "Who is it that dares to countermand my orders? Is it not enough that you run the ship into danger, but you must interfere to keep her there? If another word" "Peace, Mr. Griffith," interrupted the captain, bending from the rigging, his gray locks blowing about in the wind, and adding a look of wildness to the haggard care that he exhibited by the light of his lantern. "Yield the trumpet to Mr. Gray. He alone can save us." Griffith threw his speaking trumpet on the deck, and as he walked proudly away, muttered in bitterness of feeling, "Then all is lost indeed, and among the rest the foolish hopes with which I visited this coast." There was, however, no time for reply. The ship had been rapidly running into the wind, and as the efforts of the crew were paralyzed by the contradictory orders they had heard, she gradually lost her way, and in a few seconds all her sails were taken aback. Before the crew understood their situation, the pilot had applied the trumpet to his mouth, and in a voice that rose above the tempest he thundered forth his orders. Each command was given distinctly and with a precision that showed him to be master of his profession. The helm was kept fast, the head yards swung up heavily against the wind, and the vessel was soon whirling round on her heel with a retrograde movement. Griffith was too much of a seaman not to perceive that the pilot had seized, with a perception almost intuitive, the only method that promised to extricate the vessel from her situation. He was young, impetuous, and proud, but he was also generous. Forgetting his resentment and his mortification, he rushed forward among the men, and by his presence and example added certainty to the experiment. The ship fell off slowly before the gale, and bowed her yards nearly to the water, as she felt the blast pouring its fury on her broadside, while the surly waves beat violently against her stern, as if in reproach at departing from her usual manner of moving. The voice of the pilot, however, was still heard, steady and calm, and yet so clear and high as to reach every ear, and the obedient seamen whirled the yards at his bidding, in despite of the tempest, as if they handled the toys of their childhood. When the ship had fallen off dead before the wind, her head sails were shaken, her after yards trimmed, and her helm shifted, before she had time to run upon the danger that had threatened, as well to leeward as to windward. The beautiful fabric, obedient to her government, threw her bows up gracefully towards the wind again, and as her sails were trimmed, moved out from among the dangerous shoals in which she had been embayed, as steadily and swiftly as she had approached them. A moment of breathless astonishment succeeded the accomplishment of this nice manoeuvre, but there was no time for the usual expressions of surprise. The stranger still held the trumpet, and continued to lift his voice amid the howlings of the blast, whenever prudence or skill required any change in the management of the ship. For an hour longer there was a fearful struggle for their preservation, the channel becoming at each step more complicated, and the shoals thickening around the mariners on every side. The lead was cast rapidly, and the quick eye of the pilot seemed to pierce the darkness with a keenness of vision that exceeded human power. It was apparent to all in the vessel that they were under the guidance of one who understood the navigation thoroughly, and their exertions kept pace with their reviving confidence. Again and again the frigate appeared to be rushing blindly on shoals where the sea was covered with foam, and where destruction would have been as sudden as it was certain, when the clear voice of the stranger was heard, warning them of the danger, and inciting them to their duty. The vessel was implicitly yielded to his government, and during those anxious moments when she was dashing the waters aside, throwing the spray over her enormous yards, each ear would listen eagerly for those sounds that had obtained a command over the crew that can only be acquired under such circumstances by great steadiness and consummate skill. The ship was recovering from the inaction of changing her course in one of those critical tacks that she had made so often, when the pilot for the first time addressed the commander of the frigate, who still continued to superintend the all-important duty of the leadsman. "Now is the pinch," he said, "and if the ship behaves well we are safe, but if otherwise all we have yet done will be useless." The veteran seaman whom he addressed left the chains at this portentous notice, and calling to his first lieutenant, required of the stranger an explanation of his warning. "See you yon light on the southern headland?" returned the pilot. "You may know it from the star near it, by its sinking at times in the ocean. Now observe the hummock a little north of it, looking like a shadow in the horizon. 'Tis a hill far inland. If we keep that light open from the hill we shall do well, but if not, we surely go to pieces." "Let us tack again," exclaimed the lieutenant. The pilot shook his head as he replied, "There is no more tacking or box hauling to be done tonight. We have barely room to pass out of the shoals on this course, and if we can weather the devil's grip we clear their outermost point, but if not, as I said before, there is but an alternative." "If we had beaten out the way we entered," exclaimed Griffith, "we should have done well." "Say also, if the tide would have let us do so," returned the pilot calmly. "Gentlemen, we must be prompt. We have but a mile to go, and the ship appears to fly. That topsail is not enough to keep her up to the wind. We want both jib and mainsail." "'Tis a perilous thing to loosen canvas in such a tempest," observed the doubtful captain. "It must be done," returned the collected stranger. "We perish without it. See, the light already touches the edge of the hummock. The sea casts us to leeward." "It shall be done," cried Griffith, seizing the trumpet from the hand of the pilot. The orders of the lieutenant were executed almost as soon as issued, and everything being ready, the enormous folds of the mainsail were trusted loose to the blast. There was an instant when the result was doubtful. The tremendous threshing of the heavy sails seemed to bid defiance to all restraint, shaking the ship to her center, but art and strength prevailed, and gradually the canvas was distended, and bellying as it fell was drawn down to its usual place by the power of 100 men. The vessel yielded to this immense addition of force, and bowed before it like a reed bending to a breeze. But the success of the measure was announced by a joyful cry from the stranger that seemed to burst from his inmost soul. "She feels it! She springs her luff! Observe," he said, "the light opens from the hummock already. If she will only bear her canvas, we shall go clear." A report like that of a cannon interrupted his exclamation, and something resembling a white cloud was seen drifting before the wind from the head of the ship, till it was driven into the gloom far to leeward. "'Tis the jib blown from the bolt ropes," said the commander of the frigate. "This is no time to spread light duck, but the mainsail may stand it yet." "The sail would laugh at a tornado," returned the lieutenant, "but the mast springs like a piece of steel." "Silence all!" cried the pilot. "Now, gentlemen, we shall soon know our fate. Let her luff! Luff you can!" This warning effectually closed all discourse, and the hardy mariners, knowing that they had already done all in the power of man to ensure their safety, stood in breathless anxiety, awaiting the result. At a short distance ahead of them, the whole ocean was white with foam, and the waves, instead of rolling on in regular succession, appeared to be tossing about in mad gambols. A single streak of dark billows, not half a cable's length in width, could be discerned running into this chaos of water, but it was soon lost to the eye amid the confusion of the disturbed element. Along this narrow path the vessel moved more heavily than before, being brought so near the wind as to keep her sails touching. The pilot silently proceeded to the wheel, and with his own hands he undertook the steerage of the ship. No noise proceeded from the frigate to interrupt the horrid tumult of the ocean, and she entered the channel among the breakers with the silence of a desperate calmness. 20 times as the foam rolled away to leeward, the crew were on the eve of uttering their joy, as they supposed the vessel passed the danger, but breaker after breaker would still heave up before them, following each other into the general mass to check their exultation. Occasionally the fluttering of the sails would be heard, and when the looks of the startled seamen were turned to the wheel, they beheld the stranger grasping its spokes, with his quick eye glancing from the water to the canvas. At length the ship reached a point where she appeared to be rushing directly into the jaws of destruction, when suddenly her course was changed, and her head receded rapidly from the wind. At the same instant the voice of the pilot was heard shouting, "Square away the yards! In mainsail!" A general burst from the crew echoed, "Square away the yards!" and quick as thought the frigate was seen gliding along the channel before the wind. The eye had hardly time to dwell on the foam, which seemed like clouds driving in the heavens, and directly the gallant vessel issued from her perils, and rose and fell on the heavy waves of the sea. The seamen were yet drawing long breaths, and gazing about them like men recovered from a trance, when Griffith approached the man who had so successfully conducted them through their perils. The lieutenant grasped the hand of the other as he said, "You have this night proved yourself a faithful pilot, and such a seaman as the world cannot equal." The pressure of the hand was warmly returned by the unknown mariner, who replied, "I am no stranger to the seas, and I may yet find my grave in them. But you, too, have deceived me. You have acted nobly, young man. And Congress?" "What of Congress?" asked Griffith, observing him to pause. "Why, Congress is fortunate if it has many such ships as this," said the stranger, coldly walking away toward the commander. Griffith gazed after him a moment in surprise, but as his duty required his attention, other thoughts soon engaged his mind. The vessel was pronounced to be in safety. The gale was heavy and increasing, but there was a clear sea before them, and as she slowly stretched out into the bosom of the ocean, preparations were made for her security during its continuance. Before midnight everything was in order. A gun from the Ariel soon announced the safety of the schooner also, which had gone out by another and an easier channel that the frigate had not dared to attempt, when the commander directed the usual watch to be set, and the remainder of the crew to seek their necessary repose. The captain withdrew with the mysterious pilot to his own cabin. Griffith gave his last order, and renewing his charge to the officer instructed with the care of the vessel, he wished him a pleasant watch, and sought the refreshment of his own cot. For an hour the young lieutenant lay musing on the events of the day. The remark of Barnstable would occur to him in connection with the singular comment of the boy, and then his thoughts would recur to the pilot, who, taken from the hostile shores of Britain, and with her accent on his tongue, had served them so faithfully and so well. He remembered the anxiety of Captain Munson to procure this stranger at the very hazard from which they had just been relieved, and puzzled himself with conjecturing why a pilot was to be sought at such a risk. His more private feelings would then resume their sway, and the recollection of America, his mistress, and his home, mingled with the confused images of the drowsy youth. The dashing of the billows against the side of the ship, the creaking of guns and bulkheads, with the roaring of the tempest, however, became gradually less and less distinct, until nature yielded to necessity, and the young man forgot even the romantic images of his love in the deep sleep of a seaman. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 6. The letter, aye, the letter, 'tis there a woman loves to speak her wishes. It spares the blushes of the love-sick maiden, and every word's a smile, each line a tongue. Duo. The slumbers of Griffith continued till late on the following morning, when he was awakened by the report of a cannon issuing from the deck above him. He threw himself listlessly from his cot, and perceiving the officer of marines near him, as his servant opened the door of his state-room, he inquired with some little interest in his manner if the ship was in chase of anything, that a gun was fired. "'Tis no more than a hint to the Ariel," the soldier replied, "that there is bunting abroad for them to read. It seems as if all hands were asleep on board her, for we have shown her signal these 10 minutes, and she takes us for a collier, I believe, by the respect she pays it." "Say, rather, that she takes us for an enemy, and is wary," returned Griffith. "Brown Dick has played the English so many tricks himself that he is tender of his faith. Why, they have shown him a yellow flag over a blue one with a cornet, and that spells Ariel in every signal book we have. Surely he can't suspect the English of knowing how to read Yankee." "I've known Yankees read more difficult English," said Griffith, smiling. "But in truth I suppose that Barnstable has been, like myself, keeping a dead reckoning of his time, and his men have profited by the occasion. She is lying to, I trust." "Ay, like a cork in a mill pond. And I dare say you are right. Give Barnstable plenty of sea room, a heavy wind, and but little sail, and he will send his men below, put that fellow he calls Long Tom at the tiller, and follow himself, and sleep as quietly as I ever could at church." "Ah, yours is a somniferous orthodoxy, Captain Manuel," said the young sailor, laughing, while he slipped his arms into the sleeves of a morning roundabout, covered with the gilded trappings of his profession. "Sleep appears to come most naturally to all you idlers. But give me a passage, and I will go up and call the schooner down to us in the turning of an hourglass." The indolent soldier raised himself from the leaning posture he had taken against the door of the state-room, and Griffith proceeded through the dark wardroom, up the narrow stairs that led him to the principal battery of the ship, and thence by another and broader flight of steps to the open deck. The gale still blew strong, but steadily. The blue water of the ocean was rising in mimic mountains that were crowned with white foam, which the wind at times lifted from its kindred element to propel in mist through the air from summit to summit. But the ship rode on these agitated billows with an easy and regular movement that denoted the skill with which her mechanical powers were directed. The day was bright and clear, and the lazy sun, who seemed unwilling to meet the toil of ascending to the meridian, was crossing the heavens with a southern inclination that hardly allowed him to temper the moist air of the ocean with his genial heat. At the distance of a mile, directly in the wind's eye, the Ariel was seen obeying the signal which had caused the dialogue we have related. Her low black hull was barely discernible at moments, when she rose to the crest of a larger wave than common, but the spot of canvas that she exposed to the wind was to be seen, seeming to touch the water on either hand as the little vessel rolled amid the seas. At times she was entirely hid from view, when the faint lines of her raking masts would again be discovered, issuing, as it were, from the ocean, and continuing to ascend until the hull itself would appear, thrusting its bows into the air, surrounded by foam, and apparently ready to take its flight into another element. After dwelling a moment on the beautiful sight we have attempted to describe, Griffith cast his eyes upward to examine, with the keenness of a seaman, the disposition of things aloft, and then turned his attention to those who were on the deck of the frigate. His commander stood in his composed manner, patiently awaiting the execution of his order by the Ariel, and at his side was placed the stranger who had so recently acted such a conspicuous part in the management of the ship. Griffith availed himself of daylight and his situation to examine the appearance of this singular being more closely than the darkness and confusion of the preceding night had allowed. He was a trifle below the middle size in stature, but his form was muscular and athletic, exhibiting the finest proportions of manly beauty. His face appeared rather characterized by melancholy and thought than by that determined decision which he had so powerfully displayed in the moments of their most extreme danger. But Griffith well knew that it could also exhibit looks of the fiercest impatience. At present it appeared to the curious youth, when compared to the glimpses he had caught by the lights of their lanterns, like the ocean at rest, contrasted with the waters around him. The eyes of the pilot rested on the deck, or when they did wander, it was with uneasy and rapid glances. The large pea-jacket that concealed most of his other attire was as roughly made, and of materials as coarse as that worn by the meanest seaman in the vessel, and yet it did not escape the inquisitive gaze of the young lieutenant that it was worn with an air of neatness and care that was altogether unusual in men of his profession. The examination of Griffith ended here, for the near approach of the Ariel attracted the attention of all on the deck of the frigate to the conversation that was about to pass between their respective commanders. As the little schooner rolled along under their stern, Captain Munson directed his subordinate to leave his vessel and repair on board the ship. As soon as the order was received, the Ariel rounded to, and drawing ahead into the smooth water occasioned by the huge fabric that protected her from the gale, the whaleboat was again launched from her decks, and manned by the same crew that had landed on those shores which were now faintly discerned far to leeward, looking like blue clouds on the skirts of the ocean. When Barnstable had entered his boat, a few strokes of the oars sent it dancing over the waves to the side of the ship. The little vessel was then veered off to a distance, where it rode in safety under the care of a boat keeper, and the officer and his men ascended the side of the lofty frigate. The usual ceremonials of reception were rigidly observed by Griffith and his juniors when Barnstable touched the deck, and though every hand was ready to be extended toward the reckless seaman, none presumed to exceed the salutations of official decorum until a short and private dialogue had taken place between him and their captain. In the meantime the crew of the whaleboat passed forward and mingled with the seamen of the frigate, with the exception of the coxswain, who established himself in one of the gangways, where he stood in the utmost composure, fixing his eyes aloft, and shaking his head in evident dissatisfaction as he studied the complicated mass of rigging above him. This spectacle soon attracted to his side some half-dozen youths, with Mr. Mary at their head, who endeavoured to entertain their guest in a manner that should most conduce to the indulgence of their own waggish propensities. The conversation between Barnstable and his superior soon ended, when the former, beckoning to Griffith, passed the wondering group who had collected around the capstan, awaiting his leisure to greet him more cordially, and led the way to the wardroom, with the freedom of one who felt himself no stranger. As this unsocial manner formed no part of the natural temper or ordinary deportment of the man, the remainder of the officers suffered their first lieutenant to follow him alone, believing that duty required that their interview should be private. Barnstable was determined that it should be so, at all events, for he seized the lamp from the mess table and entered the stateroom of his friend, closing the door behind them and turning the key. When they were both within its narrow limits, pointing to the only chair the little apartment contained, with a sort of instinctive deference to his companion's rank, the commander of the schooner threw himself carelessly on a sea-chest, and placing the lamp on the table, he opened the discourse as follows. "What a night we had of it! 20 times I thought I could see the sea breaking over you, and I had given you over as drowned men, or what is worse, as men driven ashore, to be led to the prison ships of these islanders, when I saw your lights in answer to my gun. Had you hoisted the conscience of a murderer, you wouldn't have relieved him more than you did me by showing that bit of tallow and cotton, tipped with flint and steel. But, Griffith, I have a tale to tell of a different kind, of how you slept when you found yourself in deep water, and how your crew strove to outdo their commander, and how all succeeded so well that there was a grey head on board here that began to shake with displeasure, interrupted Griffith. Truly, Dick, you will get into lubberly habits on board that bubble in which you float about, where all hands go to sleep as regularly as the inhabitants of a poultry yard go to roost. Not so bad, not half so bad, Ned, returned the other, laughing. I keep as sharp a discipline as if we wore a flag. To be sure, 40 men can't make as much parade as 300 or 400, but as for making or taking in sail, I'm your better any day. Ay, because a pocket handkerchief is sooner opened and shut than a tablecloth, but I hold it to be unseamanlike to leave any vessel without human eyes, and those open, to watch whether she goes east or west, north or south. And who is guilty of such a dad man's watch? Why, they say aboard here that when it blows hard, you seat the man you call Long Tom by the side of the tiller, tell him to keep her head to sea, and then pipe all hands to their nightcaps, where you all remain, comfortably stowed in your hammocks, until you are awakened by the snoring of your helmsman. 'Tis a damned scandalous insinuation, cried Barnstable, with an indignation that he in vain attempted to conceal. Who gives currency to such a libel, Mr. Griffith? I had it of the marine, said his friend, losing the archness that had instigated him to worry his companion, in the vacant air of one who was careless of everything. But I don't believe half of it myself. I have no doubt you all had your eyes open last night, whatever you might have been about this morning. Ah, this morning there was an oversight indeed, but I was studying a new signal book, Griffith, that has 1,000 times more interest for me than all the bunting you can show from the head to the heel of your masts. What, have you found out the Englishman's private talk? No, no, said the other, stretching forth his hand and grasping the arm of his friend. I met last night one of those Cliffs, who has proved herself what I always believed her to be, and loved her for, a girl of quick thought and bold spirit. Of whom do you speak? Of Catherine? Griffith started from his chair involuntarily at the sound of this name, and the blood passed quickly through the shades of his countenance, leaving it now pale as death, and then burning as if oppressed by a torrent from his heart. Struggling to overcome an emotion which he appeared ashamed to betray even to the friend he most loved, the young man soon recovered himself so far as to resume his seat, when he asked gloomily, "Was she alone?" "She was, but she left with me this paper and this invaluable book, which is worth a library of all other works." The eye of Griffith rested vacantly on the treasure that the other valued so highly, but his hand seized eagerly the open letter which was laid on the table for his perusal. The reader will at once understand that it was in the handwriting of a female, and that it was the communication Barnstable had received from his betrothed on the cliffs. Its contents were as follows: "Believing that Providence may conduct me where we shall meet, or whence I may be able to transmit to you this account, I have prepared a short statement of the situation of Cecilia, Howard, and myself. Not, however, to urge you and Griffith to any rash or foolish hazards, but that you may both sit down, and after due consultation determine what is proper for our relief. By this time you must understand the character of Colonel Howard too well to expect he will ever consent to give his niece to a rebel. He has already sacrificed to his loyalty, as he calls it, but I whisper to Cecilia, 'tis his treason, not only his native country, but no small part of his fortune also. In the frankness of my disposition, you know my frankness, Barnstable, but too well, I confessed to him, after the defeat of the mad attempt Griffith made to carry off Cecilia, in Carolina, that I had been foolish enough to enter into some weak promise to the brother officer who had accompanied the young sailor in his traitorous visits to the plantation. Heigh ho! I sometimes think it would have been better for us all if your ship had never been chased into the river, or after she was there if Griffith had made no attempt to renew his acquaintance with my cousin. The colonel received the intelligence as such a guardian would hear that his ward was about to throw away $30,000 and herself on a traitor to his king and country. I defended you stoutly, said that you had no king, as the tie was dissolved, that America was your country, and that your profession was honorable, but it would not all do. He called you rebel. That I was used to. He said you were a traitor. That, in his vocabulary, amounts to the same thing. He even hinted that you were a coward, and that I knew to be false, and did not hesitate to tell him so. He used 50 opprobrious terms that I cannot remember, but among others were the beautiful epithets of disorganizer, leveler, Democrat, and Jacobin. I hope he did not mean a monk. In short, he acted Colonel Howard in a rage, but as his dominion does not, like that of his favorite kings, continue from generation to generation, and one short year will release me from his power and leave me mistress of my own actions, that is, if your fine promises are to be believed, I bore it all very well, being resolved to suffer anything but martyrdom rather than abandon Cecilia. She, dear girl, has much more to distress her than I can have. She is not only the ward of Colonel Howard, but his niece and his sole heir. I am persuaded this last circumstance makes no difference in either her conduct or her feelings, but he appears to think it gives him a right to tyrannize over her on all occasions. After all, Colonel Howard is a gentleman when you do not put him in a passion, and I believe a thoroughly honest man, and Cecilia even loves him, but a man who is driven from his country in his 60th year with the loss of near half his fortune is not apt to canonize those who compel the change. It seems that when the Howards lived on this island 100 years ago, they dwelt in the county Northumberland. Hither then he brought us, when political events and his dread of becoming the uncle to a rebel induced him to abandon America, as he says, forever. We have been here now 3 months, and for 2/3 of that time we lived in tolerable comfort, but latterly the papers have announced the arrival of the ship and your schooner in France, and from that moment as strict a watch has been kept over us as if we had meditated a renewal of the Carolina flight. The colonel, on his arrival here, hired an old building that is part house, part abbey, part castle, and all prison, because it is said to have once belonged to an ancestor of his. In this delightful dwelling there are many cages that will secure more uneasy birds than we are. About a fortnight ago an alarm was given in a neighboring village, which is situated on the shore, that 2 American vessels, answering your description, had been seen hovering along the coast, and as people in this quarter dream of nothing but that terrible fellow Paul Jones, it was said that he was on board one of them. But I believe that Colonel Howard suspects who you really are. He was very minute in his inquiries, I hear, and since then has established a sort of garrison in the house, under the pretence of defending it against marauders, like those who are said to have laid my Lady Selkirk under contribution. Now understand me, Barnstable, on no account would I have you risk yourself on shore, neither must there be blood spilt if you love me, but that you may know what sort of a place we are confined in, and by whom surrounded, I will describe both our prison and the garrison. The whole building is of stone, and not to be attempted with slight means. It has windings and turnings, both internally and externally, that would require more skill than I possess to make intelligible. But the rooms we inhabit are in the upper or 3rd floor of a wing that you may call a tower, if you are in a romantic mood, but which in truth is nothing but a wing. Would to God I could fly with it! If any accident should bring you in sight of the dwelling, you will know our rooms by the 3 smoky vanes that whiffle about its pointed roof, and also by the windows in that story being occasionally open. Opposite to our windows, at the distance of half a mile, is a retired, unfrequented ruin, concealed in a great measure from observation by a wood, and affording none of the best accommodations, it is true, but shelter in some of its vaults or apartments. I have prepared, according to the explanations you once gave me on this subject, a set of small signals of differently colored silks, and a little dictionary of all the phrases that I could imagine as useful to refer to, properly numbered to correspond with the key and the flags, all of which I shall send you with this letter. You must prepare your own flags, and of course I retain mine, as well as a copy of the key and book. If opportunity should ever offer, we can have at least a pleasant discourse together, you from the top of the old tower in the ruins, and I from the east window of my dressing room. But now for the garrison. In addition to the commandant, Colonel Howard, who retains all the fierceness of his former military profession, there is, as his second in authority, that bane of Cecilia's happiness, Kit Dillon, with his long Savannah face, scornful eyes of black, and skin of the same color. This gentleman, you know, is a distant relative of the Howards, and wishes to be more nearly allied. He is poor, it is true, but then, as the Colonel daily remarks, he is a good and loyal subject, and no rebel. When I asked why he was not in arms in these stirring times, contending for the prince he loves so much, the Colonel answers that it is not his profession, that he has been educated for the law, and was destined to fill one of the highest judicial stations in the colonies, and that he hoped he should yet live to see him sentence certain nameless gentlemen to condign punishment. This was consoling, to be sure, but I bore it. However, he left Carolina with us, and here he is, and here he is likely to continue, unless you can catch him and anticipate his judgment on himself. The Colonel has long desired to see this gentleman, the husband of Cecilia, and since the news of your being on the coast, the siege has nearly amounted to a storm. The consequences are, that my cousin at first kept her room, and then the Colonel kept her there, and even now she is precluded from leaving the wing we inhabit. In addition to these two principal jailers, we are 4 men servants, 2 black and 2 white, and an officer and 20 soldiers from the neighboring town are billeted on us by particular desire, until the coast is declared free from pirates. Yes, that is the musical name they give you. And when their own people land and plunder and rob and murder the men and insult the women, they are called heroes. It is a fine thing to be able to invent names and make dictionaries. And it must be your fault if mine has been framed for no purpose. I declare, when I recollect all the insulting and cruel things I hear in this country of my own and her people, it makes me lose my temper and forget my sex. But do not let my ill humor urge you to anything rash. Remember your life, remember their prisons, remember your reputation. Do not forget your Catherine Plowden. P.S. I had almost forgotten to tell you that in the signal book you will find a more particular description of our prison, where it stands, and a drawing of the grounds, etc. When Griffith concluded this epistle, he returned it to the man to whom it was addressed, and fell back in his chair in an attitude that denoted deep reflection. I knew she was here, or I should have accepted the command offered to me by our commissioners in Paris, he at length uttered, and I thought that some lucky chance might throw her in my way. But this is bringing us close indeed. This intelligence must be acted on, and that promptly. Poor girl, what does she not suffer in such a situation? What a beautiful hand she writes, exclaimed Barnstable. 'Tis as clear and as pretty and as small as her own delicate fingers. Griff, what a logbook she would keep. Cecilia Howard touched the coarse leaves of a logbook, cried the other in amazement, but perceiving Barnstable to be poring over the contents of his mistress' letter, he smiled at their mutual folly, and continued silent. After a short time spent in cool reflection, Griffith inquired of his friend the nature and circumstances of his interview with Catherine Plowden. Barnstable related it briefly as it occurred, in the manner already known to the reader. Then, said Griffith, Mary is the only one besides ourselves who knows of this meeting, and he will be too chary of the reputation of his kinswoman to mention it. Her reputation needs no shield, Mr. Griffith, cried her lover. 'Tis as spotless as the canvas above your head. And, peace, dear Richard, I entreat your pardon. My words may have conveyed more than I intended, but it is important that our measures should be secret as well as prudently concerted. We must get them both off, returned Barnstable, forgetting his displeasure the moment it was exhibited, and that too before the old man takes it into his wise head to leave the coast. Did you ever get a sight of his instructions, or does he keep silent? As the grave, this is the first time we have left port that he has not conversed freely with me on the nature of the cruise, but not a syllable has been exchanged between us on the subject since we sailed from Brest. Ah, that is your Jersey bashfulness, said Barnstable. Wait till I come alongside him. with my Eastern curiosity, and I pledge myself to get it out of him in an hour." "'Twill be diamond cut diamond, I doubt," said Griffith, laughing. "You will find him as acute at evasion as you can possibly be at a cross-examination. At any rate, he gives me a chance to day. You know, I suppose, that he sent for me to attend a consultation of his officers on important matters." "I did not," returned Griffith, fixing his eyes intently on the speaker. "What has he to offer?" "Nay, that you must ask your pilot." For while talking to me, the old man would turn and look at the stranger every minute, as if watching for signals how to steer. "There is a mystery about that man, and our connection with him, that I cannot fathom," said Griffith. "But I hear the voice of Manuel calling for me. We are wanted in the cabin. Remember, you do not leave the ship without seeing me again." "No, no, my dear fellow. From the public we must retire to another private consultation." The young men arose, and Griffith, throwing off the roundabout in which he had appeared on deck, drew on a coat of more formal appearance, and taking a sword carelessly in his hand, they proceeded together along the passage already described to the gun deck, where they entered, with the proper ceremonials, into the principal cabin of the frigate. Chapter 7 of The Pilot, by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 7. Sempronius Speak. Cato. The arrangements for the consultation were brief and simple. The veteran commander of the frigate received his officers with punctilious respect, and pointing to the chairs that were placed around the table, which was a fixture in the center of his cabin, he silently seated himself, and his example was followed by all without further ceremony. In taking their stations, however, a quiet but rigid observance was paid to the rights of seniority and rank. On the right of the captain was placed Griffith, as next in authority, and opposite to him was seated the commander of the schooner. The officer of marines, who was included in the number, held the next situation in point of precedence, the same order being observed to the bottom of the table, which was occupied by a hard-featured, square-built, athletic man, who held the office of sailing master. When order was restored after the short interruption of taking their places, the officer, who had required the advice of his inferiors, opened the business on which he demanded their opinions. "My instructions direct me, gentlemen," he said, after making the coast of England, "to run the land down." The hand of Griffith was elevated respectfully for silence, and the veteran paused with a look that inquired the reason of his interruption. "We are not alone," said the lieutenant, glancing his eye toward the part of the cabin where the pilot stood, leaning on one of the guns, in an attitude of easy indulgence. The stranger moved not at this direct hint, neither did his eye change from its close survey of a chart that lay near him on the deck. The captain dropped his voice to tones of cautious respect as he replied, "'Tis only Mr. Gray. His services will be necessary on the occasion, and therefore nothing need be concealed from him." Glances of surprise were exchanged among the young men, but Griffith, bowing his silent acquiescence in the decision of his superior, the latter proceeded. "I was ordered to watch for certain signals from the headlands that we made, and was furnished with the best of charts and such directions as enabled us to stand into the bay we entered last night. We have now obtained a pilot, and one who has proved himself a skilful man, such a one, gentlemen, as no officer need hesitate to rely on in any emergency, either on account of his integrity or his knowledge." The veteran paused and turned his looks on the countenances of the listeners, as if to collect their sentiments on this important point. Receiving no other reply than the one conveyed by the silent inclinations of the heads of his hearers, the commander resumed his explanations, referring to an open paper in his hand. It is known to you all, gentlemen, that the unfortunate question of retaliation has been much agitated between the two governments, our own and that of the enemy. For this reason, and for certain political purposes, it has become an object of solicitude with our commissioners in Paris to obtain a few individuals of character from the enemy, who may be held as a check on their proceedings, while at the same time it brings the evils of war from our own shores home to those who have caused it. An opportunity now offers to put this plan in execution, and I have collected you in order to consult on the means." A profound silence succeeded this unexpected communication of the object of their cruise. After a short pause, their captain added, addressing himself to the sailing master, "What course would you advise me to pursue, Mr. Boltrope?" The weather-beaten seaman, who was thus called on to break through the difficulties of a knotty point with his opinion, laid one of his short bony hands on the table and began to twirl an inkstand with great industry, while with the other he conveyed a pen to his mouth, which was apparently masticated with all the relish that he could possibly have felt had it been a leaf from the famous Virginian weed. But perceiving that he was expected to answer, after looking first to his right hand and then to his left, he spoke as follows, in a hoarse, thick voice, in which the fogs of the ocean seemed to have united with sea damps and colds to destroy everything like melody. "If this matter is ordered, it is to be done, I suppose," he said, "for the old rule runs, 'Obey orders if you break owners,' though the maxim which says 'one hand for the owner and t'other for yourself' is quite as good, and has saved many a hardy fellow from a fall that would have balanced the purser's books. Not that I mean a purser's books are not as good as any other man's, but that when a man is dead his account must be closed, or there will be a false muster. Well, if the thing is to be done, the next question is, how is it to be done? There is many a man that knows there is too much canvas on a ship, who can't tell how to shorten sail. Well, then, if the thing is really to be done, we must either land a gang to seize them, or we must show false lights and sham colours to lead them off to the ship. As for landing, Captain Munson, I can only speak for one man, and that is myself, wishes to say that if you run the ship with her jib boom into the King of England's parlour windows, why, I'm consenting, nor do I care how much of his crockery is cracked in so doing. But as to putting the print of my foot on one of his sandy beaches, if I do, that is always speaking for only one man, and saving your presence, may I hope to be damned." The young men smiled as the tough old seaman uttered his sentiments so frankly, rising with his subject to that which with him was the climax of all discussion. But his commander, who was but a more improved scholar from the same rough school, appeared to understand his arguments entirely, and without altering a muscle of his rigid countenance, he required the opinion of the junior lieutenant. The young man spoke firmly, but modestly, though the amount of what he said was not much more distinct than that uttered by the master, and was very much to the same purpose, with the exception that he appeared to entertain no personal reluctance to trusting himself on dry ground. The opinions of the others grew gradually more explicit and clear, as they ascended in the scale of rank, until it came to the turn of the captain of marines to speak. There was a trifling exhibition of professional pride about the soldier, in delivering his sentiments on a subject that embraced a good deal more of his peculiar sort of duty than ordinarily occurred in the usual operations of the frigate. "It appears to me, sir, that the success of this expedition depends altogether upon the manner in which it is conducted." After this lucid opening, the soldier hesitated a moment, as if to collect his ideas for a charge that should look down all opposition, and proceeded. "The landing, of course, will be effected on a fair beach, under cover of the frigate's guns, and could it be possibly done, the schooner should be anchored in such a manner as to throw in a flanking fire on the point of debarkation. The arrangements for the order of march must a good deal depend on the distance to go over, though I should think, sir, an advanced party of seamen, to act as pioneers for the column of marines, should be pushed a short distance in front, while the baggage and baggage guard might rest upon the frigate until the enemy was driven into the interior, when it could advance without danger. There should be flank guards under the orders of 2 of the oldest midshipmen, and a light corps might be formed of the topmen to co-operate with the marines. Of course, sir, Mr. Griffith will lead in person the musketmen and boarders, armed with their long pikes, whom I presume he will hold in reserve, as I trust my military claims and experience entitle me to the command of the main body." "Well done, Field Marshal," cried Barnstable, with a glee that seldom regarded time or place. "You should never let salt water mould your buttons, but in Washington's camp, ay, and in Washington's tent, you should swing your hammock in future. Why, sir, do you think we are about to invade England?" "I know that every military movement should be executed with precision, Captain Barnstable," returned the marine. "I am too much accustomed to hear the sneers of the sea officers to regard what I know proceeds from ignorance. If Captain Munson is disposed to employ me and my commands in this expedition, I trust he will discover that marines are good for something more than to mount guard and pay salutes." Then turning haughtily from his antagonist, he continued to address himself to their common superior, as if disdaining further intercourse with one who, from the nature of the case, must be unable to comprehend the force of what he said. "It will be prudent, Captain Munson, to send out a party to reconnoitre before we march, and as it may be necessary to defend ourselves in case of a repulse, I would beg leave to recommend that a corps be provided with entrenching tools to accompany the expedition. They would be extremely useful, sir, in assisting to throw up field works, though I doubt not tools might be found in abundance in this country, and labourers impressed for the service on an emergency." This was too much for the risibility of Barnstable, who broke forth in a fit of scornful laughter, which no one saw proper to interrupt, though Griffith, on turning his head to conceal the smile that was gathering on his own face, perceived the fierce glance which the pilot threw at the merry seamen, and wondered at its significance and impatience. When Captain Munson thought that the mirth of a lieutenant was concluded, he mildly desired his reasons for amusing himself so exceedingly with the plans of the marine. "'Tis a chart for a campaign," cried Barnstable, "and should be sent off express to Congress before the Frenchmen are brought into the field." "Have you any better plan to propose, Mr. Barnstable?" inquired the patient commander. "Better! Ay, one that will take no time, and cause no trouble to execute it," cried the other. "'Tis a seaman's job, sir, and must be done with a seaman's means." "Pardon me, Captain Barnstable," interrupted the marine, whose jocular vein was entirely absorbed in his military pride. "If there be service to be done on shore, I claim it as my right to be employed." "Claim what you will, soldier, but how will you carry on the war with a parcel of fellows who don't know one end of a boat from the other?" returned the reckless sailor. "Do you think that a barge or a cutter is to be beached in the same manner you ground firelock by word of command? No, no, Captain Manuel. I honour your courage, for I have seen it tried, but deuce if you forget we wait for your project, Mr. Barnstable," said the veteran. "I crave your patience, sir, but no project is necessary. Point out the bearings and distance of the place where the men you want are to be found, and I will take the heel of the gale and run into the land, always speaking for good water and no rocks. Mr. Pilot, you will accompany me, for you carry as true a map of the bottom of these seas in your head as ever was made of dry ground. I will look out for good anchorage, or if the wind should blow off shore, let the schooner stand off and on, till we should be ready to take the broad sea again. I would land out of my whale boat with Long Tom and a boat's crew, and finding out the place you will describe, we shall go up and take the men you want, and bring them aboard. It's all plain sailing, though as it is a well-peopled country it may be necessary to do our shore work in the dark." "Mr. Griffith, we only wait for your sentiments," proceeded the captain, "when by comparing opinions we may decide on the most prudent course." The first lieutenant had been much absorbed in thought during the discussion of the subject, and might have been on that account better prepared to give his opinion with effect. Pointing to the man who yet stood behind him, leaning on a gun, he commenced by asking, "Is it your intention that man shall accompany the party?" "It is." "And from him you expect the necessary information, sir, to guide our movements?" "You are altogether right." "If, sir, he has but a moiety of the skill on the land that he possesses on the water, I will answer for his success," returned the lieutenant, bowing slightly to the stranger, who received the compliment by a cold inclination of his head. "I must desire the indulgence of both Mr. Barnstable and Captain Manuel," he continued, "and claim the command as of right belonging to my rank." "It belongs naturally to the schooner," exclaimed the impatient Barnstable. "There may be enough for us all to do," said Griffith, elevating a finger to the other, in a manner and with an impressive look that was instantly comprehended. "I neither agree wholly with the one nor the other of these gentlemen. 'Tis said that since our appearance on the coast, the dwellings of many of the gentry are guarded by small detachments of soldiers from the neighbouring towns." "Who says it?" asked the pilot, advancing among them with a suddenness that caused a general silence. "I say it, sir," returned the lieutenant, when the momentary surprise had passed away. "Can you vouch for it?" "I can." "Name a house or an individual that is thus protected." Griffith gazed at the man who thus forgot himself in the midst of a consultation like the present, and yielding to his native pride, hesitated to reply. But mindful of the declarations of his captain, and the recent services of the pilot, he at length said, with a little embarrassment of manner, "I know it to be the fact, in the dwelling of a Colonel Howard, who resides but a few leagues to the north of us." The stranger started at the name, and then raising his eye keenly to the face of the young man, appeared to study his thoughts in his varying countenance. But the action and the pause that followed were of short continuance. His lip slightly curled, whether in scorn or with a concealed smile would have been difficult to say, so closely did it resemble both, and as he dropped quietly back to his place at the gun, he said, "'Tis more than probable you are right, sir, and if I might presume to advise Captain Munson, it would be to lay great weight on your opinion." Griffith turned to see if he could comprehend more meaning in the manner of the stranger than his words expressed, but his face was again shaded by his hand, and his eyes were once more fixed on the chart with the same vacant abstraction as before. "I have said, sir, that I agree wholly neither with Mr. Barnstable nor Captain Manuel," continued the lieutenant after a short pause. "The command of this party is mine, as the senior officer, and I must beg leave to claim it. I certainly do not think the preparation that Captain Manuel advises necessary. Neither would I undertake the duty with as little caution as Mr. Barnstable proposes. If there are soldiers to be encountered, we should have soldiers to oppose them. But as it must be sudden boat work, and regular evolutions must give place to a seaman's bustle, a sea officer should command. Is my request granted, Captain Munson?" The veteran replied without hesitation, "It is, sir. It was my intention to offer you the service, and I rejoice to see you accept it so cheerfully." Griffith with difficulty concealed the satisfaction with which he listened to his commander, and a radiant smile illumined his pale features when he observed, "With me then, sir, let the responsibility rest. I request that Captain Manuel with 20 men may be put under my orders, if that gentleman does not dislike the duty." The marine bowed, and cast a glance of triumph at Barnstable. "I will take my own cutter, with her tried crew, go on board the schooner, and when the wind lulls, we will run in to the land, and then be governed by circumstances." The commander of the schooner threw back the triumphant look of the marine, and exclaimed in his joyous manner, 'Tis a good plan, and done like a seaman, Mr. Griffith. Ay, ay, let the schooner be employed, and if it be necessary, you shall see her anchored in one of their duck ponds, with her broadside to bear on the parlour windows of the best house in the island. But 20 marines, they will cause a jam in my little craft." "Not a man less than 20 would be prudent," returned Griffith. "More service may offer than that we seek." Barnstable well understood his allusion, but still he replied, "Make it all seamen, and I will give you room for 30. But these soldiers never know how to stow away their arms and legs, unless at a drill. One will take the room of 2 sailors. They swing their hammocks athwart ships, heads to leeward, and then turn out wrong end uppermost at the call. Why, damn it, sir, the chalk and rotten stone of 20 soldiers will choke my hatches." "Give me the launch, Captain Munson," exclaimed the indignant marine, "and we will follow Mr. Griffith in an open boat, rather than put Captain Barnstable to so much inconvenience." "No, no, Manuel," cried the other, extending his muscular arm across the table with an open palm to the soldier. "You would all become so many Jonahs in uniform, and I doubt whether the fish could digest your cartridge boxes and bayonet belts. You shall go with me, and learn with your own eyes whether we keep the cat's watch aboard the Ariel that you joke about." The laugh was general, at the expense of the soldier, if we except the pilot and the commander of the frigate. The former was a silent and apparently an abstracted, but in reality a deeply interested listener to the discourse, and there were moments when he bent his looks on the speakers as if he sought more in their characters than was exhibited by the gay trifling of the moment. Captain Munson seldom allowed a muscle of his wrinkled features to disturb their repose, and if he had not the real dignity to repress the untimely mirth of his officers, he had too much good nature to wish to disturb their harmless enjoyments. He expressed himself satisfied with the proposed arrangements, and beckoned to his steward to place before them the usual beverage, with which all their consultations concluded. The sailing master appeared to think that the same order was to be observed in their potations as in council, and helping himself to an allowance which retained its hue even in its diluted state, he first raised it to the light, and then observed, "This ship's water is nearly the colour of rum itself. If it only had its flavour, what a set of hardy dogs we should be! Mr. Griffith, I find you are willing to haul your land tax aboard. Well, it's natural for youth to love the earth, but there is one man, and he is sailing master of this ship, who saw land enough last night to last him a 12-month. But if you will go, here's a good landfall, and a better offing to you. Captain Munson, my respects to you. I say, sir, if we should keep the ship more to the southward, it's my opinion, and that's but one man's, we should fall in with some of the enemy's homeward bound West Indiamen, and find wherewithal to keep the life in us when we see fit to go ashore ourselves." As the tough old sailor made frequent application of the glass to his mouth with one hand, and kept a firm hold of the decanter with the other, during this speech, his companions were compelled to listen to his eloquence, or depart with their thirst unassuaged. Barnstable, however, quite coolly dispossessed the tar of the bottle, and mixing for himself a more equal potation, observed in the act, "That is the most remarkable glass of grog you have, bolt rope, that I ever sailed with. It draws as little water as the Ariel, and is as hard to find the bottom. If your spirit room enjoys the same sort of engine to replenish it as you pump out your rum, Congress will sail this frigate cheaply." The other officers helped themselves with still greater moderation, Griffith barely moistening his lips, and the pilot rejecting the offered glass altogether. Captain Munson continued standing, and his officers, perceiving that their presence was no longer necessary, bowed and took their leave. As Griffith was retiring last, he felt a hand laid lightly on his shoulder, and turning, perceived that he was detained by the pilot. "Mr. Griffith," he said, when they were quite alone with the commander of the frigate, "the occurrences of the last night should teach us confidence in each other. Without it we go on a dangerous and fruitless errand." "Is the hazard equal?" returned the youth. "I am known to all to be the man I seem. am in the service of my country, belong to a family, and enjoy a name that is a pledge for my loyalty to the cause of America, and yet I trust myself on hostile ground in the midst of enemies, with a weak arm, and under circumstances where treachery would prove my ruin. Who and what is the man who thus enjoys your confidence, Captain Munson? I ask the question less for myself than for the gallant men who will fearlessly follow wherever I lead." A shade of dark displeasure crossed the features of the stranger at one part of this speech, and at its close he sank into deep thought. The commander, however, replied, "There is a show of reason in your question, Mr. Griffith, and yet you are not the man to be told that implicit obedience is what I have a right to expect. I have not your pretensions, sir, by birth or education, and yet Congress have not seen proper to overlook my years and services. I command this frigate." "Say no more," interrupted the pilot. "There is reason in his doubts, and they shall be appeased. I like the proud and fearless eye of the young man, and while he dreads a gibbet from my hands, I will show him how to repose a noble confidence. Read this, sir, and tell me if you distrust me now." While the stranger spoke, he thrust his hand into the bosom of his dress, and drew forth a parchment, decorated with ribbons, and bearing a massive seal, which he opened and laid on the table before the youth. As he pointed with his finger impressively to different parts of the writing, his eye kindled with a look of unusual fire, and there was a faint tinge discernible on his pallid features when he spoke. "See," he said, "royalty itself does not hesitate to bear witness in my favor, and that is not a name to occasion dread to an American." Griffith gazed with wonder at the fair signature of the unfortunate Louis, which graced the bottom of the parchment, but when his eye obeyed the signal of the stranger, and rested on the body of the instrument, he started back from the table, and fixing his animated eyes on the pilot, he cried, while a glow of fiery courage flitted across his countenance, "Lead on! I'll follow you to death!" A smile of gratified exultation struggled round the lips of the stranger, who took the arm of the young man and led him into a stateroom, leaving the commander of the frigate standing in his unmoved and quiet manner, a spectator of, but hardly an actor in, the scene. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 8. Fierce bounding, forward sprang the ship, like a greyhound starting from the slip, to seize his flying prey. Lord of the Isles. Although the subject of the consultation remained a secret with those whose opinions were required, yet enough of the result leaked out among the subordinate officers to throw the whole crew into a state of eager excitement. The rumor spread itself along the decks of the frigate with the rapidity of an alarm that an expedition was to attempt the shore on some hidden service, dictated by the Congress itself, and conjectures were made respecting its force and destination, with all that interest which might be imagined would exist among the men whose lives or liberties were to abide the issue. A gallant and reckless daring, mingled with the desire of novelty, however, was the prevailing sentiment among the crew, who would have received with cheers the intelligence that their vessel was commanded to force the passage of the United British Fleet. A few of the older and more prudent of the sailors were exceptions to this thoughtless hardihood, and one or two, among whom the coxswain of the whaleboat was the most conspicuous, ventured to speak doubtingly of all sorts of land service as being of a nature never to be attempted by seamen. Captain Manuel had his men paraded in the weather gangway, and after a short address calculated to inflame their military ardor and patriotism, acquainted them that he required 20 volunteers, which was in truth half their number, for a dangerous service. After a short pause, the company stepped forward like one man, and announced themselves as ready to follow him to the end of the world. The marine cast a look over his shoulder, at this gratifying declaration in quest of Barnstable, but observing that the sailor was occupied with some papers on a distant part of the quarter-deck, he proceeded to make a most impartial division among the candidates for glory, taking care at the same time to call his company in such a manner as to give himself the flower of his men, and consequently to leave the ship the refuse. While this arrangement was taking place, and the crew of the frigate was in this state of excitement, Griffith ascended to the deck, his countenance flushed with unusual enthusiasm, and his eyes beaming with a look of animation and gaiety that had long been strangers to the face of the young man. He was giving forth the few necessary orders to the seamen he was to take with him from the ship, when Barnstable again motioned him to follow, and led the way once more to the state room. "Let the wind blow its pipe out," said the commander of the Ariel when they were seated. "There will be no landing on the eastern coast of England till the sea goes down. But this Kate was made for a sailor's wife. See, Griffith, what a set of signals she has formed out of her own cunning head." "I hope your opinion may prove true, and that you may be the happy sailor who is to wed her," returned the other. "The girl has indeed discovered surprising art in this business. Where could she have learnt the method and system so well?" "Where? Why, where she learnt better things. How to prize a whole-hearted seaman, for instance. Do you think that my tongue was jammed in my mouth all the time we used to sit by the side of the river in Carolina, and that we found nothing to talk about?" "Did you amuse your mistress with treatises on the art of navigation and the science of signals?" said Griffith, smiling. "I answered her questions, Mr. Griffith, as any civil man would to a woman he loved. The girl has as much curiosity as one of my own townswomen who has weathered Cape 40 without a husband, and her tongue goes like a dog vane in a calm, first one way and then another. But here is her dictionary. Now own, Griff, in spite of your college learning and sentimentals, that a woman of ingenuity and cleverness is a very good sort of a helpmate." "I never doubted the merits of Miss Plowden," said the other with a droll gravity that often mingled with his deeper feelings, the result of a sailor's habits blended with native character. "But this indeed surpasses all my expectations. Why, she has in truth made a most judicious selection of phrases. Number 168, indelible; 169, end only with life; 170, I fear yours misleads me; 171. "Pshaw!" exclaimed Barnstable, snatching the book from before the laughing eyes of Griffith. "What folly to throw away our time now on such nonsense! What think you of this expedition to the land?" "That it may be the means of rescuing the ladies, though it fail in making the prisoners we anticipate." "But this pilot, you remember that he holds us by our necks, and can run us all up to the yard arm of some English ship whenever he chooses to open his throat at their threats or bribes." "It would have been better that he should have cast the ship ashore when he had her entangled in the shoals. It would have been our last thought to suspect him of treachery then," returned Griffith. "I follow him with confidence, and must believe that we are safer with him than we should be without him." "Let him lead to the dwelling of his fox-hunting ministers of state," cried Barnstable, thrusting his book of signals into his bosom. "But here is a chart that will show us the way to the port we wish to find. Let my foot once more touch terra firma, and you may write Craven against my name, if that laughing vixen slips her cable before my eyes, and shoots into the wind's eye again like a flying fish chased by a dolphin. Mr. Griffith, we must have the chaplain with us to the shore." "The madness of love is driving you into the errors of the soldier. Would you lie by to hear sermons with a flying party like ours?" "Nay, nay, we must lay to for nothing that is not unavoidable, but there are so many tacks in such a chase, when one has time to breathe, that we might as well spend our leisure in getting that fellow to splice us together. He has a handy way with a prayer book, and could do the job as well as a bishop. And I should like to be able to say that this is the last time these two saucy names, which are written at the bottom of this letter, should ever be seen sailing in the company of each other." "It will not do," said his friend, shaking his head and endeavouring to force a smile which his feelings suppressed. "It will not do, Richard. We must yield our own inclinations to the service of our country. Nor is this pilot a man who will consent to be led from his purpose." "Then let him follow his purpose alone," cried Barnstable. "There is no human power, always saving my superior officer, that shall keep me from throwing abroad these tiny signals, and having a private talk with my dark-eyed Kate. But for a paltry pilot, he may luff and bear away as he pleases, while I shall steer as true as a magnet for that old ruin, where I can bring my eyes to bear on that romantic wing and three smoky vanes. Not that I'll forget my duty. No, I'll help you catch the Englishman. But when that is done, hey for Catherine Plowden and my true love!" "Hush, madcap! The wardroom holds long ears, and our bulkheads grow thin by wear. I must keep you and myself to our duty. This is no children's game that we play. It seems the commissioners at Paris have thought proper to employ a frigate in the sport." Barnstable's gaiety was a little repressed by the grave manner of his companion, but after reflecting a moment, he started to his feet and made the usual movements for departure. "Whither?" asked Griffith, gently detaining his impatient friend. "To old Moderate. I have a proposal to make that may remove every difficulty." "Name it to me, then. I am in his council, and may save you the trouble and mortification of a refusal." "How many of those gentry does he wish to line his cabin with?" "The pilot has named no less than 6, all men of rank and consideration with the enemy. 2 of them are peers, 2 more belong to the Commons' House of Parliament. One is a general, and the 6th, like ourselves, is a sailor, and holds the rank of captain. They muster at a hunting seat near the coast, and believe me, the scheme is not without its plausibility." "Well, then, there are 2 apiece for us. You follow the pilot, if you will, but let me sheer off for this dwelling of Colonel Howard, with my coxswain and boat's crew. I will surprise his house, release the ladies, and on my way back lay my hands on 2 of the first lords I fall in with. I suppose, for our business, one is as good as another." Griffith could not repress a faint laugh, while he replied, "Though they are said to be each other's peers, there is, I believe, some difference even in the quality of lords. England might thank us for ridding her of some among them. Neither are they to be found like beggars under every hedge. No, no, the men we seek must have something better than their nobility to recommend them to our favour. But let us examine more closely into this plan and map of Miss Plowden. Something may occur that shall yet bring the place within our circuit, like a contingent duty of the cruise." Barnstable reluctantly relinquished his own wild plan to the more sober judgment of his friend, and they passed an hour together, inquiring into the practicability and consulting on the means of making their public duty subserve the purpose of their private feelings. The gale continued to blow heavily during the whole of that morning, but toward noon the usual indications of better weather became apparent. During these few hours of inaction in the frigate, the marines who were drafted for service on the land moved through the vessel with a busy and stirring air, as if they were about to participate in the glory and danger of the campaign their officer had planned, while the few seamen who were to accompany the expedition steadily paced the deck, with their hands thrust into the bosoms of their neat blue jackets, or occasionally stretched toward the horizon as their fingers traced for their less experienced shipmates the signs of an abatement in the gale among the driving clouds. The last lagger among the soldiers had appeared, with his knapsack on his back, in the lee gangway, where his comrades were collected, armed and accoutred for the strife, when Captain Munson ascended to the quarter-deck, accompanied by the stranger and his first lieutenant. A word was spoken by the latter in a low voice to a midshipman, who skipped gaily along the deck, and presently the shrill call of the boatswain was heard, preceding the hoarse cry of "Away there, you tigers, away!" A smart roll of the drum followed, and the marines paraded, while the 6 seamen who belonged to the cutter that owned so fierce a name made their preparations for lowering their little bark from the quarter of the frigate into the troubled sea. Everything was conducted in the most exact order, and with a coolness and skill that bade defiance to the turbulence of the angry elements. The marines were safely transported from the ship to the schooner, under the favouring shelter of the former, though the boat appeared at times to be seeking the cavities of the ocean, and again to be riding in the clouds as she passed from one vessel to the other. At length it was announced that the cutter was ready to receive the officers of the party. The pilot walked aside and held private discourse for a few moments with the commander, who listened to his sentences with marked and singular attention. When their conference was ended, the veteran bared his grey head to the blasts, offered his hand to the other with a seaman's frankness, mingled with the deference of an inferior. The compliment was courteously returned by the stranger, who turned quickly on his heel and directed the attention of those who awaited his movements by a significant gesture to the gangway. "Come, gentlemen, let us go," said Griffith, starting from a reverie, and bowing his hasty compliments to his brethren in arms. When it appeared that his superiors were ready to enter the boat, the boy, who by nautical courtesy was styled Mr. Merry, and who had been ordered to be in readiness, sprang over the side of the frigate and glided into the cutter with the activity of a squirrel. But the captain of marines paused and cast a meaning glance at the pilot, whose place it was to precede him. The stranger, as he lingered on the deck, was examining the aspect of the heavens, and seemed unconscious of the expectations of the soldier, who gave vent to his impatience after a moment's detention by saying, "We wait for you, Mr. Gray." Aroused by the sound of his name, the pilot glanced his quick eye on the speaker, but instead of advancing, he gently bent his body as he again signed toward the gangway with his hand. To the astonishment not only of the soldier, but of all who witnessed this breach of naval etiquette, Griffith bowed low and entered the boat with the same promptitude as if he were preceding an admiral. Whether the stranger became conscious of his want of courtesy, or was too indifferent to surrounding objects to note occurrences, he immediately followed himself, leaving to the marine the post of honor. The latter, who was distinguished for his skill in all matters of naval or military etiquette, thought proper to apologize at a fitting time to the first lieutenant for suffering his senior officer to precede him into a boat, but never failed to show a becoming exultation when he recounted the circumstance by dwelling on the manner in which he had brought down the pride of the haughty pilot. Barnstable had been several hours on board his little vessel, which was every way prepared for their reception, and as soon as the heavy cutter of the frigate was hoisted on her deck, he announced that the schooner was ready to sail. It has been already intimated that the Ariel belonged to the smallest class of sea vessels, and as the symmetry of her construction reduced even that size in appearance, she was peculiarly well adapted to the sort of service in which she was about to be employed. Notwithstanding her lightness rendered her nearly as buoyant as a cork, and at times she actually seemed to ride on the foam. Her low decks were perpetually washed by the heavy seas that dashed against her frail sides, and she tossed and rolled in the hollows of the waves in a manner that compelled even the practised seamen who trod her decks to move with guarded steps. Still she was trimmed and cleared with an air of nautical neatness and attention that afforded the utmost possible room for her dimensions, and though in miniature she wore the trappings of war as proudly as if the metal she bore was of a more fatal and dangerous character. The Murderous gun, which since the period of which we are writing has been universally adopted in all vessels of inferior size, was then in the infancy of its invention, and was known to the American mariner only by reputation under the appalling name of a smasher. Of a vast caliber, though short and easily managed, its advantages were even in that early day beginning to be appreciated, and the largest ships were thought to be unusually well provided with the means of offence when they carried 2 or 3 cannon of this formidable invention among their armament. At a later day this weapon has been improved and altered until its use has become general in vessels of a certain size, taking its appellation from the Carron, on the banks of which river it was first moulded. In place of these carronades, 6 light brass cannon were firmly lashed to the bulwarks of the Ariel, their brazen throats blackened by the sea water which so often broke harmlessly over these engines of destruction. In the centre of the vessel, between her 2 masts, a gun of the same metal, but of nearly twice the length of the other, was mounted on a carriage of a new and singular construction, which admitted of its being turned in any direction so as to be of service in most of the emergencies that occur in naval warfare. The eye of the pilot examined this armament closely, and then turned to the well-ordered decks. the neat and compact rigging, and the hearty faces of the fine young crew with manifest satisfaction. Contrary to what had been his practice during the short time he had been with them, he uttered his gratification freely and aloud. "You have a tight boat, Mr. Barnstable," he said, "and a gallant-looking crew. You promise good service, sir, in time of need, and that hour may not be far distant." "The sooner the better," returned the reckless sailor. "I have not had an opportunity of scaling my guns since we quitted Brest, though we passed several of the enemy's cutters coming up Channel, with whom our bulldogs longed for a conversation. Mr. Griffith will tell you, pilot, that my little sixes can speak on occasion with a voice nearly as loud as the frigate's 18s." "But not to as much purpose," observed Griffith. "Vox et praeterea nihil, as we said at school." "I know nothing of your Greek and Latin, Mr. Griffith," retorted the commander of the Ariel, "but if you mean that those 7 brass playthings won't throw a round shot as far as any gun of their size and height above the water, or won't scatter grape and canister with any blunderbuss in your ship, you may possibly find an opportunity that will convince you to the contrary before we part company." "They promise well," said the pilot, who was evidently ignorant of the good understanding that existed between the two officers, and wished to conciliate all under his directions, "and I doubt not they will argue the leading points of a combat with good discretion. I see that you have christened them, I suppose for their respective merits. They are indeed expressive names." "'Tis the freak of an idle moment," said Barnstable, laughing, as he glanced his eye to the cannon, above which were painted the several quaint names of Boxer, Plumper, Grinder, Scatterer, Exterminator, and Nail driver. "Why have you thrown the midship gun without the pale of your baptism?" asked the pilot. "Or do you know it by the usual title of the Old Woman?" "No, no, I have no such petticoat terms on board me," cried the other. "But move more to starboard, and you will see its style painted on the cheeks of the carriage. It's a name that need not cause them to blush either. 'Tis a singular epithet, though not without some meaning." "It has more than you perhaps dream of, sir. That worthy seaman whom you see leaning against the foremast, and who would serve on occasion for a spare spar himself, is the captain of that gun, and more than once has decided some warm disputes with John Bull by the manner in which he has wielded it. No marine can drill his musket more easily than my coxswain can train his 9-pounder on an object, and thus from their connection and some resemblance there is between them in length, it has got the name which you perceive it carries, that of Long Tom." The pilot smiled as he listened, but turning away from the speaker, the deep reflection that crossed his brow but too plainly showed that he trifled only from momentary indulgence, and Griffith intimated to Barnstable that as the gale was sensibly abating, they would pursue the object of their destination. Thus recalled to his duty, the commander of the schooner forgot the delightful theme of expatiating on the merits of his vessel, and issued the necessary orders to direct their movements. The little schooner slowly obeyed the impulse of her helm, and fell off before the wind, when the folds of her square sail, though limited by a prudent reef, were opened to the blast, and she shot away from her consort like a meteor dancing across the waves. The black mass of the frigate's hull soon sunk in distance, and long before the sun had fallen below the hills of England, her tall masts were barely distinguishable by the small cloud of sail that held the vessel to her station. As the ship disappeared, the land seemed to issue out of the bosom of the deep, and so rapid was their progress that the dwellings of the gentry, the humbler cottages, and even the dim lines of the hedges became gradually more distinct to the eyes of the bold mariners, until they were beset with the gloom of evening, when the whole scene faded from their view in the darkness of the hour, leaving only the faint outline of the land visible in the track before them, and the sullen billows of the ocean raging with appalling violence in their rear. Still the little Ariel held on her way, skimming the ocean like a waterfowl seeking its place of nightly rest, and shooting in towards the land as fearlessly as if the dangers of the preceding night were already forgotten. No shoals or rocks appeared to arrest her course, and we must leave her gliding into the dark streak that was thrown from the high and rocky cliffs that lined a basin of bold entrance, where the mariners often sought and found a refuge from the dangers of the German Ocean. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of the Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 9. Sirrah, how dare you leave your barley broth to come in armor thus against your king? Drama. The large irregular building inhabited by Colonel Howard well deserved the name it had received from the pen of Catherine Plowden. Notwithstanding the confusion in its orders, owing to the different ages in which its several parts had been erected, the interior was not wanting in that appearance of comfort which forms the great characteristic of English domestic life. Its dark and intricate mazes of halls, galleries, and apartments were all well provided with good and substantial furniture, and whatever might have been the purposes of their original construction, they were now peacefully appropriated to the service of a quiet and well-ordered family. There were divers portentous traditions of cruel separations and blighted loves, which always linger like cobwebs around the walls of old houses, to be heard here also, and which doubtless in abler hands might easily have been wrought up into scenes of high interest and delectable pathos. But our humbler efforts must be limited by an attempt to describe man as God has made him, vulgar and unseemly as he may appear to sublimated faculties, to the possessors of which enviable qualifications we desire to say at once that we are determined to eschew all things supernaturally refined, as we would the devil. To all those, then, who are tired of the company of their species, we would bluntly insinuate that the sooner they throw aside our pages and seize upon those of some more highly gifted bard, the sooner will they be in the way of quitting earth, if not of attaining heaven. Our business is solely to treat of man, and this fair scene on which he acts, and that not in his subtleties and metaphysical contradictions, but in his palpable nature, that all may understand our meaning as well as ourselves, whereby we may manifestly reject the prodigious advantage of being thought a genius, by perhaps foolishly refusing the mighty aid of incomprehensibility to establish such a character. Leaving the gloomy shadows of the cliffs under which the little Ariel had been seen to steer, and the sullen roaring of the surf along the margin of the ocean, we shall endeavour to transport the reader to the dining parlour of St. Ruth's Abbey, taking the evening of the same day as the time for introducing another collection of those personages whose acts and characters it has become our duty to describe. The room was not of very large dimensions, and every part was glittering with the collected light of half a dozen candles, aided by the fierce rays that glanced from the grate, which held a most cheerful fire of sea-coal. The mouldings of the dark oak wainscoting threw back upon the massive table of mahogany streaks of strong light, which played among the rich fluids that were sparkling on the board in mimic halos. The outline of this picture of comfort was formed by damask curtains of a deep red, and enormous oak chairs with leathern backs and cushioned seats, as if the apartment were hermetically sealed against the world and its chilling cares. Around the table, which still stood in the centre of the floor, were seated three gentlemen, in the easy enjoyment of their daily repast. The cloth had been drawn, and the bottle was slowly passing among them, as if those who partook of its bounty well knew that neither the time nor the opportunity would be wanting for their deliberate indulgence in its pleasures. At one end of the table an elderly man was seated, who performed whatever little acts of courtesy the duties of a host would appear to render necessary in a company where all seemed to be equally at their ease and at home. This gentleman was in the decline of life, though his erect carriage, quick movements, and steady hand equally denoted that it was an old age free from the usual infirmities. In his dress he belonged to that class whose members always follow the fashions of the age anterior to the one in which they live, whether from disinclination to sudden changes of any kind, or from the recollections of a period which with them has been hallowed by scenes and feelings that the chilling evening of life can neither revive nor equal. Age might possibly have thrown its blighting frosts on his thin locks, but art had labored to conceal the ravages with the nicest care. An accurate outline of powder covered not only the parts where the hair actually remained, but wherever nature had prescribed that hair should grow. His countenance was strongly marked in features, if not in expression, exhibiting on the whole a look of noble integrity and high honor, which was a good deal aided in its effect by the lofty receding forehead that rose like a monument above the whole to record the character of the aged veteran. A few streaks of branching red mingled with the swarthiness of complexion that was rendered more conspicuous by the outline of unsullied white which nearly surrounded his prominent features. Opposite to the host, who it will at once be understood was Colonel Howard, was the thin yellow visage of Mr. Christopher Dillon, that bane to the happiness of her cousin, already mentioned by Miss Plowden. Between these two gentlemen was a middle-aged, hard-featured man, attired in the livery of King George, whose countenance emulated the scarlet of his coat, and whose principal employment at the moment appeared to consist in doing honour to the cheer of his entertainer. Occasionally a servant entered or left the room in silence, giving admission, however, through the open door, to the rushing sounds of the gale, as the wind murmured amid the angles and high chimneys of the edifice. A man in the dress of a rustic was standing near the chair of Colonel Howard, between whom and the master of the mansion a dialogue had been maintained, which closed as follows. The colonel was the first to speak, after the curtain is drawn from between the eyes of the reader and the scene. "Said you, farmer, that the Scotchman beheld the vessels with his own eyes?" The answer was a simple negative. "Well, well," continued the colonel, "you can withdraw." The man made a rude attempt at a bow, which being returned by the old soldier with formal grace, he left the room. The host, turning to his companions, resumed the subject. "If those rash boys have really persuaded the silly dotard who commands the frigate to trust himself within the shoals on the eve of such a gale as this, their case must have been hopeless indeed. Thus may rebellion and disaffection ever meet with the just indignation of Providence. It would not surprise me, gentlemen, to hear that my native land had been engulfed by earthquakes, or swallowed by the ocean, so awful and inexcusable has been the weight of her transgressions. And yet it was a proud and daring boy who held the second station in that ship. I knew his father well, and a gallant gentleman he was, who, like my own brother, the parent of Cecilia, preferred to serve his master on the ocean rather than on the land. His son inherited the bravery of his high spirit without its loyalty. One would not wish to have such a youth drowned either." This speech, which partook much of the nature of a soliloquy, especially toward its close, called for no immediate reply, but the soldier, having held his glass to the candle to admire the rosy hue of its contents, and then sipped of the fluid so often that nothing but a clear light remained to gaze at, quietly replaced the empty vessel on the table, and as he extended an arm toward the blushing bottle, he spoke in the careless tones of one whose thoughts were dwelling on another theme. "Ay, true enough, sir. Good men are scarce, and as you say, one cannot but mourn his fate, though his death be glorious. Quite a loss to his Majesty's service, I dare say, it will prove." "A loss to the service of his Majesty," echoed the host. "His death glorious? No, Captain Burrowcliffe, the death of no rebel can be glorious. And how he can be a loss to his Majesty's service, I myself am quite at a loss to understand." The soldier, whose ideas were in that happy state of confusion that renders it difficult to command the one most needed, but who still from long discipline had them under a wonderful control for the disorder of his brain, answered with great promptitude, "I mean the loss of his example, sir. It would have been so appalling to others to have seen the young man executed instead of shot in battle." "He is drowned, sir." "Ah! That is the next thing to being hanged. That circumstance had escaped me." It is by no means certain, sir, that the ship and schooner that the drover saw are the vessels you take them to have been," said Mr. Dillon, in a harsh, drawling tone of voice. "I should doubt their daring to venture so openly on the coast, and in the direct track of our vessels of war." "These people are our countrymen, Christopher, though they are rebels," exclaimed the colonel. "They are a hardy and brave nation. When I had the honour of serving His Majesty some 20 years since, it was my fortune to face the enemies of my king in a few small affairs, Captain Burrowcliffe, such as the siege of Quebec and the battle before its gates, a trifling occasion at Ticonderoga, and that unfortunate catastrophe of General Braddock, with a few others. I must say, sir, in favour of the colonists, that they played a manful game on the latter day, and this gentleman, who now heads the rebels, sustained a gallant name among us for his conduct in that disastrous business. He was a discreet, well behaved young man, and quite a gentleman. I've never denied that Mr. Washington was very much of a gentleman." "Yes," said the soldier, yawning, "he was educated among His Majesty's troops, and he could hardly be otherwise. But I am quite melancholy about this unfortunate drowning, Colonel Howard. Here will be an end of my vocation, I suppose, and I am far from denying that your hospitality has made these quarters most agreeable to me." "Then, sir, the obligation is only mutual," returned the host, with a polite inclination of his head. "But gentlemen, who like ourselves have been made free of the camp, need not bandy idle compliments about such trifles. If it were my kinsman Dillon, now, whose thoughts ran more on Coke upon Lyttleton than on the gaieties of a mess table and a soldier's life, he might think such formalities as necessary as his hard words are to a deed. Come, Burrowcliffe, my dear fellow, I believe we have given an honest glass to each of the royal family. God bless them all. Let us swallow a bumper to the memory of the immortal Wolfe." "An honest proposal, my gallant host, and such a one as a soldier will never decline," returned the captain, who roused himself with the occasion. "God bless them all, say I, in echo. And if this gracious queen of ours ends as famously as she has begun, 'twill be such a family of princes as no other army of Europe can brag of around a mess table. Ay, ay, there is some consolation in that thought, in the midst of this dire rebellion of my countrymen. But I'll vex myself no more with the unpleasant recollections. The arms of my sovereign will soon purge that wicked land of the foul stain." "Of that there can be no doubt," said Burrowcliffe, whose thoughts still continued a little obscured by the sparkling Madeira that had long lain ripening under a Carolinian sun. "These Yankees fly before His Majesty's regulars, like so many dirty clowns in a London mob before a charge of the Horse Guards." "Pardon me, Captain Burrowcliffe," said his host, elevating his person to more than its usually erect attitude. "They may be misguided, deluded, and betrayed, but the comparison is unjust. Give them arms and give them discipline, and he who gets an inch of their land from them, plentiful as it is, will find a bloody day on which to take possession." "The veriest coward in Christendom would fight in country where wine brews itself into such a cordial as this," returned the cool soldier. "I am a living proof that you mistook my meaning, for had not those loose-flapped gentlemen they call Vermontese and Hampshire Granters, God grant them His blessing for the deed, finished 2/3 of my company, I should not have been at this day under your roof, a recruiting instead of a marching officer. Neither should I have been bound up in a covenant like the law of Moses, could Burgoyne have made head against their long-legged marchings and counter-marchings. Sir, I drink their healths with all my heart, and with such a bottle of golden sunshine before me, rather than displease so good a friend, I will go through Gates' whole army, regiment by regiment, company by company, or, if you insist on the same, even man by man in a bumper." "On no account would I tax your politeness so far," returned the colonel, abundantly mollified by this ample concession. "I stand too much your debtor, Captain Burrowcliffe, for so freely volunteering to defend my house against the attacks of my piratical, rebellious, and misguided countrymen, to think of requiring such a concession. Harder duty might be performed, and no favours asked, my respectable host," returned the soldier. "Country quarters are apt to be dull, and the liquor is commonly execrable. But in such a dwelling as this, a man can rock himself in the very cradle of contentment. And yet there is one subject of complaint that I should disgrace my regiment did I not speak of, for it is incumbent on me, both as a man and a soldier, to be no longer silent." "Name it, sir, freely, and its cause shall be as freely redressed," said the host in some amazement. "Here we three sit from morning to night," continued the soldier, "bachelors all, well provisioned, and better liquored, I grant you, but like so many well fed anchorites, while two of the loveliest damsels in the island pine in solitude within 100 feet of us, without tasting the homage of our sighs. This I will maintain is a reproach both to your character, Colonel Howard, as an old soldier, and to mine as a young one. As to our old friend Coke on top of Littleton here, I leave him to the quiddities of the law to plead his own cause." The brow of the host contracted for a moment, and the sallow cheek of Dillon, who had sat during the dialogue in a sullen silence, appeared to grow even livid. But gradually the open brow of the veteran resumed its frank expression, and the lips of the other relaxed into a Jesuitical sort of a smile that was totally disregarded by the captain, who amused himself with sipping his wine while he waited for an answer, as if he analysed each drop that crossed his palate. After an embarrassing pause of a moment, Colonel Howard broke the silence. "There is reason in Burrowcliff's hint, for such I take it to be." "I meant it for a plain matter-of-fact complaint," interrupted the soldier. "And you have cause for it," continued the colonel. "It is unreasonable, Christopher, that the lady should allow their dread of these piratical countrymen of ours to exclude us from their society, though prudence may require that they remain secluded in their apartments. We owe the respect to Captain Burrowcliff that at least we admit him to the sight of the coffee urn in an evening." "That is precisely my meaning," said the captain. "As for dining with them, why, I am well provided for here. But there is no one knows how to set hot water a hissing in so professional a manner as a woman. So forward, my dear and honoured colonel, and lay your injunctions on them, that they command your humble servant and Mr. Coke unto Littleton to advance and give the countersign of gallantry." Dillon contracted his disagreeable features into something that was intended for a satirical smile, before he spoke as follows: "Both the veteran Colonel Howard and the gallant Captain Burrowcliff may find it easier to overcome the enemies of his Majesty in the field than to shake a woman's caprice. Not a day has passed these 3 weeks that I have not sent my inquiries to the door of Miss Howard, as became her father's kinsman, with a wish to appease her apprehensions of the pirates. But little has she deigned me in reply, more than such thanks as her sex and breeding could not well dispense with." "Well, you have been as fortunate as myself, and why you should be more so I see no reason," cried the soldier, throwing a glance of cool contempt at the other. "Fear whitens the cheek, and ladies best love to be seen when the roses flourish rather than the lilies." "A woman is never so interesting, Captain Burrowcliff," said the gallant host, "as when she appears to lean on man for support, and he who does not feel himself honoured by the trust is a disgrace to his species." "Bravo, my honoured sir! A worthy sentiment, and spoken like a true soldier. But I have heard much of the loveliness of the ladies of the Abbey since I have been in my present quarters, and I feel a strong desire to witness beauty encircled by such loyalty as could induce them to flee their native country, rather than to devote their charms to the rude keeping of the rebels." The colonel looked grave, and for a moment fierce, but the expression of his displeasure soon passed away in a smile of forced gaiety, and as he cheerfully rose from his seat, he cried, "You shall be admitted this very night, and this instant, Captain Burrowcliff. We owe it, sir, to your services here, as well as in the field, and those forward girls shall be humoured no longer. Nay, it is nearly 2 weeks since I have seen my ward myself, nor have I laid my eyes on my niece but twice in all that time. Christopher, I leave the captain under your good care, while I go seek admission into the cloisters. We call that part of the building the cloisters, because it holds our nuns, sir. You will pardon my early absence from the table, Captain Burrowcliff." "I beg it may not be mentioned. You leave an excellent representative behind you, sir," cried the soldier, taking in the lank figure of Mr. Dillon in a sweeping glance that terminated with a subtle gaze on his decanter. "Make my devoirs to the recluses, and say all that your own excellent wit shall suggest as an apology for my impatience, Mr. Dillon. I meet you in a bumper to their healths and in their honour." The challenge was coldly accepted, and while these gentlemen still held their glasses to their lips, Colonel Howard left the apartment, bowing low and uttering 1,000 excuses to his guest as he proceeded. and even offering a very unnecessary apology of the same effect to his habitual inmate, Mr. Dillon. "Is fear so very powerful within these old walls," said the soldier, when the door closed behind their host, "that your ladies deem it necessary to conceal themselves before even an enemy is known to have landed?" Dillon coldly replied, "The name of Paul Jones is terrific to all on this coast, I believe, nor are the ladies of St. Ruth singular in their apprehensions." "Ah, the pirate has bought himself a desperate name since the affair of Flamborough Head. But let him look to it if he trusts himself in another Whitehaven expedition, while there is a detachment of the th in the neighbourhood, though the men should be nothing better than recruits." "Our last accounts leave him safe in the court of Louis," returned his companion; "but there are men as desperate as himself who sail the ocean under the rebel flag, and from one or two of them we have had much reason to apprehend the vengeance of disappointed men. It is they that we hope we lost in this gale." "Hum! I hope they were dastards, or your hopes are a little unchristian," and he would have proceeded, but the door opened, and his orderly entered, and announced that a sentinel had detained 3 men who were passing along the highway near the Abbey, and who by their dress appeared to be seamen. "Well, let them pass," cried the captain. "What, have we nothing to do better than to stop passengers like footpads on the king's highway? Give them of your canteens, and let the rascals pass. Your orders were to give the alarm if any hostile party landed on the coast, not to detain peaceable subjects on their lawful business." "I beg your honour's pardon," returned the sergeant, "but these men seemed lurking about the grounds for no good, and as they kept carefully aloof from the place where our sentinel was posted until to night, Downing thought it looked suspiciously, and detained them." "Downing is a fool, and it may go hard with him for his officiousness. What have you done with the men?" "I took them to the guard room in the east wings, your honour." "Then feed them, and hark ye, sir, liquor them well, that we hear no complaints, and let them go." "Yes, sir, yes, your honour shall be obeyed. But there is a straight, soldierly looking fellow among them, that I think might be persuaded to enlist, if he were detained till morning. I doubt, sir, by his walk, but he has served already." "Ha! What say you?" cried the captain, pricking up his ears like a hound who hears a well known cry. "Served, think ye, already?" "There are signs about him, your honour, to that effect. An old soldier is seldom deceived in such a thing, and considering his disguise, for it can be no other, and the place where we took him, there is no danger of a have us corpses until he is tied to us by the laws of the kingdom." "Peace, you knave," said Bowcliffe, rising, and making a devious route toward the door. "You speak in the presence of my Lord Chief Justice that is to be, and should not talk lightly of the laws. But still you say reason. Give me your arm, sergeant, and lead the way to the east wing. My eyesight is good for nothing in such a dark night. A soldier should always visit his guard before the tattoo beats." After emulating the courtesy of their host, Captain Bowcliffe retired on this patriotic errand, leaning on his subordinate in a style of most familiar condescension. Dillon continued at the table, endeavouring to express the rancorous feelings of his breast by a satirical smile of contempt that was necessarily lost on all but himself, as a large mirror threw back the image of his morose and unpleasant features. But we must precede the veteran colonel in his visits to the cloisters. Chapter 10 of the Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 10 And kindness like their own inspired those eyes, affectionate and glad, that seemed to love whate'er they looked upon, whether with Hebe's mirth or features shown, or if a shade more pleasing them o'ercast, yet so becomingly th'expression passed, that each succeeding look was lovelier than the last. Gertrude of Wyoming. The western wing of St. Ruth House, or Abbey, as the building was indiscriminately called, retained but few vestiges of the uses to which it had been originally devoted. The upper apartments were small and numerous, extending on either side of a long, low, and dark gallery, and might have been the dormitories of the sisterhood who were said to have once inhabited that portion of the edifice. But the ground floor had been modernized, as it was then called, about a century before, and retained just enough of its ancient character to blend the venerable with what was thought comfortable in the commencement of the reign of the third George. As this wing had been appropriated to the mistress of the mansion, ever since the building had changed its spiritual character for one of a more carnal nature, Colonel Howard continued the arrangement when he became the temporary possessor of St. Ruth, until in the course of events the apartments which had been appropriated for the accommodation and convenience of his niece were eventually converted into her prison. But as the severity of the old veteran was as often marked by an exhibition of his virtues as of his foibles, the confinement and his displeasure constituted the sole subjects of complaint that were given to the young lady. That our readers may be better qualified to judge of the nature of their imprisonment, we shall transport them, without further circumlocution, into the presence of the two females whom they must be already prepared to receive. The withdrawing room of St. Ruth's was an apartment which tradition said had formerly been the refectory of the little bevy of fair sinners who sought a refuge within its walls from the temptations of the world. Their number was not large, nor their entertainments very splendid, or this limited space could not have contained them. The room, however, was of fair dimensions, and an air of peculiar comfort, mingled with chastened luxury, was thrown around it by the voluminous folds of the blue damask curtains that nearly concealed the sides where the deep windows were placed, and by the dark leathern hangings, richly stamped with cunning devices in gold, that ornamented the two others. Massive couches in carved mahogany, with chairs of a similar material and fashion, all covered by the same rich fabric that composed the curtains, together with a Turkey carpet, over the shaggy surface of which all the colors of the rainbow were scattered in bright confusion, united to relieve the gloomy splendor of the enormous mantel, deep, heavy cornices, and the complicated carvings of the massive woodwork which cumbered the walls. A brisk fire of wood was burning on the hearth, in compliment to the wilful prejudice of Miss Plowden, who had maintained in her most vivacious manner that sea coal was only tolerable for blacksmiths and Englishmen. In addition to the cheerful blaze from the hearth, two waxen lights in candlesticks of massive silver were lending their aid to enliven the apartment. One of these was casting its rays brightly along the confused colors of the carpet on which it stood, flickering before the active movements of the form that played around it with light and animated inflections. The posture of this young lady was infantile in grace, and with one ignorant of her motives, her employment would have been obnoxious to the same construction. Divers small square pieces of silk, strongly contrasted to each other in color, lay on every side of her, and were changed as she kneeled on the floor by her nimble hands into as many different combinations as if she was humoring the fancies of her sex, or consulting the shades of her own dark but rich complexion in the shop of a mercer. The close satin dress of this young female served to display her small figure in its true proportions, while her dancing eyes of jet black shamed the dyes of the Italian manufacturer by their superior radiance. A few ribbons of pink, disposed about her person with an air partly studied and yet carelessly coquettish, seemed rather to reflect than lend the rich bloom that mantled around her laughing countenance, leaving to the eye no cause to regret that she was not fairer. Another female figure, clad in virgin white, was reclining on the end of a distant couch. The seclusion in which they lived might have rendered this female a little careless of her appearance, or, what was more probable, the comb had been found unequal to its burden; for her tresses, which rivalled the hue and gloss of the raven, had burst from their confinement, and, dropping over her shoulders, fell along her dress in rich profusion, finally resting on the damask of the couch in dark folds, like glittering silk. A small hand, which seemed to blush at its own naked beauties, supported her head, embedded in the volumes of her hair, like the fairest alabaster set in the deepest ebony. Beneath the dark profusion of her curls, which, notwithstanding the sweeping train that fell about her person, covered the summit of her head, lay a low, spotless forehead of dazzling whiteness, that was relieved by two arches so slightly and truly drawn that they appeared to have been produced by the nicest touches of art. The fallen lids and long silken lashes concealed the eyes that rested on the floor, as if their mistress mused in melancholy. The remainder of the features of this maiden were of a kind that is most difficult to describe, being neither regular nor perfect in their several parts, yet harmonizing and composing a whole that formed an exquisite picture of female delicacy and loveliness. There might or there might not have been a tinge of slight red in her cheeks, but it varied with each emotion of her bosom, even as she mused in quiet, now seeming to steal insidiously over her glowing temples, and then leaving on her face an almost startling paleness. Her stature, as she reclined, seemed above the medium height of womanhood, and her figure was rather delicate than full, though the little foot that rested on the damask cushion before her displayed a rounded outline that any of her sex might envy. "Oh, I'm as expert as if I were signal officer to the Lord High Admiral of this realm," exclaimed the laughing female on the floor, clapping her hands together in girlish exultation. "I do long, Cecilia, for an opportunity to exhibit my skill." While her cousin was speaking, Miss Howard raised her head with a faint smile, and as she turned her eyes toward the other, a spectator might have been disappointed, but could not have been displeased by the unexpected change the action produced in the expression of her countenance. Instead of the piercing black eyes that the deep colour of her tresses would lead him to expect, he would have beheld two large, mild, blue orbs, that seemed to float in a liquid so pure as to be nearly invisible, and which were more remarkable for their tenderness and persuasion than for the vivid flashes that darted from the quick glances of her companion. "The success of your mad excursion to the seaside, my cousin, has bewildered your brain," returned Cecilia; "but I know not how to conquer your disease, unless we prescribe salt water for the remedy, as in some other cases of madness." "Ah! I'm afraid your nostrum would be useless," cried Catherine. "It has failed to wash out the disorder from the sedate Mr. Richard Barnstable, who has had the regimen administered to him through many a hard gale, but who continues as fair a candidate for Bedlam as ever. Would you think it, Cicely? The crazy one urged me, in the 10 minutes' conversation we held together on the cliffs, to accept of his schooner as a shower bath." "I can think that your hardihood might encourage him to expect much, but surely he could not have been serious in such a proposal." "Oh, to do the wretch justice, he did say something of a chaplain to consecrate the measure, but there was boundless impudence in the thought. I have not, nor shall I forget it, or forgive him for it, these 26 years. What a fine time he must have had of it, in his little Ariel, among the monstrous waves we saw tumbling in upon the shore to day, coz. I hope they will wash his impudence out of him. I do think the man cannot have had a dry thread about him from sun to sun. I must believe it as a punishment for his boldness, and be certain I shall tell him of it. I will form half a dozen signals this instant, to joke at his moist condition, in very revenge." Pleased with her own thoughts, and buoyant with the secret hope that her adventurous undertaking would be finally crowned with complete success. The gay girl shook her black locks in infinite mirth, and tossed the mimic flags gaily around her person, as she was busied in forming new combinations, in order to amuse herself with her lover's disastrous situation. But the features of her cousin clouded with the thoughts that were excited by her remarks, and she replied in a tone that bore some little of the accents of reproach: "Catherine, Catherine, can you jest when there is so much to apprehend? Forget you what Alice Dunscombe told us of the gale this morning, and that she spoke of two vessels, a ship and a schooner, that had been seen venturing with fearful temerity within the shoals, only 6 miles from the Abbey, and that, unless God in his gracious providence had been kind to them, there was but little doubt that their fate would be a sad one? Can you, that know so well who and what these daring mariners are, be merry about the selfsame winds that caused their danger?" The thoughtless, laughing girl was recalled to her recollection by this remonstrance, and every trace of mirth vanished from her countenance, leaving a momentary death-like paleness crossing her face, as she clasped her hands before her, and fastened her keen eyes vacantly on the splendid pieces of silk that now lay unheeded around her. At this critical moment the door of the room slowly opened, and Colonel Howard entered the apartment with an air that displayed a droll mixture of stern indignation with a chivalric and habitual respect to the sex. "I solicit your pardon, young ladies, for the interruption," he said. "I trust, however, that an old man's presence can never be entirely unexpected in the drawing room of his wards." As he bowed, the Colonel seated himself on the end of the couch, opposite to the place where his niece had been reclining, for Miss Howard had risen at his entrance, and continued standing until her uncle had comfortably disposed of himself. Throwing a glance, which was not entirely free from self-commendation, around the comfortable apartment, the veteran proceeded in the same tone as before. "You are not without the means of making any guest welcome, nor do I see the necessity of such constant seclusion from the eyes of the world as you thus rigidly practise." Cecilia looked timidly at her uncle with surprise before she returned an answer to his remark. "We certainly owe much to your kind attention, dear sir," she at length uttered. "But is our retirement altogether voluntary?" "How can it be otherwise? Are you not mistress of this mansion, madam? In selecting the residence where your, and permit me to add, my ancestors so long dwelt in credit and honour, I have surely been less governed by any natural pride that I might have entertained on such a subject, than by a desire to consult your comfort and happiness. Everything appears to my aged eyes as if we ought not to be ashamed to receive our friends within these walls. The cloisters of St. Ruth, Miss Howard, are not entirely bare, neither are their tenants wholly unworthy to be seen. Open then the portals of the Abbey, sir, and your niece will endeavour to do proper credit to the hospitality of its master." "That was spoken like Harry Howard's daughter, frankly and generously," cried the old soldier, insensibly edging himself nearer to his niece. "If my brother had devoted himself to the camp instead of the sea, Cecilia, he would have made one of the bravest and ablest generals in his Majesty's service. Poor Harry, he might have been living at this very day, and at this moment, leading the victorious troops of his sovereign through the revolted colonies in triumph. But he is gone, Cecilia, and has left you behind him as his dear representative to perpetuate our family, and to possess what little has been left to us from the ravages of the times." "Surely, dear sir," said Cecilia, taking his hand, which had unconsciously approached her person, and pressing it to her lips, "we have no cause to complain of our lot in respect to fortune, though it may cause us bitter regret that so few of us are left to enjoy it. "No, no, no," said Catherine, in a low, hurried voice. "Alice Dunscombe is and must be wrong. Providence would never abandon brave men to so cruel a fate. Alice Dunscombe is here to atone for her error, if she has fallen into one," said a quiet, subdued voice, in which the accents of a provincial dialect, however, were slightly perceptible, and which, in its low tones, wanted that silvery clearness that gave so much feminine sweetness to the words of Miss Howard, and which even rang melodiously in the ordinarily vivacious strains of her cousin. The surprise created by these sudden interruptions caused a total suspension of the discourse. Catherine Plowden, who had continued kneeling in the attitude before described, arose, and as she looked about her in momentary confusion, the blood again mantled her face with the fresh and joyous springs of life. The other speaker advanced steadily into the middle of the room, and after returning with studied civility the low bow of Colonel Howard, seated herself in silence on the opposite couch. The manner of her entrance, her reception, and her attire sufficiently denoted that the presence of this female was neither unusual nor unwelcome. She was dressed with marked simplicity, though with a studied neatness that more than compensated for the absence of ornaments. Her age might not have much exceeded 30, but there was an adoption of customs in her attire that indicated she was not unwilling to be thought older. Her fair flaxen hair was closely confined by a dark bandeau, such as was worn in a nation farther north by virgins only, over which a few curls strayed in a manner that showed the will of their mistress alone restrained their luxuriance. Her light complexion had lost much of its brilliancy, but enough still remained to assert its original beauty and clearness. To this description might be added fine, mellow, blue eyes, beautifully white though large teeth, a regular set of features, and a person that was clad in a dark lead-coloured silk, which fitted her full but gracefully moulded form with the closest exactness. Colonel Howard paused a moment after this lady was seated, and then turning himself to Catherine with an air that became stiff and constrained by attempting to seem extremely easy, he said, "You no sooner summon Miss Alice, but she appears, Miss Plowden, ready and, I am bold to say, Miss Alice, able to defend herself against all charges that her worst enemies can allege against her." "I have no charges to make against Miss Dunscombe," said Catherine pettishly, "nor do I wish to have dissensions created between me and my friends, even by Colonel Howard." "Colonel Howard will studiously avoid such offences in future," said the veteran, bowing; and turning stiffly to the others, he continued, "I was just conversing with my niece as you entered, Miss Alice, on the subject of her immuring herself like one of the various nuns who ever inhabited these cloisters. I tell her, madam, that neither her years, nor my fortune, nor indeed her own, for the child of Harry Howard was not left penniless, require that we should live as if the doors of the world were closed against us, or there was no other entrance to St. Ruth's but through those antiquated windows. Miss Plowden, I feel it to be my duty to inquire why those pieces of silk are provided in such an unusual abundance, and in so extraordinary a shape." "To make a gala dress for the ball you are about to give, sir," said Catherine, with a saucy smile that was only checked by the reproachful glance of her cousin. "You have taste in a lady's attire, Colonel Howard. Will not this bright yellow form a charming relief to my brown face, while this white and black relieve one another, and this pink contrast so sweetly with black eyes? Will not the whole form a turban fit for an empress to wear?" As the arch maiden prattled on in this unmeaning manner, her rapid fingers entwined the flags in a confused maze, which she threw over her head in a form not unlike the ornament for which she intimated it was intended. The veteran was by far too polite to dispute a lady's taste, and he renewed the dialogue with his slightly awakened suspicion completely quieted by her dexterity and artifice. But although it was not difficult to deceive Colonel Howard in matters of female dress, the case was very different with Alice Dunscombe. This lady gazed with a steady eye and reproving countenance on the fantastical turban, until Catherine threw herself by her side, and endeavoured to lead her attention to other subjects by her playful motions and whispered questions. "I was observing, Miss Alice," continued the Colonel, "that although the times had certainly inflicted some loss on my estate, yet we were not so much reduced as to be unable to receive our friends in a manner that would not disgrace the descendants of the ancient possessors of St. Ruth. Cecilia here, my brother Harry's daughter, is a young lady that any uncle might be proud to exhibit, and I would have her, madam, show your English dames that we rear no unworthy specimens of the parent stock on the other side of the Atlantic." "You have only to declare your pleasure, my good uncle," said Miss Howard, "and it shall be executed." "Tell us how we can oblige you, sir," continued Catherine, "and if it be in any manner that will relieve the tedium of this dull residence, I promise you at least one cheerful assistant to your scheme." "You speak fair," cried the Colonel, "and like two discreet and worthy girls. Well, then, our first step shall be to send a message to Dillon and the captain, and invite them to attend your coffee. I see the hour approaches." Cecilia made no reply, but looked distressed, and dropped her mild eyes to the carpet. Miss Plowden took it upon herself to answer. "Nay, sir, that would be for them to proceed in the matter. As your proposal was that the first step should be ours, suppose we all adjourn to your part of the house, and do the honours of the tea table in your drawing room instead of our own. I understand, sir, that you have had an apartment fitted up for that purpose in some style. A woman's taste might aid your designs, however." "Miss Plowden, I believe I intimated to you some time since," said the displeased Colonel, "that so long as certain suspicious vessels were known to hover on this coast, I should desire that you and Miss Howard would confine yourselves to this wing." "Do not say that we confine ourselves," said Catherine, "but let it be spoken in plain English, that you confine us here." "Am I a jailor, madam, that you apply such epithets to my conduct? Miss Alice must form strange conclusions of our manners if she receive her impressions from your very singular remarks. I All measures adopted from a dread of the ship and the schooner that ran within the devil's grip yester eve may be dispensed with now," interrupted Miss Dunscombe, in a melancholy, reflecting tone. "There are few living who know the dangerous paths that can conduct even the smallest craft in safety from the land with daylight and fair winds, but when darkness and adverse gales oppose them, the chance for safety lies wholly in God's kindness." "There is truly much reason to believe they are lost," returned the veteran, in a voice in which no exultation was apparent. "They are not lost!" exclaimed Catherine, with startling energy, leaving her seat and walking across the room to join Cecilia, with an air that seemed to elevate her little figure to the height of her cousin. "They are skilful and they are brave, and what gallant sailors can do will they do, and successfully. Besides, in what behalf would a just Providence sooner exercise its merciful power than to protect the daring children of an oppressed country, while contending against tyranny and countless wrongs?" The conciliating disposition of the Colonel deserted him as he listened. His own black eyes sparkled with a vividness unusual for his years, and his courtesy barely permitted the lady to conclude, ere he broke forth: "What sin, madam, what damning crime would sooner call down the just wrath of heaven on the transgressors than the act of foul rebellion? It was this crime, madam, that deluged England in blood in the reign of the first Charles. It is this crime that has dyed more fields red than all the rest of man's offences united. It has been visited on our race as a condign punishment from the days of the deservedly devoted Absalom down to the present time. In short, it lost heaven for ever to some of the most glorious of its angels, and there is much reason to believe that it is the one unpardonable sin named in the Holy Gospels." "I know that you have authority for believing it to be the heavy enormity that you mention, Colonel Howard," said Miss Dunscombe, anticipating the spirited reply of Catherine, and willing to avert it. She hesitated an instant, and then drawing a heavy, shivering sigh, she continued in a voice that grew softer as she spoke, "'Tis indeed a crime of magnitude, and one that throws the common backslidings of our lives, speaking by comparison, into the sunshine of his favour. Many there are who sever the dearest ties of this life by madly rushing into its sinful vortex, for I fain think the heart grows hard with the sight of human calamity, and becomes callous to the miseries its owner inflicts, especially where we act the wrongs on our own kith and kin, regardless who or how many that are dear to us suffer by our evil deeds. It is, besides, Colonel Howard, a dangerous temptation to one little practised in the great world to find himself suddenly elevated into the seat of power, and if it does not lead to the commission of great crimes, it surely prepares the way to it by hardening the heart." "I hear you patiently, Miss Alice," said Catherine, dancing her little foot in affected coolness, "for you neither know of whom nor to whom you speak. But Colonel Howard has not that apology. Peace, Cecilia, for I must speak. Believe them not, dear girl. There is not a wet hair on their heads. For you, Colonel Howard, who must recollect that the sister son of the mothers of both your niece and myself is on board that frigate, there is an appearance of cruelty in using such language." "I pity the boy. From my soul I pity him," exclaimed the veteran. "He is a child, and has followed the current that is sweeping our unhappy colonies down the tide of destruction. There are others in that vessel who have no excuse of ignorance to offer. There is a son of my old acquaintance, and the bosom friend of my brother Harry, Cecilia's father, Dashing Hugh Griffith, as we called him. The urchins left home together, and were rated on board one of his Majesty's vessels on the same day. Poor Harry lived to carry a broad pennant in the service, and Hugh died in command of a frigate. This boy, too, he was nurtured on board his father's vessel, and learned from his Majesty's discipline how to turn his arms against his king. There is something shockingly unnatural in that circumstance, Miss Alice. 'Tis the child inflicting a blow on the parent. 'Tis such men as these, with Washington at their heads, who maintain the bold front this rebellion wears. There are men who have never won the servile livery of Britain, sir, whose names are as fondly cherished in America as any that she boasts of," said Catherine proudly. "Ay, sir, and those who would gladly oppose the bravest officers in the British fleet." "I contend not against your misguided reason," said Colonel Howard, rising with cool respect. "A young lady who ventures to compare rebels with gallant gentlemen engaged in their duty to their prince cannot escape the imputation of possessing a misguided reason. No man, I speak not of women, who cannot be supposed so well versed in human nature, but no man who has reached the time of life that entitles him to be called by that name, can consort with these disorganizers, who would destroy everything that is sacred, these levellers, who would pull down the great to exalt the little, these Jacobins, who "Nay, sir, if you are at a loss for opprobrious epithets," said Catherine with provoking coolness, "call on Mr. Christopher Dillon for assistance. He waits your pleasure at the door." Colonel Howard turned in amazement, forgetting his angry declamations at this unexpected intelligence, and beheld in reality the sombre visage of his kinsman, who stood holding the door in his hand, apparently as much surprised at finding himself in the presence of the ladies as they themselves could be at his unusual visit. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. "Prithee, Kate, Let's stand aside and see the end of this controversy. Shakespeare. During the warm discussions of the preceding chapter, Miss Howard had bowed her pale face to the arm of the couch, and sat an unwilling and distressed listener to the controversy. But now that another, and one whom she thought an unauthorized intruder on her privacy, was announced, she asserted the dignity of her sex as proudly, though with something more of discretion than her cousin could possibly have done. Rising from her seat, she inquired, "To what are we indebted for so unexpected a visit from Mr. Dillon? Surely he must know that we are prohibited going to the part of the dwelling where he resides, and I trust Colonel Howard will tell him that common justice requires we should be permitted to be private." The gentleman replied in a manner in which malignant anger was sufficiently mingled with calculating humility. "Miss Howard will think better of my intrusion when she knows that I am come on business of importance to her uncle." "Ah, that may alter the case, Kit. But the ladies must have the respect that is due to their sex. I forgot, somehow, to have myself announced, but that Borough Cliff leads me deeper into my Madeira than I have been accustomed to go, since the time when my poor brother Harry, with his worthy friend Hugh Griffith, the devil seize Hugh Griffith and all his race. Your pardon, Miss Alice, what is your business with me, Mr. Dillon?" "I bear a message from Captain Borrowcliff. You may remember that according to your suggestions, the sentinels were to be changed every night, sir." "Ay, ay. We practised that in our campaign against Montcalm. 'Twas necessary to avoid the murders of their Indians, who were sure, Miss Alice, to shoot down a man at his post if he were placed 2 nights running in the same place." "Well, sir, your prudent precautions have not been thrown away," continued Dillon, moving farther into the apartment, as if he felt himself becoming a more welcome guest as he proceeded. "The consequences are that we have already made 3 prisoners." "Truly it has been a most politic scheme," exclaimed Catherine Plowden, with infinite contempt. "I suppose, as Mr. Christopher Dillon applauds it so highly, that it has some communion with the law, and that the redoubtable garrison of St. Ruth are about to reap the high glory of being most successful thief takers." The sallow face of Dillon actually became livid as he replied, and his whole frame shook with the rage he vainly endeavoured to suppress. "There may be a closer communion with the law and its ministers, perhaps, than Miss Plowden can desire," he said, "for rebellion seldom finds favour in any Christian code." "Rebellion!" exclaimed the colonel. "And what has this detention of 3 vagabonds to do with rebellion, Kit? Has the damnable poison found its way across the Atlantic? Your pardon, Miss Alice, but this is a subject on which you can feel with me. I know your sentiments on the allegiance that is due to our anointed sovereign. Speak, Mr. Dillon, are we surrounded by another set of demons? If so, we must give ourselves to the work and rally round our prince, for this island is the main pillar of his throne." "I cannot say that there is any appearance at present of an intention to rise in this island," said Dillon, with demure gravity, "though the riots in London warrant any precautionary measures on the part of His Majesty's ministers, even to a suspension of the habeas corpus. But you have had your suspicions concerning 2 certain vessels that have been threatening the coast for several days past in a most piratical manner." The little foot of Catherine played rapidly on the splendid carpet, but she contented herself with bestowing a glance of the most sovereign contempt on the speaker, as if she disdained any further reply. With the colonel, however, this was touching a theme that lay nearest his heart, and he answered, in a manner worthy of the importance of the subject, "You speak like a sensible man and a loyal subject, Mr. Dillon. The habeas corpus, Miss Alice, was obtained in the reign of King John, along with Magna Carta, for the security of the throne, by His Majesty's barons. Some of my own blood were of the number, which alone would be a pledge that the dignity of the crown was properly consulted. As to our piratical countrymen, Christopher, there is much reason to think that the vengeance of an offended Providence has already reached them. Those who know the coast well tell me that without a better pilot than an enemy would be likely to procure, it would be impossible for any vessel to escape the shoals among which they entered on a dark night and with an adverse gale. The morning has arrived, and they are not to be seen." "But be they friends or be they enemies, sir," continued Dillon, respectfully, "there is much reason to think that we have now in the Abbey those who can tell us something of their true character, for the men we have detained carry with them the appearance of having just landed, and wear not only the dress but the air of seamen." "Of seamen!" echoed Catherine, a deadly paleness chasing from her cheeks the bloom which indignation had heightened. "Of seamen, Miss Plowden," repeated Dillon, with malignant satisfaction, but concealing it under an air of submissive respect. "I thank you, sir, for so gentle a term," replied the young lady, recollecting herself, and recovering her presence of mind in the same instant. "The imagination of Mr. Dillon is so apt to conjure the worst, that he is entitled to our praise for so far humouring our weakness as not to alarm us with the apprehensions of their being pirates." "Nay, madam, they may yet deserve that name," returned the other coolly, "but my education has instructed me to hear the testimony before I pronounce sentence." "Ah, that the boy has found in his coke upon Lyttleton!" cried the colonel. "The law is a salutary corrective to human infirmities, Miss Alice, and among other things it teaches patience to a hasty temperament. But for this cursed unnatural rebellion, madam, the young man would at this moment have been diffusing its blessings from a judicial chair in one of the colonies. Ay, and I pledge myself to all alike, black and white, red and yellow, with such proper distinctions as nature has made between the officer and the private. Keep a good heart, kinsman, we shall yet find a time. The royal arms have many hands, and things look better at the last advices. But come, we will proceed to the guard room, and put these stragglers to the question. Runaways, I'll venture to predict, from one of his Majesty's cruisers, or perhaps honest subjects engaged in supplying the service with men. Come, Kit, come, let us go, and—" "Are we then to lose the company of Colonel Howard so soon?" said Catherine, advancing to her guardian with an air of blandishment and pleasantry. "I know that he too soon forgets the hasty language of our little disputes, to part in anger, if indeed he will even quit us till he has tasted of our coffee." The veteran turned to the speaker of this unexpected address, and listened with profound attention. When she had done, he replied, with a good deal of softness in his tones, "Ah, provoking one, you know me too well to doubt my forgiveness. But duty must be attended to, though even a young lady's smiles tempt me to remain. Yes, yes, child, you too are the daughter of a very brave and worthy seaman, but you carry your attachment to that profession too far, Miss Plowden. You do, indeed you do." Catherine might have faintly blushed, but the slight smile, which mingled with the expression of her shame, gave to her countenance a look of additional archness, and she laid her hand lightly on the sleeve of her guardian, to detain him, as she replied, "Yet why leave us, Colonel Howard? It is long since we have seen you in the cloisters, and you know you come as a father. Tarry, and you may yet add confessor to the title." "I know thy sins already, girl," said the worthy colonel, unconsciously yielding to her gentle efforts to lead him back to his seat. "They are deadly rebellion in your heart to your prince, a most inveterate propensity to salt water, and a great disrespect to the advice and wishes of an old fellow whom your father's will and the laws of the realm have made the guardian of your person and fortune." "Nay, say not the last, dear sir," cried Catherine, "for there is not a syllable you have ever said to me on that foolish subject that I have forgotten. Will you resume your seat again? Cecilia, Colonel Howard consents to take his coffee with us." "But you forget the three men, honest Kit there, and our respectable guest, Captain Boroughcliff." "Let honest Kit stay there, if you please. You may send a request to Captain Boroughcliff to join our party. I have a woman's curiosity to see the soldier. And as for the three men—" She paused and affected to muse a moment, when she continued, as if struck by an obvious thought, "Yes, and the men can be brought in and examined here. Who knows but they may have been wrecked in the gale, and need our pity and assistance, rather than deserve your suspicions." "There is a solemn warning in Miss Plowden's conjecture, that should come home to the breasts of all who live on this wild coast," said Alice Dunscombe. I have known many a sad wreck among the hidden shoals, and when the wind has blown but a gentle gale, compared to last night's tempest. The wars and the uncertainties of the times, together with man's own wicked passions, have made great havoc with those who knew well the windings of the channels among the ripples. Some there were who could pass, as I have often heard, within a fearful distance of the devil's grip, the darkest night that ever shadowed England. But all are now gone of that daring set, either by the hand of death, or what is even as mournful, by unnatural banishment from the land of their fathers. This war has then probably drawn off most of them, for your recollections must be quite recent, Miss Alice, said the veteran, as many of them were engaged in the business of robbing His Majesty's revenue. The country is in some measure requited for the former depredations by their present services, and at the same time it is happily rid of their presence. Ah, madam, ours is a glorious constitution, where things are so nicely balanced, that as in the physical organization of a healthy, vigorous man, the baser parts are purified in the course of things by its own wholesome struggles. The pale features of Alice Dunscombe became slightly tinged with red as the colonel proceeded, nor did the faint glow entirely leave her pallid face until she had said, "There might have been some who knew not how to respect the laws of the land, for such are never wanting. But there were others, who, however guilty they might be in many respects, need not charge themselves with that mean crime, and yet who could find the passages that lie hid from common eyes beneath the rude waves, as well as you could find the way through the halls and galleries of the Abbey, with a noonday sun shining upon its vanes and high chimneys. Is it your pleasure, Colonel Howard, that we examine the three men, and ascertain whether they belong to the number of these gifted pilots?" said Christopher Dillon, who was growing uneasy at his awkward situation, and who hardly deemed it necessary to conceal the look of contempt which he cast at the mild Alice while he spoke. "Perhaps we may gather information enough from them to draw a chart of the coast that may gain us credit with my lords of the Admiralty." This unprovoked attack on their unresisting and unoffending guest brought the rich blood to the very temples of Miss Howard, who rose and addressed herself to her kinsman with a manner that could not easily be mistaken any more than it could be condemned. "If Mr. Dillon will comply with the wishes of Colonel Howard, as my cousin has expressed them, we shall not, at least, have to accuse ourselves of unnecessarily detaining men who probably are more unfortunate than guilty." When she concluded, Cecilia walked across the apartment and took a seat by the side of Alice Dunscombe, with whom she began to converse in a low, soothing tone of voice. Mr. Dillon bowed with a deprecating humility, and having ascertained that Colonel Howard chose to give an audience where he sat to the prisoners, he withdrew to execute his mission, secretly exulting at any change that promised to lead to a renewal of an intercourse that might terminate more to his advantage than the lofty beauty whose favour he courted was at present disposed to concede. "Christopher is a worthy, serviceable, good fellow," said the colonel when the door closed, "and I hope to live yet to see him clad in ermine. I would not be understood literally, but figuratively, for furs would but ill comport with the climate of the Carolinas. I trust I am to be consulted by His Majesty's ministers when the new appointments shall be made for the subdued colonies, and he may safely rely on my good word being spoken in his favour. Would he not make an excellent and independent ornament of the bench, Miss Plowden?" Catherine compressed her lips a little as she replied, "I must profit by his own discreet rules, and see testimony to that effect before I decide, sir. But listen." The young lady's colour changed rapidly, and her eyes became fixed in a sort of feverish gaze on the door. "He has at least been active. I hear the heavy tread of men already approaching." "Ah, it is he, certainly. Justice ought always to be prompt as well as certain, to make it perfect, like a drumhead court-martial, which, by the way, is as summary a sort of government as heart could wish to live under. If His Majesty's ministers could be persuaded to introduce into the revolted colonies—" "Listen," interrupted Catherine, in a voice which bespoke her deep anxiety. "They draw near." The sound of footsteps was in fact now so audible as to induce the colonel to suspend the delivery of his plan for governing the recovered provinces. The long, low gallery, which was paved with a stone flagging, soon brought the footsteps of the approaching party more distinctly to their ears, and presently a low tap at the door announced their arrival. Colonel Howard arose, with the air of one who was to sustain the principal character in the ensuing interview, and bade them enter. Cecilia and Alice Dunscombe merely cast careless looks at the opening door, indifferent to the scene, but the quick eye of Catherine embraced at a glance every figure in the group. Drawing a long, quivering breath, she fell back on the couch, and her eyes again lighted with their playful expression as she hummed a low, rapid air, with a voice in which even the suppressed tones were liquid melody. Dillon entered preceding the soldier, whose gait had become more steady, and in whose rigid eye a thoughtful expression had taken the place of its former vacant gaze. In short, something had manifestly restored to him a more complete command of his mental powers, although he might not have been absolutely sobered. The rest of the party continued in the gallery, while Mr. Dillon presented the renovated captain to the colonel, when the latter did him the same kind office with the ladies. "Miss Plowden," said the veteran, for she offered first in the circle, "this is my friend, Captain Burrowcliffe. He has long been ambitious of this honour, and I have no doubt his reception will be such as to leave him no cause to repent he has been at last successful." Catherine smiled, and answered with ambiguous emphasis, "I know not how to thank him sufficiently for the care he has bestowed on our poor persons." The soldier looked steadily at her for a moment, with an eye that seemed to threaten a retaliation in kind, ere he replied, "One of those smiles, madam, would be an ample compensation for services that are more real than such as exist only in intention." Catherine bowed with more complacency than she usually bestowed on those who wore the British uniform, and they proceeded to the next. "This is Miss Alice Dunscombe, Captain Burrowcliffe, daughter of a very worthy clergyman, who was formerly the curate of this parish, and a lady who does us the pleasure of giving us a good deal of her society, though far less than we all wish for." The captain returned the civil inclination of Alice, and the colonel proceeded. "Miss Howard, allow me to present Captain Burrowcliffe, a gentleman who, having volunteered to defend St. Ruth in these critical times, merits all the favour of its mistress." Cecilia gracefully rose and received her guest with sweet complacency. The soldier made no reply to the customary compliments that she uttered, but stood an instant gazing at her speaking countenance, and then laying his hand involuntarily on his breast, bowed nearly to his sword hilt. These formalities duly observed, the colonel declared his readiness to receive the prisoners. As the door was opened by Dillon, Catherine cast a cool and steady look at the strangers, and beheld the light glancing along the arms of the soldiers who guarded them. But the seamen entered alone, while the rattling of arms and the heavy dash of the muskets on the stone pavement announced that it was thought prudent to retain a force at hand to watch these secret intruders on the grounds of the Abbey. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Food for powder, they'll fill a pit as well as better. Falstaff. The three men who now entered the apartment appeared to be nothing daunted by the presence into which they were ushered, though clad in the coarse and weather-beaten vestments of seamen who had been exposed to recent and severe duty. They silently obeyed the direction of the soldier's finger, and took their stations in a distant corner of the room, like men who knew the deference due to rank, at the same time that the habits of their lives had long accustomed them to encounter the vicissitudes of the world. With this slight preparation, Colonel Howard began the business of examination. "I trust ye are all good and loyal subjects," the veteran commenced, with a considerate respect for innocence, "but the times are such that even the most worthy characters become liable to suspicion, and consequently, if our apprehensions should prove erroneous, you must overlook the mistake and attribute it to the awful condition into which rebellion has plunged this empire. We have much reason to fear that some project is about to be undertaken on the coast by the enemy, who has appeared, we know, with a frigate and a schooner, and the audacity of the rebels is only equalled by their shameless and wicked disrespect for the rights of the sovereign." While Colonel Howard was uttering his apologetic preamble, the prisoners fastened their eyes on him with much interest, but when he alluded to the apprehended attack, the gaze of two of them became more keenly attentive, and before he concluded, they exchanged furtive glances of deep meaning. No reply was made, however, and after a short pause, as if to allow time for his words to make a proper impression, the veteran continued, "We have no evidence, I understand, that you are in the smallest degree connected with the enemies of this country. But as you have been found out of the King's highway, or rather on a bypath which I must confess is frequently used by the people of the neighborhood, but which is nevertheless nothing but a bypath, it becomes no more than what self-preservation requires of us, to ask you a few such questions as I trust will be satisfactorily answered. To use your own nautical phrases, from whence came ye, pray, and whither are ye bound?" A low, deep voice replied, "From Sunderland last, and bound overland to Whitehaven." This simple and direct answer was hardly given before the attention of the listeners was called to Alice Dunscombe, who uttered a faint shriek and rose from her seat involuntarily, while her eyes seemed to roll fearfully and perhaps a little wildly round the room. "Are you ill, Miss Alice?" said the sweet, soothing tones of Cecilia Howard. "You are, indeed you are. Lean on me, that I may lead you to your apartment." "Did you hear it, or was it only fancy?" she answered, her cheek blanched to the whiteness of death, and her whole frame shuddering as if in convulsions. "Say, did you hear it too?" "I have heard nothing but the voice of my uncle, who is standing near you, anxious, as we all are, for your recovery from this dreadful agitation." Alice still gazed wildly from face to face. Her eye did not rest satisfied with dwelling on those who surrounded her, but surveyed with a sort of frantic eagerness the figures and appearance of the three men who stood in humble patience, the silent and unmoved witnesses of this extraordinary scene. At length she veiled her eyes with both her hands, as if to shut out some horrid vision, and then removing them, she smiled languidly as she signed for Cecilia to assist her from the room. To the polite and assiduous offers of the gentlemen she returned no other thanks than those conveyed in her looks and gestures, but when the sentinels who paced the gallery were past, and the ladies were alone, she breathed a long shivering sigh, and found an utterance. "'Twas like a voice from the silent grave," she said, "but it could be no more than mockery. No, no, 'tis a just punishment for letting the image of the creature fill the place that should be occupied only with the Creator. Ah, Miss Howard, Miss Plowden, ye are both young, in the pride of your beauty and loveliness, but little do ye know, and less do ye dread, the temptations and errors of a sinful world." "Her thoughts wander," whispered Catherine, with anxious tenderness. "Some awful calamity has affected her intellect." "Yes, it must be. My sinful thoughts have wandered, and conjured sounds that it would have been dreadful to hear in truth, and within these walls," said Alice more composedly, smiling with a ghastly expression as she gazed on the two beautiful, solicitous maidens who supported her yielding person. "But the moment of weakness is past, and I'm better. Aid me to my room, and return, that you may not interrupt the reviving harmony between yourselves and Colonel Howard. I am now better, nay, I am quite restored." "Say not so, dear Miss Alice," returned Cecilia. "Your face denies what your kindness to us induces you to utter. Ill, very ill you are, nor shall even your own commands induce me to leave you." "Remain, then," said Miss Dunscombe, bestowing a look of grateful affection on her lovely supporter, "and while our Catherine returns to the drawing-room to give the gentlemen their coffee, you shall continue with me as my gentle nurse." By this time they had gained the apartment, and Catherine, after assisting her cousin to place Alice on her bed, returned to do the honours of the drawing-room. Colonel Howard ceased his examination of the prisoners at her entrance to inquire with courtly solicitude after the invalid, and when his questions were answered, he again proceeded as follows. "This is what the lads would call plain sailing, Borrowcliff. They are out of employment in Sunderland, and have acquaintances and relatives in Whitehaven, to whom they are going for assistance in labour, all very probable and perfectly harmless." "Nothing more so, my respectable host," returned the jocund soldier. "But it seemeth a grievous misfortune that a trio of such flesh and blood should need work wherewithal to exercise their thews and sinews, while so many of the vessels of his Majesty's fleet navigate the ocean in quest of the enemies of old England." "There is truth in that, much truth in your remark," cried the colonel. "What say you, my lads? Will you fight the Frenchman and the Don A, and even my own rebellious and infatuated countrymen? Nay, by heaven, it is not a trifle that shall prevent his Majesty from possessing the services of 3 such heroes. Here are 5 guineas apiece for you the moment that you put foot on board the Alacrity cutter. And that can easily be done, as she lies at anchor this very night, only 2 short leagues to the south of this, in a small port, where she is riding out the gale as snugly as if she were in a corner of this room." One of the men affected to gaze at the money with longing eyes, while he asked, as if weighing the terms of the engagement, whether the Alacrity was called a good sea boat, and was thought to give a comfortable berth to her crew. "Comfortable," echoed Borrowcliff. "For that matter, she is called the bravest cutter in the navy. You've seen much of the world, I dare say. Did you ever see such a place as the marine arsenal at Carthagena in old Spain?" "Indeed I have, sir," returned the seaman in a cool, collected tone. "Ah, you have? Well, did you ever meet with a house in Paris that they call the Tuileries, because it's a dog kennel to the Alacrity?" "I've even fallen in with the place you mention, sir," returned the sailor, "and must own the berth quite good enough for such as I am, if it tallies with your description." "The deuce take these blue jackets," muttered Borrowcliff, addressing himself unconsciously to Miss Plowden, near whom he happened to be at the time. "They run their tarry countenances into all the corners of the earth, and abridge a man most lamentably in his comparisons. Now who the devil would have thought that fellow had ever put his sea-green eyes on the palace of King Louis?" Catherine heeded not his speech, but sat eyeing the prisoners with a confused and wavering expression of countenance, while Colonel Howard renewed the discourse by exclaiming, "Come, come, Borrowcliff, let us give the lads no tales for a recruit, but good plain honest English. God bless the language, and the land for which it was first made too. There is no necessity to tell these men, if they are what they seem to be, practical seamen, that a cutter of 10 guns contains all the room and accommodation of a palace." "Do you allow nothing for English oak and English comfort, mine host?" said the immovable captain. "Do you think, good sir, that I measure fitness and propriety by square and compass, as if I were planning Solomon's temple anew? All I mean to say is, that the Alacrity is a vessel of singular compactness and magical arrangement of room. Like the tent of that handsome brother of the fairy in the Arabian Nights, she is big or she is little, as occasion needeth. And now hang me, if I don't think I have uttered more in her favour than her commander would say to help me to a recruit, though no lad in the 3 kingdoms should appear willing to try how a scarlet coat would suit his boorish figure. That time has not yet arrived, and God forbid that it ever should, while the monarch needs a soldier in the field to protect his rights. But what say ye, my men? You have heard the recommendation that Captain Borrowcliff has given of the Alacrity, which is altogether true, after making some allowances for language. Will ye serve? Shall I order you a cheering glass a man, and lay by the gold till I hear from the cutter that you are enrolled under the banners of the best of kings?" Catherine Plowden who hardly seemed to breathe, so close and intent was the interest with which she regarded the seamen, fancied she observed lurking smiles on their faces. But if her conjectures were true, their disposition to be merry went no further, and the one who had spoken hitherto replied, in the same calm manner as before, "You will excuse us if we decline shipping in the cutter, sir. We are used to distant voyages and large vessels, whereas the Alacrity is kept at coast duty, and is not of a size to lay herself alongside of a Don or a Frenchman with a double row of teeth. If you prefer that sort of sport, you must to the right about for Yarmouth. There you will find ships that will meet anything that swims," said the colonel. "Perhaps the gentleman would prefer abandoning the cares and dangers of the ocean for a life of ease and gaiety," said the captain. "The hand that has long dallied with a marline spike may be easily made to feel a trigger as gracefully as a lady touches the keys of her piano. In short, there is and there is not a great resemblance between the life of a sailor and that of a soldier. There are no gales of wind, nor short allowances, nor reefing topsails, nor shipwrecks among soldiers. At the same time, there is just as much or even more grog drinking, jollifying, care-killing fun around a canteen and an open knapsack than there is on the end of a mess chest with a full can and a Saturday night's breeze. I have crossed the ocean several times, and I must own that a ship in good weather is very much the same as a camp or comfortable barracks. Mind, I say, only in very good weather." "We have no doubt that all you say is true, sir," observed the spokesman of the three. "But what to you may seem a hardship to us is pleasure. We have faced too many a gale to mind a capful of wind, and should think ourselves always in the calm latitudes in one of your barracks, where there is nothing to do but to eat our grub, and to march a little fore and aft a small piece of green earth. We hardly know one end of a musket from the other." "No," said Borrowcliff, musing, and then advancing with a quick step toward them, he cried, in a spirited manner, "Attention! Right! Dress!" The speaker and the seaman next him gazed at the captain in silent wonder, but the third individual of the party, who had drawn himself a little aside, as if willing to be unnoticed, or perhaps pondering on his condition, involuntarily started at this unexpected order, and erecting himself, threw his head to the right as promptly as if he had been on a parade ground. "Oho! Ye are apt scholars, gentlemen, and ye can learn, I see," continued Borrowcliff. "I feel it to be proper that I detain these men till to-morrow morning, Colonel Howard, and yet I would give them better quarters than the hard benches of the guard-room." "Act your pleasure, Captain Borrowcliff," returned the host. "So you do but your duty to our royal master, they shall not want for cheer, and they can have a room over the servants' offices in the south side of the Abbey." "3 rooms, my colonel, 3 rooms must be provided, though I give up my own." "There are several small empty apartments there, where blankets might be taken, and the men placed for safe keeping, if you deem it necessary, though to me they seem like good loyal tars, whose greatest glory it would be to serve their prince, and whose chief pleasure would consist in getting alongside of a Don or a Monsieur." "We shall discuss these matters anon," said Borrowcliff, dryly. "I see Miss Plowden begins to look grave at our abusing her patience so long, and I know that cold coffee is, like withered love, but a tasteless sort of a beverage. Come, gentlemen, en avant. You have seen the Tuileries, and must have heard a little French. Mr. Christopher Dillon, know you where these 3 small apartments are situate, lying and being, as your parchments read?" "I do, sir," said the complying lawyer, "and shall take much pleasure in guiding you to them. I think your decision that of a prudent and sagacious officer, and much doubt whether Durham Castle or some other fortress will be thought too big to hold 'em ere long." As this speech was uttered while the men were passing from the room, its effect on them was unnoticed. But Catherine Plowden, who was left for a few moments by herself, sat and pondered over what she had seen and heard with a thoughtfulness of manner that was not usual to her gay and buoyant spirits. The sounds of the retiring footsteps, however, gradually grew fainter, and the return of her guardian alone recalled the recollection of the young lady to the duties of her situation. While engaged in the little offices of the tea-table, Catherine threw many furtive glances at the veteran, but although he seemed to be musing, there was nothing austere or suspicious in his frank, open countenance. "There is much useless trouble taken with these wandering seamen, sir," said Catherine at length. "It seems to be the particular province of Mr. Christopher Dillon to make all that come in contact with him excessively uncomfortable." "And what has Kit to do with the detention of the men?" "What? Why, has he not undertaken to stand godfather to their prisons? By a woman's patience, I think, Colonel Howard, this business will gain a pretty addition to the names of St. Ruth. It is already called a house, an abbey, a place, and by some a castle. Let Mr. Dillon have his way for a month, and it will add jail to the number." "Kit is not so happy as to possess the favour of Miss Plowden. But still Kit is a worthy fellow, and a good fellow, and a sensible fellow. Ay, and what is of more value than all these put together, Miss Catherine, Mr. Christopher Dillon is a faithful and loyal subject to his prince. His mother was my cousin german, madam, and I cannot say how soon I may call him my nephew. The Dillons are of good Irish extraction, and I believe that even Miss Plowden will admit that the Howards have some pretensions to a name." "Ah, it is those very things called names that I most allude to," said Catherine quickly. "But an hour since you were indignant, my dear guardian, because you suspected that I insinuated you ought to write jailer behind the name of Howard, and even now you submit to have the office palmed upon you. You forget, Miss Catherine Plowden, that it is the pleasure of one of His Majesty's officers to detain these men. But I thought that the glorious British Constitution, which you so often mention," interrupted the young lady spiritedly, "gives liberty to all who touch these blessed shores. You know, sir, that out of 20 blacks that you brought with you, how few remain, the rest having fled on the wings of the spirit of British liberty." This was touching a festering sore in the colonel's feelings, and his provoking ward well knew the effects her observation was likely to produce. Her guardian did not break forth in a violent burst of rage, or furnish those manifestations of his ire that he was wont to do on less important subjects, but he arose, with all his dignity concentrated in a look, and after making a violent effort to restrain his feelings within the bounds necessary to preserve the decorum of his exit, he ventured a reply. "That the British Constitution is glorious, madam, is most true. That this island is the sole refuge where liberty has been able to find a home is also true. The tyranny and oppression of the Congress, which are grinding down the colonies to the powder of desolation and poverty, are not worthy the sacred name. Rebellion pollutes all that it touches, madam. Although it often commences under the sanction of holy liberty, it ever terminates in despotism. The annals of the world, from the time of the Greeks and Romans down to the present day, abundantly prove it. There was that Julius Caesar, who was one of your people's men, and he ended a tyrant. Oliver Cromwell was another, a rebel, a demagogue, and a tyrant. The gradations, madam, are as inevitable as from childhood to youth, and from youth to age. As for the little affair that you have been pleased to mention of my private concerns, I can only say that the affairs of nations are not to be judged of by domestic incidents any more than domestic occurrences are to be judged of by national politics." The colonel, like many a better logician, mistook his antithesis for argument, and paused a moment to admire his own eloquence, but the current of his thoughts, which always flowed in torrents on this subject, swept him along in its course, and he continued, "Yes, madam, here, and here alone, is true liberty to be found. With this solemn asseveration, which is not lightly made, but which is the result of 60 years' experience, I leave you, Miss Plowden. Let it be a subject of deep reflection with you, for I too well understand your treacherous feelings not to know that your political errors encourage your personal foibles. Reflect for your own sake, if you love not only your own happiness, but your respectability and standing in the world. As for the black hounds that you spoke of, they are a set of rebellious, mutinous, ungrateful rascals, and if ever I meet one of the damned—" The colonel had so far controlled his feelings as to leave the presence of the lady before he broke out into the bitter invectives we have recorded, and Catherine stood a minute pressing her forefinger on her lips, listening to his voice as it grumbled along the gallery, until the sounds were finally excluded by the closing of a distant door. The wilful girl then shook her dark locks, and a smile of arch mischief blended with an expression of regret in her countenance as she spoke to herself, while with hurried hands she threw her tea equipage aside in a confused pile. It was perhaps a cruel experiment, but it has succeeded. Though prisoners ourselves, we are at least left free for the remainder of this night. These mysterious sailors must be examined more closely. If the proud eye of Edward Griffith was not glaring under the black wig of one of them, I am no judge of features, And where has Master Barnstable concealed his charming visage? For neither of the others could be he. But now for Cecilia. Her light form glided from the room while she was yet speaking, and flitting along the dimly lighted passages, it disappeared in one of those turnings that led to the more secret apartments of the Abbey. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. How, Lucia, wouldst them have me sink away in pleasing dreams and lose myself in love? Cato. The reader must not imagine that the world stood still during the occurrence of the scenes we have related. By the time the three seamen were placed in as many different rooms, and a sentinel was stationed in the gallery common to them all, in such a manner as to keep an eye on his whole charge at once, the hour had run deep into the night. Captain Burrowcliffe obeyed a summons from the colonel, who made him an evasive apology for the change in their evening's amusement, and challenged his guest to a renewal of the attack on the Madeira. This was too grateful a theme to be lightly discussed by the captain, and the Abbey clock had given forth as many of its mournful remonstrances as the division of the hours would permit before they separated. In the meantime Mr. Dillon became invisible, though a servant, when questioned by the host on the subject, announced that he believed Mr. Christopher had chosen to ride over to to be in readiness to join the hunt on the morning with the dawn. While the gentlemen were thus indulging themselves in the dining parlour, and laughing over the tales of other times and hard campaigns, two very different scenes occurred in other parts of the building. When the quiet of the Abbey was only interrupted by the howling of the wind, or by the loud and prolonged laughs which echoed through the passages from the joyous pair, who were thus comfortably established by the side of the bottle, a door was gently opened on one of the galleries of the cloisters, and Catherine Plowden issued from it, wrapped in a close mantle, and holding in her hand a chamber lamp, which threw its dim light faintly along the gloomy walls in front, leaving all behind her obscured in darkness. She was, however, soon followed by two other female figures, clad in the same manner, and provided with similar lights. When all were in the gallery, Catherine drew the door softly to, and proceeded in front to lead the way. "Hist!" said the low, tremulous voice of Cecilia. "They are yet up in the other parts of the house, and if it be as you suspect, our visit would betray them, and prove the means of their certain destruction." "Is the laugh of Colonel Howard and his cups so singular and unknown to your ears, Cecilia, that you know it not?" said Catherine with a little spirit. "Or do you forget that on such occasions he seldom leaves himself ears to hear or eyes to see with? But follow me. It is as I suspect. It must be as I suspect. And unless we do something to rescue them, they are lost, unless they have laid a deeper scheme than is apparent. It is a dangerous road ye both journey," added the placid tones of Alice Dunscombe, "but ye are young, and ye are credulous." "If you disapprove of our visit," said Cecilia, "it cannot be right, and we had better return." "No, no, I have said naught to disapprove of your present errand. If God has put the lives of those in your custody, whom ye have taught yourselves to look up to with love and reverence, such as woman is bound to yield to one man, he has done it for no idle purpose. Lead us to their doors, Catherine. Let us relieve our doubts at least." The ardent girl did not wait for a second bidding, but she led them with light and quick steps along the gallery until they reached its termination, where they descended to the basement floor by a flight of narrow steps, and carefully opening a small door, emerged into the open air. They now stood on a small plat of grass which lay between the building and the ornamental garden, across which they moved rapidly, concealing their lights and bending their shrinking forms before the shivering blasts that poured their fury upon them from the ocean. They soon reached a large but rough addition to the buildings, that concealed its plain architecture behind the more laboured and highly finished parts of the edifice, into which they entered through a massive door that stood ajar, as if to admit them. Chloe has been true to my orders," whispered Catherine, as they passed out of the chilling air. "Now, if all the servants are asleep, our chance to escape unnoticed amounts to certainty." It became necessary to go through the servants' hall, which they effected unobserved, as it had but one occupant, an aged black man, who, being posted with his ear within 2 feet of a bell, in this attitude, had committed himself to a deep sleep. Gliding through this hall, they entered divers long and intricate passages, all of which seemed as familiar to Catherine as they were unknown to her companions, until they reached another flight of steps, which they ascended. They were now near their goal, and stopped to examine whether any or what difficulties were likely to be opposed to their further progress. "Now, indeed, our case seems hopeless," whispered Catherine, as they stood concealed by the darkness in one end of an extremely long, narrow passage. "Here is the sentinel in the building, instead of being, as I had supposed, under the windows. What is to be done now?" "Let us return," said Cecilia in the same manner. "My influence with my uncle is great, even though he seems unkind to us at times. In the morning I will use it to persuade him to free them, on receiving their promise to abandon all such attempts in future." "In the morning it will be too late," returned Catherine. "I saw that demon, Kit Dillon, mount his horse, under the pretence of riding to the great hunt of to morrow, but I know his malicious eye too well to be deceived in his errand. He is silent, that he may be sure, and if to morrow comes and finds Griffith within these walls, he will be condemned to a scaffold." "Say no more," said Alice Dunscombe, with singular emotion. "Some lucky circumstance may aid us with this sentinel." As she spoke she advanced. They had not proceeded far before the stern voice of the soldier challenged the party. "'Tis no time to hesitate," whispered Catherine. "We are the ladies of the Abbey, looking to our domestic affairs," she continued aloud, "and think it a little remarkable that we are to encounter armed men while going through our own dwelling." The soldier respectfully presented his musket, and replied, "My orders are to guard the doors of these 3 rooms, ladies. We have prisoners in them, and as for anything else, my duty will be to serve you all in my power." "Prisoners!" exclaimed Catherine, in affected surprise. "Does Captain Boroughcliff make St. Ruth's Abbey a jail? Of what offences are the poor men guilty?" "I know not, my lady, but as they are sailors, I suppose they have run from his Majesty's service." "This is singular, truly. And why are they not sent to the county prison?" "This must be examined into," said Cecilia, dropping the mantle from before her face. "As mistress of this house, I claim a right to know whom its walls contain. You will oblige me by opening the doors, for I see you have the keys suspended from your belt." The sentinel hesitated. He was greatly awed by the presence and beauty of the speakers, but a still voice reminded him of his duty. A lucky thought, however, interposed to relieve him from his dilemma, and at the same time to comply with the request, or rather order, of the lady. As he handed her the keys, he said, "Here they are, my lady. My orders are to keep the prisoners in, not to keep any one out. When you are done with them, you will please to return them to me, if it be only to save a poor fellow's eye, for unless the door is kept locked, I shall not dare to look about me for a moment." Cecilia promised to return the keys, and she had applied one of them to a lock with a trembling hand, when Alice Dunscombe arrested her arm, and addressed the soldier. "Say you there are 3? Are they men in years?" "No, my lady, all good serviceable lads, who couldn't do better than to serve his Majesty, or, as it may prove, worse than to run from their colours." "But are their years and appearance similar? I ask, for I have a friend who has been guilty of some boyish tricks, and has tried the seas, I hear, among other foolish hazards." "There is no boy here. In the far room on the left is a smart soldier looking chap of about 30, who the captain thinks has carried a musket before now. On him I am charged to keep a particular eye. Next to him is as pretty a looking youth as eyes could wish to see, and it makes one feel mournful to think what he must come to, if he has really deserted his ship. In the room near you is a smaller, quiet little body, who might make a better preacher than a sailor, or a soldier either, he has such a gentle way with him." Alice covered her eyes with her hand a moment, and then, recovering herself, proceeded. "Gentleness may do more with the unfortunate men than fear. Here is a guinea. Withdraw to the far end of the passage, where you can watch them as well as hear, while we enter, and endeavour to make them confess who and what they really are." The soldier took the money, and after looking about him in a little uncertainty, he at length complied. As it was obviously true they could only escape by passing him near the flight of steps. When he was beyond hearing, Alice Dunscombe turned to her companions, and a slight glow appeared in feverish spots on her cheeks as she addressed them. "It would be idle to attempt to hide from you that I expect to meet the individual whose voice I must have heard in reality to night, instead of only imaginary sounds, as I vainly, if not wickedly, supposed. I have many reasons for changing my opinion, the chief of which is, that he is leagued with the rebellious Americans in this unnatural war. Nay, chide me not, Miss Plowden. You will remember that I found my being on this island. I come here on no vain or weak errand, Miss Howard, but to spare human blood." She paused, as if struggling to speak calmly, but no one can witness the interview except our God. "Go, then," said Catherine, secretly rejoicing at her determination, "while we inquire into the character of the others." Alice Dunscombe turned the key, and gently opening the door, she desired her companions to tap for her as they returned, and then instantly disappeared in the apartment. Cecilia and her cousin proceeded to the next door, which they opened in silence, and entered cautiously into the room. Catherine Plowden had so far examined into the arrangements of Colonel Howard as to know that at the same time he had ordered blankets to be provided for the prisoners, he had not thought it necessary to administer any further to the accommodations of men who had apparently made their beds and pillows of planks for the greater part of their lives. The ladies accordingly found the youthful sailor whom they sought, with his body rolled in the shaggy covering, extended at his length along the naked boards, and buried in a deep sleep. So timid were the steps of his visitors, and so noiseless was their entrance, that they approached even to his side without disturbing his slumbers. The head of the prisoner lay rudely pillowed on a billet of wood, one hand protecting his face from its rough surface, and the other thrust in his bosom, where it rested with a relaxed grasp on the handle of a dirk. Although he slept, and that heavily, yet his rest was unnatural and perturbed. His breathing was hard and quick, and something like the low rapid murmurings of a confused utterance mingled with his respiration. The moment had now arrived when the character of Cecilia Howard appeared to undergo an entire change. Hitherto she had been led by her cousin, whose activity and enterprise seemed to qualify her so well for the office of guide. But now she advanced before Catherine, and extending her lamp in such a manner as to throw the light across the face of the sleeper, she bent to examine his countenance with keen and anxious eyes. "Am I right?" whispered her cousin. "May God, in his infinite compassion, pity and protect him," murmured Cecilia, her whole frame involuntarily shuddering as the conviction that she beheld Griffith flashed across her mind. "Yes, Catherine, it is he, and presumptuous madness has driven him here. But time presses, he must be awakened, and his escape effected at every hazard." "Nay, then, delay no longer, but rouse him from his sleep. Griffith, Edward Griffith," said the soft tones of Cecilia, "Griffith, awake!" "Your call is useless, for they sleep nightly among tempests and boisterous sounds," said Catherine. "But I've heard it said that the smallest touch will generally cause one of them to stir." "Griffith," repeated Cecilia, laying her fair hand timidly on his own. The flash of lightning is not more nimble than the leap that the young man made to his feet, which he no sooner gained than his dirk gleamed in the light of the lamps, as he brandished it fiercely with one hand, while with the other he extended a pistol in a menacing attitude towards his disturbers. "Stand back!" he exclaimed. "I am your prisoner only as a corpse." The fierceness of his front, and the glaring eyeballs that told wildly around him, appalled Cecilia, who shrank back in fear, dropping her mantle from her person, but still keeping her mild eyes fastened on his countenance with a confiding gaze that contradicted her shrinking attitude, as she replied, "Edward, it is I, Cecilia Howard, come to save you from destruction. You are known even through your ingenious disguise." The pistol and the dirk fell together on the blanket of the young sailor, whose looks instantly lost their disturbed expression in a glow of pleasure. "Fortune at length favours me," he cried. "This is kind, Cecilia, more than I deserve, and much more than I expected. But you are not alone. 'Tis my cousin Kate. To her piercing eyes you owe your detection, and she has kindly consented to accompany me, that we might urge you to, nay, that we might, if necessary, assist you to fly. For 'tis cruel folly, Griffith, thus to tempt your fate." "Have I tempted it, then, in vain, Miss Plowden? To you I must appeal for an answer and a justification." Catherine looked displeased, but after a moment's hesitation she replied, "Your servant, Mr. Griffith. I perceive that the erudite Captain Barnstable has not only succeeded in spelling through my scrawl, but he has also given it to all hands for perusal." "Now you do both him and me injustice," said Griffith. "It surely was not treachery to show me a plan in which I was to be a principal actor." "Ah, doubtless your excuses are as obedient to your calls as your men," returned the young lady. "But how comes it that the hero of the Ariel sends a deputy to perform a duty that is so peculiarly his own? Is he wont to be second in rescues?" "Heaven forbid that you should think so meanly of him for a moment. We owe you much, Miss Plowden, but we may have other duties. You know that we serve our common country, and have a superior with us, whose beck is our law." "Return, then, Mr. Griffith, while you may, to the service of our bleeding country," said Cecilia, "and after the joint efforts of her brave children have expelled the intruders from her soil, let us hope there shall come a time when Catherine and myself may be restored to our native homes." "Think you, Miss Howard, to how long a period the mighty arm of the British King may extend that time? We shall prevail. A nation fighting for its dearest rights must ever prevail. But 'tis not the work of a day, for a people poor, scattered, and impoverished as we have been, to beat down a power like that of England. Surely you forget that in bidding me to leave you with such expectations, Miss Howard, you doom me to an almost hopeless banishment." "We must trust to the will of God," said Cecilia. "If He ordain that America is to be free only after protracted sufferings, I can aid her but with my prayers. But you have an arm and an experience, Griffith, that might do her better service. Waste not your usefulness, then, in visionary schemes for private happiness, but seize the moments as they offer, and return to your ship, if indeed it is yet in safety, and endeavour to forget this mad undertaking, and for a time the being who has led you to the adventure." "This is a reception that I had not anticipated," returned Griffith, "for though accident and not intention has thrown me into your presence this evening, I did hope that when I again saw the frigate it would be in your company, Cecilia." "You cannot justly reproach me, Mr. Griffith, with your disappointment, for I have not uttered or authorized a syllable that could induce you or any one to believe that I would consent to quit my uncle. Miss Howard will not think me presumptuous if I remind her that there was a time when she did not think me unworthy to be entrusted with her person and happiness." A rich bloom mantled on the face of Cecilia as she replied, "Nor do I now, Mr. Griffith, but you do well to remind me of my former weakness, for the recollection of its folly and imprudence only adds to my present strength." "Nay," interrupted her eager lover, "if I intended a reproach, or harboured a boastful thought, spurn me from you for ever, as unworthy of your favour. I acquit you of both much easier than I can acquit myself of the charge of weakness and folly," continued Cecilia. "But there are many things that have occurred since we last met to prevent a repetition of such inconsiderate rashness on my part. One of them is," she added, smiling sweetly, "that I have numbered 12 additional months to my age, and 100 to my experience. Another, and perhaps a more important one, is that my uncle then continued among the friends of his youth, surrounded by those whose blood mingles with his own, but here he lives a stranger, and though he finds some consolation in dwelling in a building where his ancestors have dwelt before him, yet he walks as an alien through its gloomy passages, and would find the empty honour but a miserable compensation for the kindness and affection of one whom he has loved and cherished from her infancy. And yet he is opposed to you in your private wishes, Cecilia, unless my besotted vanity has led me to believe what it would now be madness to learn was false. And in your opinions of public things you are quite as widely separated. I should think there could be but little happiness dependent on a connection where there is no one feeling entertained in common. There is, and an all-important one, said Miss Howard. 'Tis our love. He is my kind, my affectionate, and unless thwarted by some evil cause, my indulgent uncle and guardian, and I am his brother Harry's child. This tie is not easily to be severed, Mr. Griffith, though, as I do not wish to see you crazed, I shall not add that your besotted vanity has played you false. But surely, Edward, it is possible to feel a double tie, and so to act as to discharge our duties to both. I never, never can or will consent to desert my uncle, a stranger as he is in the land whose rule he upholds so blindly. You know not this England, Griffith. She receives her children from the colonies with cold and haughty distrust, like a jealous stepmother who is wary of the favours that she bestows on her fictitious offspring. I know her in peace, I know her in war, said the young sailor proudly, and can add that she is a haughty friend and a stubborn foe, but she grapples now with those who ask no more of her than an open sea and an enemy's favours. But this determination will be melancholy tidings for me to convey to Barnstable. Nay, said Cecilia, smiling, I cannot vouch for others who have no uncles, and who have an extra quantity of ill humour and spleen against this country, its people, and its laws, although profoundly ignorant of them all. Is Miss Howard tired of seeing me under the tiles of St. Ruth? asked Catherine. But hark! Are there not footsteps approaching along the gallery? They listened in breathless silence, and soon heard distinctly the approaching tread of more than one person. Voices were quite audible, and before they had time to consult on what was best to be done, the words of the speakers were distinctly heard at the door of their own apartment. Ay, he has a military air about him, Peters, that will make him a prize. Come, open the door. This is not his room, your honour, said the alarmed soldier. He quarters in the last room in the gallery. How know you that, fellow? Come, produce the key, and open the way for me. I care not who sleeps here. There is no saying but I may enlist them all three. A single moment of dreadful incertitude succeeded, when the sentinel was heard saying, in reply to this peremptory order, I thought your honour wanted to see the one with the black stock, and so left the rest of the keys at the other end of the passage. But nothing, you loon. A sentinel should always carry his keys about him, like a jailer. Follow then, and let me see the lad who dresses so well to the right. As the heart of Catherine began to beat less vehemently, she said, "'Tis Cliff, and too drunk to see that we have left the key in the door. But what is to be done? We have but a moment for consultation." "As the day dawns," said Cecilia, "quickly. I shall send here, under the pretence of conveying you food, my own woman." "There is no need of risking anything for my safety," interrupted Griffith. "I hardly think we shall be detained. If we are, Barnstable is at hand with a force that would scatter these recruits to the four winds of heaven." "Ah, that would lead to bloodshed and scenes of horror," exclaimed Cecilia. "Listen!" cried Catherine. "They approach again." A man now stopped once more at their door, which was opened softly, and the face of the sentinel was thrust into the apartment. "Captain Cliff is on his rounds, and for 50 of your guineas I would not leave you here another minute." "But one word more," said Cecilia. "Not a syllable, my lady, for my life," returned the man. "The lady from the next room waits for you, and in mercy to a poor fellow go back where you came from." The appeal was unanswerable, and they complied, Cecilia saying as they left the room, "I shall send you food in the morning, young man, and directions how to take the remedy necessary to your safety. In the passage they found Alice Dunscombe with her face concealed in her mantle, and it would seem by the heavy sighs that escaped from her, deeply agitated by the interview which she had just encountered. But as the reader may have some curiosity to know what occurred to distress this unoffending lady so sensibly, we shall detain the narrative to relate the substance of that which passed between her and the individual whom she sought. End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. As when a lion in his den hath heard the hunter's cries, and rushes forth to meet his foes, so did the Douglas rise. Percy. Alice Dunscombe did not find the second of the prisoners buried, like Griffith, in sleep, but he was seated on one of the old chairs that were in the apartment, with his back to the door, and apparently looking through the small window on the dark and dreary scenery over which the tempest was yet sweeping in its fury. Her approach was unheeded until the light from her lamp glared across his eyes, when he started from his musing posture and advanced to meet her. He was the first to speak. "I expected this visit," he said, "when I found that you recognized my voice, and I felt a deep assurance in my breast that Alice Dunscombe would never betray me." His listener, though expecting this confirmation of her conjectures, was unable to make an immediate reply, but she sank into the seat he had abandoned, and waited a few moments as if to recover her powers. It was then no mysterious warning, no airy voice that mocked my ear, but a dread reality. She at length said, "Why have you thus braved the indignation of the laws of your country? On what errand of fell mischief has your ruthless temper again urged you to embark?" "This is strong and cruel language coming from you to me, Alice Dunscombe," returned the stranger with cool asperity, "and the time has been when I should have been greeted, after a shorter absence, with milder terms. I deny it not. I cannot, if I would, conceal my infirmity from myself or you. I hardly wish it to continue unknown to the world. If I have once esteemed you, if I have plighted to you my troth, and in my confiding folly forgot my higher duties, God has amply punished me for the weakness in your own evil deeds. Nay, let not our meeting be embittered with useless and provoking recriminations," said the other, "for we have much to say before you communicate the errand of mercy on which you have come hither. I know you too well, Alice, not to see that you perceive the peril in which I am placed, and are willing to venture something for my safety. Your mother, does she yet live?" "She is gone in quest of my blessed father," said Alice, covering her pale face with her hands. "They have left me alone, truly, for he who was to have been all to me was first false to his faith, and has since become unworthy of my confidence." The stranger became singularly agitated, his usually quiet eye glancing hastily from the floor to the countenance of his companion as he paced the room with hurried steps. At length he replied, "There is much perhaps to be said in explanation that you do not know. I left the country because I found in it nothing but oppression and injustice, and I could not invite you to become the bride of a wanderer without either name or fortune. But I have now the opportunity of proving my truth. You say you are alone. Be so no longer, and try how far you were mistaken in believing that I should one day supply the place to you of both father and mother. There is something soothing to a female ear in the offer of even protracted justice, and Alice spoke with less of acrimony in her tones during the remainder of their conference, if not with less severity in her language. "You talk not like a man whose very life hangs but on a thread that the next minute may snap asunder. Whither would you lead me? Is it to the Tower at London?" "Think not that I have weakly exposed my person without a sufficient protection," returned the stranger with cool indifference. "There are many gallant men who only wait my signal to crush the paltry force of this officer like a worm beneath my feet." "Then has the conjecture of Colonel Howard been true, and the manner in which the enemy's vessels have passed the shoals is no longer a mystery?" "You have been their pilot?" "I have." "What! Would ye pervert the knowledge gained in the springtime of your guileless youth to the foul purpose of bringing desolation to the doors of those you once knew and respected? John, John is the image of the maiden whom in her morning of beauty and simplicity I believe you did love so faintly impressed that it cannot soften your hard heart to the misery of those among whom she has been born, and who compose her little world. Not a hair of theirs shall be touched, not a thatch shall blaze, nor shall a sleepless night befall the vilest among them. And all for your sake, Alice. England comes to this contest with a seared conscience and bloody hands, but all shall be forgotten for the present, when both opportunity and power offer to make her feel our vengeance, even in her vitals. I came on no such errand. What then has led you blindly into snares, where all your boasted aid would avail you nothing? For should I call aloud your name, even here in the dark and dreary passages of this obscure edifice, the cry would echo through the country ere the morning, and a whole people would be found in arms to punish your audacity." "My name has been sounded, and that in no gentle strains," returned the pilot scornfully, "when a whole people have quailed at it, the craven, cowardly wretches flying before the man they had wronged. I have lived to bear the banners of the new republic proudly, in sight of the three kingdoms, when practised skill and equal arms have in vain struggled to pluck it down. Ay, Alice, the echoes of my guns are still roaring among your eastern hills, and would render my name more appalling than inviting to your sleeping yeomen." "Boast not of the momentary success that the arm of God has yielded to your unhallowed efforts," said Alice, "for a day of severe and heavy retribution must follow. Nor flatter yourself with the idle hope that your name, terrible as ye have rendered it to the virtuous, is sufficient of itself to drive the thoughts of home and country and kin from all who hear it. Nay, I know not that even now, in listening to you, I am not forgetting a solemn duty which would teach me to proclaim your presence, that the land might know that her unnatural son is a dangerous burden in her bosom." The pilot turned quickly in his short walk, and after reading her countenance with the expression of one who felt his security, he said in gentler tones, "Would that be Alice Dunscombe? Would that be like the mild, generous girl whom I knew in my youth? But I repeat, the threat would fail to intimidate, even if you were capable of executing it. I have said that it is only to make the signal to draw around me a force sufficient to scatter these dogs of soldiers to the four winds of heaven." "Have you calculated your power justly, John?" said Alice, unconsciously betraying her deep interest in his safety. "Have you reckoned the probability of Mr. Dillon's arriving, accompanied by an armed band of horsemen, with the morning sun? For it's no secret in the Abbey that he is gone in quest of such assistance." "Dillon!" exclaimed the pilot, starting. "Who is he, and on what suspicion does he seek this addition to your guard?" "Nay, John, look not at me as if you would know the secrets of my heart. It was not I who prompted him to such a step. You cannot for a moment think that I would betray you. but too surely he has gone, and as the night wears rapidly away, you should be using the hour of grace to effect our own security." "Fear not for me, Alice," returned the pilot proudly, while a faint smile struggled around his compressed lip. "And yet I like not this movement either. How call you his name? Dillon? Is he a minion of King George?" "He is, John, what you are not, a loyal subject of his sovereign lord the king, and though a native of the revolted colonies, he has preserved his virtue uncontaminated amid the corruptions and temptations of the times." "An American, and disloyal to the liberties of the human race? By heaven, he had better not cross me, for if my arm reach him, it shall hold him forth as a spectacle of treason to the world." "And has not the world enough of such a spectacle in yourself? Are ye not, even now, breathing your native air, though lurking through the mists of the island, with desperate intent against its peace and happiness?" A dark and fierce expression of angry resentment flashed from the eyes of the pilot, and even his iron frame seemed to shake with emotion as he answered, "Call you his dastardly and selfish treason, aiming as it does to aggrandize a few at the expense of millions, a parallel case to the generous ardor that impels a man to fight in the defense of sacred liberty. I might tell you that I am armed in the common cause of my fellow subjects and countrymen, that though an ocean divided us in distance, yet are we a people of the same blood and children of the same parents, and that the hand which oppresses one inflicts an injury on the other. But I disdain all such narrow apologies. I was born on this orb, and I claim to be a citizen of it, a man with a soul not to be limited by the arbitrary boundaries of tyrants and hirelings, but one who has the right as well as the inclination to grapple with oppression, in whose name soever it is exercised, or in whatever hollow and specious shape it founds its claim to abuse our race." "Ah, John, John, though this may sound like reason to rebellious ears, to mine it seemeth only as the ravings of insanity. It is in vain ye build up your new and disorganizing systems of rule, or rather misrule, which are opposed to all that the world has ever yet done, or ever will see done, in peace and happiness. What avail your subtleties and false reasonings against the heart? It is the heart which tells us where our home is, and how to love it." "You talk like a weak and prejudiced woman, Alice," said the pilot more composedly, "and one who would shackle nations with the ties that bind the young and feeble of your own sex together." "And by what holier or better bond can they be united?" said Alice. "Are not the relations of domestic life of God's establishing? And have not the nations grown from families, as branches spread from the stem till the tree overshadows the land? 'Tis an ancient and sacred tie that binds man to his nation, neither can it be severed without infamy." The pilot smiled disdainfully, and throwing open the rough exterior of his dress, he drew forth in succession several articles, while a glowing pride lighted his countenance as he offered them singly to her notice. "See, Alice," he said, "call you this infamy? This broad sheet of parchment is stamped with a seal of no mean importance, and it bears the royal name of the princely Louis also. And view this cross, decorated as it is with jewels, the gift of the same illustrious hand. It is not apt to be given to the children of infamy, neither is it wise or decorous to stigmatize a man who has not been thought unworthy to consort with princes and nobles, by the opprobrious name of the Scotch pirate." "And have ye not earned the title, John? By ruthless deeds and bitter animosity. I could kiss the baubles ye show me, if they were 1,000 times less splendid, had they been laid upon your breast by the hands of your lawful prince. But now they appear to my eyes as indelible blots upon your attainted name. As for your associates, I have heard of them, and it seemeth that a queen might be better employed than encouraging by her smiles the disloyal subjects of other monarchs, though even her enemies. God only knows when his pleasure may suffer a spirit of disaffection to rise up among the people of her own nation, and then the thought that she has encouraged rebellion may prove both bitter and unwelcome. That the royal and lovely Antoinette has deigned to repay my services with a small portion of her gracious approbation is not among the least of my boasts, returned the pilot, in affected humility, while secret pride was manifested even in his lofty attitude. But venture not a syllable in her dispraise, for you know not whom you censure. She is less distinguished by her illustrious birth and elevated station than by her virtues and loveliness. She lives the first of her sex in Europe, the daughter of an emperor, the consort of the most powerful king, and the smiling and beloved patroness of a nation who worship at her feet. Her life is above all reproach, as it is above all earthly punishment, were she so lost as to merit it, and it has been the will of Providence to place her far beyond the reach of all human misfortunes. Has it placed her above human errors, John? Punishment is the natural and inevitable consequence of sin, and unless she can say more than has ever fallen to the lot of humanity to say truly, she may yet be made to feel the chastening arm of one to whose eyes all her pageantry and power are as vacant as the air she breathes, so insignificant must it seem when compared to his own just rule. But if you vaunt that you have been permitted to kiss the hem of the robes of the French Queen, and have been the companion of high-born and flaunting ladies, clad in their richest array, can ye yet say to yourself, that amid them all ye have found one whose tongue has been bold to tell you the truth, or whose heart has sincerely joined in her false professions? Certainly none have met me with the reproaches that I have this night received from Alice Dunscombe, after a separation of 6 long years, returned the pilot. If I have spoken to you the words of holy truth, John, let them not be the less welcome because they are strangers to your ears. Oh, think that she who has thus dared to use the language of reproach to one whose name is terrible to all who live on the border of this island, is led to the rash act by no other motive than interest in your eternal welfare. Alice, Alice, you madden me with these foolish speeches. Am I a monster to frighten unprotected women and helpless children? What mean these epithets, as coupled with my name? Have you, too, lent a credulous ear to the vile calumnies with which the policy of your rulers has ever attempted to destroy the fair fame of those who oppose them, and those chiefly who oppose them with success? My name may be terrible to the officers of the royal fleet, but where and how have I earned a claim to be considered formidable to the helpless and unoffending? Alice Dunscombe cast a furtive and timid glance at the pilot, which spoke even stronger than her words, as she replied, I know not that all which is said of you and your deeds is true. I have often prayed in bitterness and sorrow that a 10th part of that which is laid to your charge may not be heaped on your devoted head at the great and final account. But, John, I have known you long and well, and heaven forbid that on this solemn occasion, which may be the last of our earthly interviews, I should be found wanting in Christian duty through a woman's weakness. I have often thought, when I have heard the gall of bitter reproach and envenomed language hurled against your name, that they who spoke so rashly little understood the man they vituperated. But though ye are at times, and I may say almost always, as mild and even as the smoothest sea over which ye have ever sailed, yet God has mingled in your nature a fearful mixture of fierce passions, which roused are more like the southern waters when troubled with the tornado. It is difficult for me to say how far this evil spirit may lead a man who has been goaded by fancied wrongs to forget his country and home, and who is suddenly clothed with power to show his resentments. The pilot listened with rooted attention, and his piercing eye seemed to reach the seat of those thoughts which she but half expressed. Still he retained the entire command of himself, and answered, more in sorrow than in anger, If anything could convert me to your own peaceful and unresisting opinions, Alice, it would be the reflections that offer themselves at this conviction, that even you have been led by the base tongues of my dastardly enemies to doubt my honor and conduct. What is fame when a man can be thus traduced to his nearest friends? But no more of these childish reflections. They are unworthy of myself, my office, and the sacred cause in which I have enlisted. "Nay, John, shake them not off," said Alice, unconsciously laying her hand on his arm. "They are as the dew to the parched herbage, and may freshen the feelings of your youth, and soften the heart that has grown hard, if hard it be, more by unnatural indulgence than its own base inclinations." "Alice Dunscombe," said the pilot, approaching her with solemn earnestness, "I have learnt much this night, though I came not in quest of such knowledge. You have taught me how powerful is the breath of the slanderer, how frail is the tenure by which we hold our good names. Full 20 times have I met the hirelings of your prince in open battle, fighting ever manfully under that flag which was first raised to the breeze by my own hands, and which, I thank my God, I have never yet seen lowered an inch, but with no one act of cowardice or private wrong in all that service can I reproach myself. And yet how am I rewarded? The tongue of the vile calumniator is keener than the sword of the warrior, and leaves a more indelible scar. Never have ye uttered a truer sentiment, John, and God send that ye may encourage such thoughts to your own eternal advantage," said Alice, with engaging interest. "You say that you have risked your precious life in 20 combats, and observe how little of heaven's favor is bestowed on the abettors of rebellion. They tell me that the world has never witnessed a more desperate and bloody struggle than this last, for which your name has been made to sound to the furthermost ends of the isle." "'Twill be known wherever naval combats are spoken of," interrupted the pilot, the melancholy which had begun to lower in his countenance giving place to a look of proud exultation. "And yet its fancied glory cannot shield your name from wrong, nor are the rewards of the victor equal, in a temporal sense, to those which the vanquished has received. Know you that our gracious monarch, deeming your adversary's cause so sacred, has extended to him his royal favor?" "Ay, he has dubbed him knight," exclaimed the pilot, with a scornful and bitter laugh. "Let him be again furnished with a ship, and me with another opportunity, and I promise him an earldom, if being again vanquished can constitute a claim." "Speak not so rashly, nor vaunt yourself of possessing a protecting power that may desert you, John, when you most need it, and least expect a change," returned his companion. "The battle is not always to the strong, neither is the race to the swift. Forget you, my good Alice, that your words will admit of a double meaning. Has the battle been to the strong, though you say not well, in denying the race to the swift? Yes, yes, often and again have the dastards escaped me by their prudent speed. Alice Dunscombe, you know not a thousandth part of the torture that I have been made to feel by high-born miscreants, who envy the merit they cannot equal, and detract from the glory of deeds that they dare not attempt to emulate. How have I been cast upon the ocean, like some unworthy vessel that is commissioned to do a desperate deed, and then to bury itself in the ruin it has made. How many malignant hearts have triumphed as they beheld my canvas open, thinking that it was spread to hasten me to a gibbet, or to a tomb in the bosom of the ocean. But I have disappointed them." The eyes of the pilot no longer gazed with their piercing and subtle meaning, but they flashed with a fierce and wild pleasure, as he continued in a louder voice. "Yes, bitterly have I disappointed them. Oh, the triumph over my fallen enemies has been tamed to this heartfelt exultation, which places me immeasurably above those false and craven hypocrites. I begged, I implored the Frenchmen for the meanest of their craft, which possessed but the common qualities of a ship of war. I urged the policy and necessity of giving me such a force, for even then I promised to be found in harm's way. But envy and jealousy robbed me of my just dues, and of more than half my glory. They call me pirate, if I have claim to the name. It was furnished more by the paltry outfit of my friends than by any act towards my enemies." "And do not these recollections prompt you to return to your allegiance to your prince and native land, John?" said Alice, in a subdued voice. "Away with the silly thought," interrupted the pilot, recalled to himself, as if by a sudden conviction of the weakness he had betrayed. "It is ever thus, where men are made conspicuous by their works. But to your visit, I have the power to rescue myself and companions from this paltry confinement, and yet I would not have it done with violence for your sake. Bring you the means of doing it in quiet?" When the morning arrives, you will all be conducted to the apartment where we first met. This will be done at the solicitation of Miss Howard, under the plea of compassion and justice, and with the professed object of inquiring into your situations. Her request will not be refused, and while your guard is stationed at the door, you will be shown by another entrance through the private apartments of the wing to a window, whence you can easily leap to the ground, where a thicket is at hand. Afterwards we shall trust your safety to your own discretion. And if this Dillon, of whom you have spoken, should suspect the truth, how will you answer to the law for aiding our escape? I believe he little dreams who is among the prisoners, said Alice, musing, though he may have detected the character of one of your companions. But it is private feeling rather than public spirit that urges him on. I have suspected something of this, returned the pilot, with a smile that crossed those features where ungovernable passions that had so lately been exhibited, with an effect that might be likened to the last glimmering of an expiring conflagration, serving to render the surrounding ruin more obvious. This young Griffith has led me from my direct path with his idle imprudence, and it is right that his mistress should incur some risk. But with you, Alice, the case is different. Here you are only a guest, and it is unnecessary that you should be known in the unfortunate affair. Should my name get abroad, this recreant American, this Colonel Howard, will find all the favor he has purchased by advocating the cause of tyranny necessary to protect him from the displeasure of the ministry. I fear to trust so delicate a measure to the young discretion of my amiable friend, said Alice, shaking her head. Remember that she has her attachment to plead in her excuse, but dare you say to the world that you still remember with gentle feelings the man whom you stigmatized with such opprobrious epithets? A slight color gleamed over the brow of Alice Dunscombe as she uttered, in a voice that was barely audible, there is no longer a reason why the world should know of such a weakness, though it did exist. And as the faint glow passed away, leaving her face pale nearly as the hue of death, her eyes kindled with unusual fire, and she added, they can but take my life, John, and that I am ready to lay down in your service. Alice, exclaimed the softened pilot, my kind, my gentle Alice. The knock of the sentinel at the door was heard at this critical moment. Without waiting for a reply to his summons, the man entered the apartment, and in hurried language declared the urgent necessity that existed for the lady to retire. A few brief remonstrances were uttered by both Alice and the pilot, who wished to comprehend more clearly each other's intentions relative to the intended escape, but the fear of personal punishment rendered the soldier obdurate, and a dread of exposure at length induced the lady to comply. She arose and was leaving the apartment with lingering steps, when the pilot, touching her hand, whispered to her impressively, Alice, we meet again before I leave this island forever. We meet in the morning, John, she returned in the same tone of voice, in the apartments of Miss Howard. He dropped her hand, and she glided from the room, when the impatient sentinel closed the door, and silently turned the key on his prisoner. The pilot remained in a listening attitude until the light footsteps of the retiring pair were no longer audible, when he placed his confined apartment with perturbed steps, occasionally pausing to look out at the driving clouds and the groaning oaks that were trembling and rocking their broad arms in the fitful gusts of the gale. In a few minutes the tempest in his own passions had gradually subsided to the desperate and still calmness that made him the man he was, when he again seated himself where Alice had found him, and began to muse on the events of the times, from which the transition to projecting schemes of daring enterprise and mighty consequences was but the usual employment of his active and restless mind. End of chapter 14. Chapter 15 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 15. Sir, and I have no exquisite reason for it, but I've reason good enough. 12th night. The countenance of Captain Burrowcliffe, when the sentinel admitted him to the apartment he had selected, was in that state of doubtful illumination, when looks of peculiar cunning blend so nicely with the stare of vacancy, that the human face is rendered not unlike an April day, now smiling and inviting, and at the next moment clouded and dreary. It was quite apparent that the soldier had an object for his unexpected visit by the importance of his air and the solemnity of the manner with which he entered on the business. He waved his hand for the sentinel to retire with lofty dignity, and continued balancing his body during the closing of the door, and while a sound continued audible to his confused faculties, with his eyes fixed in the direction of the noise, with that certain sort of wise look that in many men supplies the place of something better. When the captain felt himself secure from interruption, he moved round with quick military precision in order to face the man of whom he was in quest. Griffith had been sleeping, though uneasily and with watchfulness, and the pilot had been calmly awaiting the visit which it seemed he had anticipated, but their associate, who was no other than Captain Manuel of the Marines, was discovered in a very different condition from either. Though the weather was cool and the night tempestuous, he had thrown aside his pea-jacket with most of his disguise, and was sitting ruefully on his blanket, wiping with one hand the large drops of sweat from his forehead, and occasionally grasping his throat with the other, with a kind of convulsed mechanical movement. He stared wildly at his visitor, though his entrance produced no other alteration in these pursuits than a more diligent application of his handkerchief, and a more frequent grasping of his naked neck, as if he were willing to ascertain by actual experiment what degree of pressure the part was able to sustain without exceeding a given quantity of inconvenience. "Comrade, I greet ye," said Borrowcliff, staggering to the side of his prisoner, where he seated himself with an entire absence of ceremony. "Comrade, I greet ye. Is the kingdom in danger? That gentleman traversed the island in the uniform of the regiment of Incognitus Incognitii Torum. Dammy, how I forget my Latin. Say, my fine fellow, are you one of these Torums?" Manuel breathed a little hard, which, considering the manner he had been using his throat, was a thing to be expected, but swallowing his apprehensions, he answered with more spirit than his situation rendered prudent or the occasion demanded. "Say what you will of me, and treat me as you please. I defy any man to call me Tory with truth." "You are no Torum. Well, then, the War Office has got up a new dress. Your regiment must have earned their facings in storming some water battery, or perhaps it has done duty as Marines. Am I right?" "I'll not deny it," said Manuel more stoutly. "I've served as a Marine for 2 years, though taken from the line of—" "The army?" said Borrowcliff, interrupting a most damning confession of which state line the other had belonged to. "I kept a dog watch myself once on board the fleet of my Lord Howe, but it is a service that I do not envy any man. Our afternoon parades were dreadfully unsteady, for 'tis a time, you know, when a man wants solid ground to stand on. However, I purchased my company with some prize money that fell in my way, and I always remember the marine service with gratitude. But this is dry work. I have put a bottle of sparkling Madeira in my pocket, with a couple of glasses, which we will discuss while we talk over more important matters. Thrust your hand into my right pocket. I have been used to dress to the front so long, that it comes mighty awkward to me to make this backward motion, as if it were into a cartridge box." Manuel, who had been at a loss how to construe the manner of the other, perceived at once a good deal of plain English in this request, and he dislodged one of Colonel Howard's dusty bottles with a dexterity that denoted the earnestness of his purpose. Borrowcliff had made a suitable provision of glasses, and extracting the cork in a certain scientific manner, he tendered to his companion a bumper of the liquor before another syllable was uttered by either of the expectants. The gentlemen concluded their draughts with a couple of smacks that sounded not unlike the pistols of 2 practised duellists, though certainly a much less alarming noise when the entertainer renewed the discourse. "I like one of your musty-looking bottles that is covered with dust and cobwebs, with a good southern tan on it," he said. "Such liquor does not abide in the stomach, but it gets into the heart at once, and becomes blood in the beating of a pulse. But how soon I knew you! That sort of knowledge is the freemasonry of our craft. I knew you to be the man you are, the moment I laid eyes on you in what we call our guard room. But I thought I would humour the old soldier who lives here, by letting him have the formula of an examination, as a sort of deference to his age and former rank. but I knew you the instant I saw you. I've seen you before." The theory of Burrowcliffe in relation to the incorporation of wine with the blood might have been true in the case of the marine, whose whole frame appeared to undergo a kind of magical change by the experiment of drinking, which, the reader will understand, was diligently persevered in, while a drop remained in the bottle. The perspiration no longer rolled from his brow, neither did his throat manifest that uneasiness which had rendered such constant external applications necessary, but he settled down into an air of cool but curious interest, which in some measure was the necessary concomitant of his situation. "We may have met before, as I have been much in service, and yet I know not where you could have seen me," said Manuel. "Were you ever a prisoner of war?" Not exactly such an unfortunate devil, but a sort of conventional non-combatant. I shared the hardships, the glory, the equivocal victories, where we killed and drove countless numbers of rebels, who were not, and woe is me, the capitulation of Burgoyne. But let that pass, which was more than the Yankees would allow us to do. You know not where I could have seen you. I have seen you on parade, in the field, in battle, and out of battle, in camp, in barracks, in short, everywhere but in a drawing-room. No, I have never seen you before this night in a drawing-room." Manuel stared in a good deal of wonder and some uneasiness at these confident assertions, which promised to put his life in no little jeopardy, and it is to be supposed that the peculiar sensation about the throat was revived, as he made a heavy draught before he said, "You will swear to this? Can you call me by name?" "I will swear to it in any court in Christendom," said the dogmatical soldier. "And your name is Fugelman?" "If it is, I'll be damned!" exclaimed the other, with exulting precipitation. "Swear not," said Burrowcliffe, with a solemn air, "for what mattereth an empty name? Call thyself by what appellation thou wilt. I know thee. Soldier is written on thy martial front. Thy knee bendeth not. Nay, I even doubt if the rebellious member bow in prayer." "Come, sir," interrupted Manuel, a little sternly, "no more of this trifling, but declare your will at once. Rebellious member, indeed! These fellows will call the skies of America rebellious heavens shortly." "I like thy spirit, lad," returned the undisturbed Burrowcliffe. "It sits as gracefully on a soldier as his sash and gorget. But it is lost on an old campaigner. I marvel, however, that thou takest such umbrage at my slight attack on thy orthodoxy. I fear the fortress must be weak, where the outworks are defended with such a waste of unnecessary courage." "I know not why or wherefore you have paid me this visit, Captain Burrowcliffe," said Manuel, with a laudable discretion, which prompted him to reconnoitre the other's views a little, before he laid himself more open. "If Captain be your rank, and Burrowcliffe be your name, but this I do know, that if it be only to mock me in my present situation, it is neither soldier-like nor manly, and it is what, in other circumstances, might be attended by some hazard." Said the other, with his immovable coolness. "I see you set the wine down as nothing, though the king drinks not as good, for the plain reason that the sun of England cannot find its way through the walls of Windsor Castle as easily as the sun of Carolina can warm a garret covered with cedar shingles. But I like your spirit more and more, so draw yourself up in battle array, and let us have another charge at this black bottle, when I shall lay before your military eyes a plan of the whole campaign." Manuel first bestowed an inquiring glance on his companion, when discovering no other expression than foolish cunning, which was fast yielding before the encroaching footsteps of stupid inebriety, he quietly placed himself in the desired position. The wine was drunk, when Burrowcliffe proceeded to open his communications more unreservedly. "You are a soldier, and I am a soldier. That you are a soldier, my orderly could tell, for the dog has both seen a campaign, and smelt villainous saltpetre, when compounded according to a wicked invention. But it required the officer to detect the officer. Privates do not wear such linen as this, which seemeth to me an unreasonably cool attire for the season, nor velvet stocks with silver buckles, nor is there often the odorous flavor of sweet-scented pomatum to be discovered around their greasy locks. In short, thou art both soldier and officer." "I confess it," said Manuel. "I hold the rank of captain, and shall expect the treatment of one." "I think I have furnished you with wine fit for a general," returned Burrowcliffe. "But have your own way. Now it would be apparent to men whose faculties had not been rendered clear by such cordials as this dwelling aboundeth with, that when you officers journey through the island, clad in the uniform incognitorum, which in your case means the Marine Corps, that something is in the wind of more than usual moment. Soldiers owe their allegiance to their prince, and next to him to war, women, and wine. Of war there is none in the realm, of women plenty, but wine, I regret to say, that is, good wine, grows both scarce and dear. Do I speak to the purpose, comrade? Proceed, said Manuel, whose eyes were not less attentive than his ears, in a hope to discover whether his true character were understood. En avant, in plain English, forward march. Well, then, the difficulty lies between women and wine, which, when the former are pretty and the latter rich, is a very agreeable sort of an alternative. That it is not wine of which you are in quest, I must believe, my comrade captain, or you would not go on the adventure in such shabby attire. You will excuse me, but who would think of putting anything better than their port before a man in a pair of tarred trousers? No, no, Hollands, green and yellow Hollands, is a potation good enough to set before one of the present bearing. And yet I have met with him who has treated me to the choicest of the South Side Madeira. Know you the very side from which the precious fluid comes? That looks more in favor of the wine. But after all, woman, dear capricious woman, who one moment fancies she sees a hero in regimentals, and the next a saint in a cassock, and who always sees something admirable in a suitor, whether he be clad in tow or velvet, woman is at the bottom of this mysterious masquerading. Am I right, comrade? By this time Manuel had discovered that he was safe, and he returned to the conversation with a revival of all his ready wits, which had been strangely paralyzed by his previous disorder in the region of the throat. First bestowing a wicked wink on his companion, and a look that would have outdone the wisest aspect of Solomon, he replied, "Ah, woman has much to answer for." "I knew it," exclaimed Berrowcliff, "and this confession only confirms me in the good opinion I have always entertained of myself. If his Majesty has any particular wish to close this American business, let him have a certain convention burnt, and a nameless person promoted, and we shall see. But answer, as you love truth, is it a business of holy matrimony, or a mere dalliance with the sweets of Cupid?" "Of honest wedlock," said Manuel, with an air as serious as if Hymen already held him in his fetters. "'Tis honest. Is there money?" "Is there money?" repeated Manuel, with a sort of contemptuous echo. "Would a soldier part with his liberty, but with his life, unless the chains were made of gold?" "That's the true military doctrine," cried the other. "Faith, you have some discretion in your amphibious corps, I find. But why this disguise? Are the seniors grave as well as potent and reverend? Why this disguise, I again ask?" "Why this disguise?" repeated Manuel coolly. "Is there any such thing as love in your regiment without disguise? With us it is a regular symptom of the disease." "A most just and discreet description of the passion, my amphibious comrade," said the English officer. "And yet the symptoms in your case are attended by some very malignant tokens. Does your mistress love tar?" "No, but she loveth me, and of course whatever attire I choose to appear in." "Still discreet and sagacious, and yet only a most palpable feint to avoid my direct attack. You have heard of such a place as Gretna Green, a little to the north of this, I dare say, my aquatic comrade. Am I right?" "Gretna Green," said Manuel, a little embarrassed by his ignorance. "Some parade ground, I suppose?" "Ay, for those who suffer under the fire of Master Cupid. A parade ground. Well, there is some artful simplicity in that. But all will not do with an old campaigner. It is a difficult thing to impose on an old soldier my water battery. Now listen and answer, and you shall see what it is to possess a discernment. Therefore deny nothing. You are in love." "I deny nothing," said Manuel, comprehending at once that this was his safest course. "Your mistress is willing, and the money is ready, but the old people say halt." "I am still mute." "'Tis prudent. You say march. Gretna Green is the object, and your flight is to be by water." "Unless I can make my escape by water, I shall never make it," said Manuel, with another sympathetic movement with his hand to his throat. "Keep mute. You need tell me nothing. I can see into a mystery that is as deep as a well to-night. Your companions are hirelings, perhaps your shipmates, or men to pilot you on this expedition." "One is my shipmate, and the other is our pilot," said Manuel, with more truth than usual. "You are well provided. One thing more, and I shall become mute in my turn. Does she whom you seek lie in this house?" "She does not. She lies but a short distance from this place, and I should be a happy fellow could I but once more put eyes on her. Now listen, and you shall have your wish. You possess the ability to march yet, which, considering the lateness of the hour, is no trifling privilege. Open that window. Is it possible to descend from it?" Manuel eagerly complied, but he turned from the place in disappointment. It would be certain death to attempt the leap. The devil only could escape from it. "So I should think," returned Borrowcliff, dryly. "You must be content to pass for that respectable gentleman for the rest of your days in St. Ruth's Abbey, for through that identical hole must you wing your flight on the pinions of love." "But how? The thing is impossible." "In imagination only. There is some stir, a good deal of foolish apprehension, and a great excess of idle curiosity among certain of the tenants of this house on your account. They fear the rebels, who we all know have not soldiers enough to do their work neatly at home, and who, of course, would never think of sending any here. You wish to be snug. I wish to serve a brother in distress. Through that window you must be supposed to fly, no matter how, while by following me you can pass the sentinel and retire peaceably, like any other mortal, on your own two stout legs." This was a result that exceeded all that Manuel had anticipated from their amicable but droll dialogue, and the hint was hardly given before he threw on the garments that agitation had before rendered such encumbrances, and in less time than we have taken to relate it, the marine was completely equipped for his departure. In the meantime Captain Borrowcliff raised himself to an extremely erect posture, which he maintained with the inflexibility of a rigid martinet. When he found himself established on his feet, the soldier intimated to his prisoner that he was ready to proceed. The door was instantly opened by Manuel, and together they entered the gallery. "Who comes there?" cried the sentinel, with a vigilance and vigor that he intended should compensate for his previous neglect of duty. "Walk straight, that he may see you," said Borrowcliff, with much philosophy. "Who goes there?" repeated the sentinel, throwing his musket to a poise, with a rattling sound that echoed along the naked walls. "Walk crooked," added Borrowcliff, "that if he fire he may miss." "We shall be shot at with this folly," muttered Manuel. "We are friends, and your officer is one of us." "Stand, friends! Advance, officer, and give the countersign," cried the sentinel. "That is much easier said than done," returned his captain. "Forward, Mr. Amphibious, you can walk like a postman. Move to the front and proclaim the magical word loyalty. 'Tis a standing countersign, ready furnished to my hands by mine host the colonel. Your road is then clear before you, but hark!" Manuel made an eager step forward, when, recollecting himself, he turned and added, "My assistants, the seamen. I can do nothing without them." "Lo, the keys are in the doors, ready for my admission," said the Englishman. "Turn them, and bring out your forces." Quick as thought, Manuel was in the room of Griffith, to whom he briefly communicated the situation of things, when he reappeared in the passage, and then proceeded on a similar errand to the room of the pilot. "Follow, and behave as usual," he whispered. "Say not a word, but trust all to me." The pilot arose and obeyed these instructions without asking a question, with the most admirable coolness. "I am now ready to proceed," said Manuel, when they had joined Borrowcliff. During the short time occupied in these arrangements, the sentinel and his captain had stood looking at each other with great military exactitude, the former ambitious of manifesting his watchfulness, the latter awaiting the return of the marine. The captain now beckoned to Manuel to advance and give the countersign. "Loyalty," whispered Manuel when he approached the sentinel, but the soldier had been allowed time to reflect, and as he well understood the situation of his officer, he hesitated to allow the prisoner to pass. After a moment's pause, he said, "Advance, friends." At this summons the whole party moved to the point of his bayonet, when the man continued, "The prisoners have the countersign, Captain Borrowcliff, but I dare not let them pass." "Why not?" asked the captain. "Am I not here, sirrah? Do you not know me?" "Yes, sir, I know your honor, and respect your honor, but I was posted here by my sergeant, and ordered not to let these men pass out on any account." "That's what I call good discipline," said Borrowcliff, with an exulting laugh. "I knew the lad would not mind me, any more than that he would obey the orders of that lamp. Here are no slaves of the lamp, my amphibious comrade. Drill ye your marines in this consummate style to niceties." "What means this trifling?" said the pilot sternly. "Ah, I thought I should turn the laugh on you," cried Manuel, affecting to join in the mirth. "We know all these things well, and we practise them in our corps. But though the sentinel cannot know you, the sergeant will. So let him be called, and orders be given through him to the man on post, that we may pass out." "Your throat grows uneasy, I see," said Burrowcliff. "You crave another bottle of the generous fluid. Well, it shall be done. Sentinel, you can throw up yon window, and give a call to the sergeant." "The outcry will ruin us," said the pilot in a whisper to Griffith. "Follow me," said the young sailor. The sentinel was turning to execute the orders of his captain as Griffith spoke, when, springing forward in an instant, he wrenched the musket from his hands. A heavy blow with its butt felled the astonished soldier to the floor. Then, poising his weapon, Griffith exclaimed, "Forward! We can clear our own way now." "On!" said the pilot, leaping lightly over the prostrate soldier, a dagger gleaming in one hand and a pistol presented in the other. Manuel was by his side in an instant, armed in a similar manner, and the three rushed together from the building without meeting any one to oppose their flight. Burrowcliff was utterly unable to follow, and so astounded was he by this sudden violence, that several minutes passed before he was restored to the use of his speech, a faculty which seldom deserted him. The man had recovered his senses and his feet, however, and the two stood gazing at each other in mute condolence. At length the sentinel broke the silence. "Shall I give the alarm, your honor?" "I rather think not, Peters. I wonder if there be any such thing as gratitude or good breeding in the marine corps." "I hope your honor will remember that I did my duty, and that I was disarmed while executing your orders." "I can remember nothing about it, Peters, except that it is rascally treatment, and such as I shall yet make the amphibious aquatic gentleman answer for. But lock the door, look as if nothing had happened, and ah, your honor, that is not so easy done as your honor may please to think. I have not any doubt but there is the print of the breech of a musket stamped on my back and shoulders, as plainly to be seen as that light." "Then look as you please, but hold your peace, sirrah. Here is a crown to buy a plaster. I heard the dog throw away your musket on the stairs. Go seek it and return to your post, and when you are relieved, act as if nothing had happened. I take the responsibility on myself." The man obeyed, and when he was once more armed, Burrowcliff, a good deal sobered by the surprise, made the best of his way to his own apartment, muttering threats and execrations against the corps of marines and the whole race, as he called them, of aquatic amphibii. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 16. Away, away! The coveys fled the cover. Put forth the dogs and let the falcon fly. I'll spend some leisure in the keen pursuit, nor longer waste my hours in sluggish quiet. The soldier passed the remainder of the night in the heavy sleep of a bacchanalian, and awoke late on the following morning, only when aroused by the entrance of his servant. When the customary summons had induced the captain to unclose his eyelids, he arose in his bed, and after performing the usual operation of a diligent friction on his organs of vision, he turned sternly to his man, and remarked with an ill humor that seemed to implicate the innocent servant in the fault which his master condemned. "I thought, sir, that I ordered Sergeant Drill not to let a drumstick touch a sheepskin while we quartered in the dwelling of this hospitable old colonel. Does the fellow despise my commands, or does he think the roll of a drum echoing through the crooked passages of St. Ruth a melody that is fit to disturb the slumbers of its inmates?" "I believe, sir," returned the man, "it was the wish of Colonel Howard himself that on this occasion the sergeant should turn out the guard by the roll of the drum." "The devil it was! I see the old fellow loves to tickle the drum of his own ear now and then with familiar sounds. But have you had a muster of the cattle from the farmyard too, as well as a parade of the guard? I hear the trampling of feet as if the old abbey were a second ark, and all the beasts of the field were coming aboard of us. 'Tis nothing but the party of dragoons from , who are wheeling into the courtyard, sir, where the colonel has gone out to receive them." "Courtyard, light dragoons!" repeated Borrowcliff in amazement. "And has it come to this, that 20 stout fellows of the th are not enough to guard such a rookery as this old abbey against the ghosts and northeast storms, but we must have horse to reinforce us? Hum! I suppose some of these booted gentlemen have heard of this South Carolina Madeira." "Oh no, sir," cried his man. "It is only the party that Mr. Dillon went to seek last evening, after you saw fit, sir, to put the 3 pirates in irons." "Pirates in irons," said Borrowcliff, again passing his hands over his eyes, though in a more reflecting manner than before. "Ha! Oh, I remember to have put 3 suspicious looking rascals in the Black Hole, or some such place. But what can Mr. Dillon or the light dragoons have to do with these fellows?" "That we do not know, sir, but it is said below, sir, as some suspicions had fallen on their being conspirators and rebels from the colonies, and that they were great officers and Tories in disguise. Some said that one was General Washington, and others that it was only 3 members of the Yankee Parliament, come over to get our good old English fashions to set themselves up with." "Washington, members of Congress! Go, simpleton, and learn how many these troopers muster, and what halt they make. But stay, place my clothes near me. Now, do as I bid you, and if the dragoon officer inquire for me, make my respects, and tell him I shall be with him soon. Go, fellow, go." When the man left the room, the captain, while he proceeded with the business of the toilet, occasionally gave utterance to the thoughts that crowded on his recollection after the manner of a soliloquy. "Ay, my commission to a half pay in innocency, that some of these lazy fellows, who must have a 4-legged beast to carry them to the wars, have heard of the South Side. South Side, I believe I must put an advertisement in the London Gazette, calling that amphibious soldier to an account. If he be a true man, he will not hide himself under his incognito, but will give me a meeting. If that should fail, damn me, I'll ride across to Yarmouth and call out the first of the mongrel breed that I fall in with. 'Sdeath, was ever such an insult practised on a gentleman and a soldier before? Would that I only knew his name. Why, if the tale should get abroad, I shall be the standing joke of the mess table until some greater fool than myself can be found. It would cost me at least 6 duels to get rid of it. No, not a trigger will I pull in my own regiment about the silly affair. But I'll have a crack at submarine, in very revenge, for that is no more than reasonable. That Peters, if the scoundrel should dare whisper anything of the manner in which he was stamped with the breech of the musket, I can't flog him for it. But if I don't make it up to him the first time he gives me a chance, I am ignorant of the true art of balancing regimental accounts." By the time the recruiting officer had concluded this soliloquy, which affords a very fair exposition of the current of his thoughts, he was prepared to meet the newcomers, and he accordingly descended to the courtyard, as in duty bound to receive them in his proper person. Borrowcliff encountered his host in earnest conversation with a young man in a cavalry uniform, in the principal entrance of the abbey, and was greeted by the former with, "A good morning to you, my worthy guard and protector. Here is rare news for your loyal ears. It seems that our prisoners are enemies to the king in disguise, and Cornet Fitzgerald, Captain Borrowcliff of the th, permit me to make you acquainted with Mr. Fitzgerald of the th Light Dragoons." While the soldiers exchanged their salutations, the old man continued, "The cornet has been kind enough to lead down a detachment of his troops to escort the rogues up to London, or some other place, where they will find enough good and loyal officers to form a court martial that can authorize their execution as spies. Christopher Dillon, my worthy kinsman, Kit, saw into their real characters at a glance, while you and I, like 2 unsuspecting boys, thought the rascals would have made fit men to serve the king. But Kit has an eye and a head that few enjoy like him, and I would that he might receive his dues at the English bar." "It is to be desired, sir," said Borrowcliff, with a grave aspect that was produced chiefly by his effort to give effect to his sarcasm, but a little also by the recollection of the occurrences that were yet to be explained. "But what reason has Mr. Christopher Dillon to believe that the 3 seamen are more or less than they seem?" I know not what, but a good and sufficient reason. I will venture my life, cried the colonel. Kidd is a lad for reasons, which you know is the foundation of his profession, and knows how to deliver them manfully to the proper place. But you know, gentlemen, that the members of the bar cannot assume the open and bold front that becomes a soldier without often endangering the cause in which they are concerned. No, trust me, Kidd has his reasons, and in good time will he deliver them. I hope, then, said the captain carelessly, that it may be found that we have had a proper watch on our charge. Colonel Howard, I think you told me the windows were too high for an escape in that direction, for I had no sentinel outside of the building. Fear nothing, my worthy friend, cried his host, unless your men have slept instead of watching, we have them safe. But as it will be necessary to convey them away before any of the civil authority can lay hands on them, let us proceed to the rear and unkennel the dogs. A party of the horse might proceed at once with them to while we are breaking our fasts. It would be no very wise thing to allow the civilians to deal with them, for they seldom have a true idea of the nature of the crime. Pardon me, sir, said the young officer of horse. I was led to believe by Mr. Dillon that we might meet with a party of the enemy in some little force, and that I should find a pleasanter duty than that of a constable. Besides, sir, the laws of the realm guarantee to the subject a trial by his peers, and it is more than I dare do to carry the men to the barracks without first taking them before a magistrate. Ay, you speak of loyal and dutiful subjects, said the colonel, and as respects them, doubtless you are right, but such privileges are withheld from enemies and traitors. It must be first proved that they are such before they can receive the treatment or the punishment that they merit, returned the young man a little positively, who felt the more confidence because he had only left the Temple the year before. If I take charge of the men at all, it will be only to transfer them safely to the civil authority. Let us go and see the prisoners, cried Burrowcliff, with a view to terminate a discussion that was likely to wax warm, and which he knew to be useless. Perhaps they may quietly enroll themselves under the banners of our sovereign, when all other interference, save that of wholesome discipline, will become unnecessary. Nay, if they are of a rank in life to render such a step probable, returned the cornet, I am well content that the matter should be thus settled. I trust, however, that Captain Burrowcliff will consider that the th Light Dragoons has some merit in this affair, and that we are far short of our numbers in the 2nd squadron. We shall not be difficult at a compromise, returned the captain. There is one apiece for us, and a toss of a guinea shall determine who has the third man. Sergeant, follow to deliver over your prisoners and relieve your sentry. As they proceeded in compliance with this arrangement to the building in the rear, Colonel Howard, who made one of the party, observed, I dispute not the penetration of Captain Burrowcliff, but I understand, Mr. Christopher Dillon, that there is reason to believe one of these men at least to be of a class altogether above that of a common soldier, in which case your plans may fall to the ground. And who does he deem the gentleman to be? Asked Burrowcliff. A Bourbon in disguise, or a secret representative of the rebel Congress? Nay, he said nothing more. My kinsman Kit keeps a close mouth whenever Dame Justice is about to balance her scales. There are men who may be said to have been born to be soldiers, of which number I should call the Earl Cornwallis, who makes such head against the rebels in the 2 Carolinas. Others seem to be intended by nature for divines and saints on earth, such as their graces of York and Canterbury, while another class appears as if it were impossible for them to behold things unless with discriminating, impartial, and disinterested eyes, to which I should say belong my Lord Chief Justice Mansfield and my kinsman, Mr. Christopher Dillon. I trust, gentlemen, that when the royal arms have crushed this rebellion, His Majesty's ministers will see the propriety of extending the dignity of the peerage to the colonies as a means of reward to the loyal, and a measure of policy to prevent further disaffection, in which case I hope to see my kinsman decorated with the ermine of justice bordering the mantle of a peer. Your expectations, my excellent sir, are right reasonable, as I doubt not your kinsman will become at some future day that which he is not at present, unhappily for his deserts. Right honourable, said Burrowcliff, but be of good heart, sir, from what I have seen of his merits, I doubt not that the law will yet have its revenge in due season, and that we shall be properly edified and instructed how to attain elevation in life, by the future exaltation of Mr. Christopher Dillon, though by what title he is to be then known I am at a loss to say. Colonel Howard was too much occupied with his own ex parte views of the war and things in general to observe the shrewd looks that were exchanged between the soldiers, but he answered with perfect simplicity, "I've reflected much on that point, and have come to the opinion that as he has a small estate on that river, he should cause his first barony to be known by the title of Padee." "Barony," echoed Borrowcliff. "I trust the new nobles of a new world will disdain the old worn-out distinctions of a hackneyed universe, eschew all baronies, mine host, and cast earldoms and dukedoms to the shades. The immortal Locke has unlocked his fertile mind to furnish you with appellations suited to the originality of your condition and the nature of your country. Ah, here comes the cacique of Padee in his proper person." As Borrowcliff spoke, they were ascending the flight of stone steps which led to the upper apartments, where the prisoners were still supposed to be confined, and at the same moment the sullen, gloomy features of Dillon were seen as he advanced along the lower passage, with an expression of malicious exultation hovering above his dark brow that denoted his secret satisfaction. As the hours passed away, the period had come round when the man who had been present at the escape of Griffith and his friends was again posted to perform the duty of sentinel. As this soldier well knew the situation of his trust, he was very coolly adjusted, with his back against the wall, endeavoring to compensate himself for his disturbed slumbers during the night, when the sounds of the approaching footsteps warned him to assume the appearance of watchfulness. "How now, fellow?" cried Borrowcliff. "What have you to say to your charge?" "I believe the men sleep, your honour, for I have heard no noises from the room since I relieved the last sentinel." "The lads are weary, and are right to catch what sleep they can in their comfortable quarters," returned the captain. "Stand to your arms, sir, and throw back your shoulders, and do not move like a crab or a train band corporal. Do you not see an officer of horse coming up? Would you disgrace your regiment? Ah, your honour, heaven only knows whether I shall ever get my shoulders even again." "Buy another plaster," said Borrowcliff, slipping a shilling into his hand. "Observe, you know nothing but your duty." "Which is, your honour, to mind me and be silent. But here comes the sergeant with his guard. He will relieve you." The rest of the party stopped at the other end of the gallery to allow the few files of soldiers who were led by the orderly to pass them, when they all moved towards the prison in a body. The sentinel was relieved in due military style, when Dillon placed his hand on one of the doors and said with a malicious sneer, "Open here first, Mr. Sergeant. This cage holds the man we most want." "Softly, softly, my Lord Chief Justice and most puissant cacique," said the captain. "The hour has not yet come to impanel a jury of fat yeomen, and no man must interfere with my boys but myself." "The rebuke is harsh, I must observe, Captain Borrowcliff," said the colonel, "but I pardon it because it is military." "No, no, Kit, these nice points must be left to martial usages. Be not impatient, my cousin. I doubt not the hour will come when you shall hold the scales of justice, and satisfy your loyal longings on many a traitor. Zounds! I could almost turn executioner myself in such a cause." "I can curb my impatience, sir," returned Dillon, with hypocritical meekness and great self-command, though his eyes were gleaming with savage exultation. "I beg pardon of Captain Borrowcliff, if in my desire to render the civil authority superior to the military, I have trespassed on your customs." "You see, Borrowcliff," exclaimed the colonel exultingly, "the lad is ruled by an instinct in all matters of law and justice. I hold it to be impossible that a man thus endowed can ever become a disloyal subject. But our breakfast waits, and Mr. Fitzgerald has breathed his horse this cool morning. Let us proceed at once to the examination." Borrowcliff motioned to the sergeant to open the door, when the whole party entered the vacant room. "Your prisoner has escaped," cried the cornet, after a single moment employed in making sure of the fact. "Never! It must not, shall not be!" cried Dillon, quivering with rage as he glanced his eyes furiously around the apartment. "Here has been treachery and foul treason to the king." "By whom committed, Mr. Christopher Dillon?" said Borrowcliff, knitting his brow and speaking in a suppressed tone. "Dare you, or any man living, charge treason to the nth?" A very different feeling from rage appeared now to increase the shivering propensities of the future judge, who at once perceived it was necessary to moderate his passion, and he returned, as it were by magic, to his former plausible and insinuating manner, as he replied, "Colonel Howard will understand the cause of my warm feelings when I tell him that this very room contained last night that disgrace to his name and country, as well as traitor to his king, Edward Griffith, of the rebel navy. "What!" exclaimed the colonel, starting. "Has that recreant youth dared to pollute the threshold of St. Ruth with his footstep? But you dream, Kit, there would be too much hardihood in the act." "It appears not, sir," returned the other, "for though in this very apartment he most certainly was, he is here no longer, and yet from this window, though open, escape would seem to be impossible, even with much assistance." "If I thought that the contumelious boy had dared to be guilty of such an act of gross impudence," cried the colonel, "I should be tempted to resume my arms in my old age to punish his effrontery. What, is it not enough that he entered my dwelling in the colony, availing himself of the distraction of the times, with an intent to rob me of my choicest jewel, ay, gentlemen, even of my brother Harry's daughter, but that he must also invade this hallowed island with a like purpose, thus thrusting his treason, as it were, into the presence of his abused prince? No, no, Kit, thy loyalty misleads thee. He has never dared to do the deed." "Listen, sir, and you shall be convinced," returned the pliant Christopher. "I do not wonder at your unbelief, but as a good testimony is the soul of justice, I cannot resist its influence. You know that two vessels corresponding in appearance to the two rebel cruisers that annoyed us so much in the Carolinas have been seen on the coast for several days, which induced us to beg the protection of Captain Burrowcliffe. 3 men are found the day succeeding that on which we hear that these vessels came within the shoals, stealing through the grounds of St. Ruth in sailors' attire. They are arrested, and in the voice of one of them, sir, I immediately detected that of the traitor Griffith. He was disguised, it is true, and cunningly so, but when a man has devoted his whole life to the business of investigating truth," he added, with an air of much modesty, "it is difficult to palm any disguise on his senses." Colonel Howard was strongly impressed with the probability of these conjectures, and the closing appeal confirmed him immediately in his kinsman's opinion, while Burrowcliffe listened with deep interest to the speakers, and more than once bit his lip with vexation. When Dillon concluded, the soldier exclaimed, "I'll swear there was a man among them who has been used to the drill." "Nothing more probable, my worthy friend," said Dillon, "for as the landing was never made without some evil purpose, rely on it, he came not unguarded or unprotected. I dare say the 3 were all officers, and one of them might have been of the marines. That they had assistance is certain, and it was because I felt assured they had a force secreted at hand that I went in quest of the reinforcement." There was so much plausibility, and in fact so much truth in all this, that conviction was unwillingly admitted by Burrowcliffe, who walked aside a moment to conceal the confusion, which, in spite of his ordinary inflexibility of countenance, he felt was manifesting itself in his rubric visage, while he muttered, "The amphibious dog! He was a soldier, but a traitor and an enemy. No doubt he will have a marvellous satisfaction in delighting the rebellious ears of his messmates, by rehearsing the manner in which he poured cold water down the back of one Burrowcliffe of the th, who was amusing him at the same time by pouring good rich Southside Madeira down his own rebellious throat. I've a good mind to exchange my scarlet coat for a blue jacket on purpose to meet the sly rascal on the other element, where we can discuss the matter over again. Well, sergeant, do you find the other 2? "They are gone together, your honour," returned the orderly, who just then re-entered from an examination of the other apartments, "and unless the evil one helped them off, it's a mysterious business to me." "Colonel Howard," said Burrowcliffe gravely, "your precious Southside cordial must be banished from the board regularly with the cloth, until I have my revenge. For satisfaction of this insult is mine to claim, and I seek it this instant. Go drill. Detail a guard for the protection of the house, and feed the rest of your command. Then beat the general, and we will take the field. Ay, my worthy veteran host, for the first time since the days of the unlucky Charles Stuart, there shall be a campaign in the heart of England." "Ah, rebellion, rebellion, accursed, unnatural, and holy rebellion caused the calamity then and now," exclaimed the colonel. "Had I not better take a hasty refreshment for my men and their horses?" asked the cornet, "and then make a sweep for a few miles along the coast? It may be my luck to encounter the fugitives or some part of their force." "You have anticipated my very thoughts," returned Burrowcliffe. "The cacique of Padie may close the gates of St. Ruth, and by barring the windows and arming the servants, he can make a very good defence against an attack, should they think proper to assail our fortress. After he has repulsed them, leave it to me to cut off their retreat." Dillon but little relished this proposal, for he thought an attempt to storm the abbey would be the most probable course adopted by Griffith in order to rescue his mistress, and the jurist had none of the spirit of a soldier in his composition. In truth, it was this deficiency that had induced him to depart in person the preceding night in quest of the reinforcement, instead of sending an express on the errand. But the necessity of devising an excuse for a change in this dangerous arrangement was obviated by Colonel Howard, who exclaimed as soon as Burrowcliff concluded his plan: "To me, Captain Burrowcliff, belongs of right the duty of defending St. Ruth, and it shall be no boy's play to force my works. But Kit would rather try his chance in the open field, I know. Come, let us to our breakfast, and then he shall mount and act as a guide to the horse along the difficult passes of the seashore." "To breakfast, then, let it be," cried the captain. "I distrust not my new commander of the fortress, and in the field the cacique forever. We follow you, my worthy host." This arrangement was hastily executed in all its parts. The gentlemen swallowed their meal in the manner of men who ate only to sustain nature and as a duty, after which the whole house became a scene of bustling activity. The troops were mustered and paraded. Burrowcliff, setting apart a guard for the building, placed himself at the head of the remainder of his little party, and they moved out of the courtyard in open order and at quick time. Dillon joyfully beheld himself mounted on one of the best of Colonel Howard's hunters, where he knew that he had the control in a great measure of his own destiny, his bosom throbbing with a powerful desire to destroy Griffith, while he entertained a lively wish to effect his object without incurring any personal risk. At his side was the young cornet, seated with practised grace in his saddle, who, after giving time for the party of foot soldiers to clear the premises, glanced his eye along the few files he led, and then gave the word to move. The little division of horse wheeled briskly into open column, and the officer touching his cap to Colonel Howard, they dashed through the gateway together and pursued their route towards the seaside at a hand gallop. The veteran lingered a few minutes, while the clattering of hoofs was to be heard, or the gleam of arms was visible, to hear and gaze at sounds and sights that he still loved, after which he proceeded in person, and not without a secret enjoyment of the excitement, to barricade the doors and windows with an undaunted determination of making, in case of need, a stout defence. St. Ruth lay but a short 2 miles from the ocean, to which numerous roads led, through the grounds of the abbey, which extended to the shore. Along one of these paths Dillon conducted his party, until after a few minutes of hard riding they approached the cliffs, when, posting his troopers under cover of a little copse, the cornet rode in advance with his guide to the verge of the perpendicular rocks, whose bases were washed by the foam that still whitened the waters from the surges of the subsiding sea. The gale had broken before the escape of the prisoners, and as the power of the eastern tempest had gradually diminished, a light current from the south that blew directly along the land prevailed, and though the ocean still rolled in fearful billows, their surfaces were smooth, and they were becoming at each moment less precipitous and more regular. The eyes of the horsemen were cast in vain over the immense expanse of water that was glistening brightly under the rays of the sun, which had just risen from its bosom, in quest of some object or distant sail that might confirm their suspicions or relieve their doubts. But everything of that description appeared to have avoided the dangerous navigation during the violence of the late tempest, and Dillon was withdrawing his eyes in disappointment from the vacant view, when, as they fell towards the shore, he beheld that which caused him to exclaim, "There they go, and by heaven they will escape." The cornet looked in the direction of the other's finger, when he beheld at a short distance from the land, and apparently immediately under his feet, a little boat that looked like a dark shell upon the water, rising and sinking amid the waves, as if the men it obviously contained were resting on their oars in idle expectation. "'Tis they," continued Dillon, "or what is more probable, it is their boat waiting to convey them to their vessel. No common business would induce seamen to lie in this careless manner within such a narrow distance of the surf. And what is to be done? They cannot be made to feel horse where they are, nor would the muskets of the foot be of any use. A light 3-pounder would do its work handsomely on them." The strong desire which Dillon entertained to intercept, or rather to destroy, the party, rendered him prompt at expedients. After a moment of musing, he replied, "The runaways must yet be on the land, and by scouring the coast and posting men at proper intervals, their retreat can easily be prevented. In the meantime I will ride under the spur to Bay, where one of his Majesty's cutters now lies at anchor. It is but half an hour of hard riding, and I can be on board of her. The wind blows directly in her favor, and if we can once bring her down behind that headland, we shall infallibly cut off or sink these midnight depredators." "Off, then," cried the cornet, whose young blood was boiling for a skirmish. "You will at least drive them to the shore, where I can deal with them." The words were hardly uttered before Dillon, after galloping furiously along the cliffs, and turning short into a thick wood that lay in his route, was out of sight. The loyalty of this gentleman was altogether of a calculating nature, and was intimately connected with what he considered his fealty to himself. He believed that the possession of Miss Howard's person and fortune were advantages that would much more than counterbalance any elevation that he was likely to obtain by the revolution of affairs in his native colony. He considered Griffith as the only natural obstacle to his success, and he urged his horse forward with a desperate determination to work the ruin of the young sailor before another sun had set. When a man labors in an evil cause with such feelings and with such incentives, he seldom slights or neglects his work, and Mr. Dillon accordingly was on board the Alacrity several minutes short of the time in which he had promised to perform the distance. The plain old seaman who commanded the cutter listened to his tale with cautious ears, and examined into the state of the weather and other matters connected with his duty, with the slow and deliberate decision of one who had never done much to acquire a confidence in himself, and who had been but niggardly rewarded for the little he had actually performed. As Dillon was urgent, however, and the day seemed propitious, he at length decided to act as he was desired, and the cutter was accordingly gotten under way. A crew of something less than 50 men moved with no little of their commander's deliberation, but as the little vessel rounded the point behind which she had been anchored, her guns were cleared, and the usual preparations were completed for immediate and actual service. Dillon, sorely against his will, was compelled to continue on board in order to point out the place where the suspecting boatmen were expected to be entrapped. Everything being ready, when they had gained a safe distance from the land, the Alacrity was kept away before the wind, and glided along the shore with a swift and easy progress that promised a speedy execution of the business in which her commander had embarked. End of chapter 16. Chapter 17 of The Pilot by James Fenimore Cooper. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Chapter 17. Polonius, very like a whale. Shakespeare. Notwithstanding the object of their expedition was of a public nature, the feelings which had induced both Griffith and Barnstable to accompany the pilot with so much willingness, it will easily be seen, were entirely personal. The short intercourse that he had maintained with his associates enabled the mysterious leader of their party to understand the characters of his two principal officers so thoroughly as to induce him, when he landed with the purpose of reconnoitering, to ascertain whether the objects of his pursuit still held their determination to assemble at the appointed hour, to choose Griffith and Manuel as his only associates, leaving Barnstable in command of his own vessel, to await their return and to cover their retreat. A good deal of argument and some little of the authority of his superior officer was necessary to make Barnstable quietly acquiesce in this arrangement. But as his good sense told him that nothing should be unnecessarily hazarded until the moment to strike the final blow had arrived, he became gradually more resigned, taking care, however, to caution Griffith to reconnoitre the Abbey while his companion was reconnoitring House. It was the strong desire of Griffith to comply with this injunction which carried them a little out of their proper path, and led to the consequences that we have partly related. The evening of that day was the time when the pilot intended to complete his enterprise, thinking to entrap his game while enjoying the festivities that usually succeed their sports. And an early hour in the morning was appointed, when Barnstable should appear at the nearest point to the Abbey, to take off his countrymen, in order that they might be as little as possible subjected to the gaze of their enemies by daylight. If they failed to arrive at the appointed time, his instructions were to return to his schooner, which lay snugly embayed in a secret and retired haven that but few ever approached, either by land or water. While the young cornet still continued gazing at the whale-boat, for it was the party from the schooner that he saw, The hour expired for the appearance of Griffith and his companions, and Barnstable reluctantly determined to comply with the letter of his instructions, and to leave them to their own sagacity and skill to regain the Ariel. The boat had been suffered to ride in the edge of the surf since the appearance of the sun, and the eyes of her crew were kept anxiously fixed on the cliffs, though in vain to discover the signal that was to call them to the place of landing. After looking at his watch for the 20th time, and as often casting glances of uneasy dissatisfaction towards the shore, the lieutenant exclaimed, "A charming prospect this, Master Coffin, but rather too much poetry in it for your taste. I believe you relish no land that is of a harder consistency than mud." "I was born on the water, sir," returned the coxswain from his snug abode, where he was bestowed with his usual economy of room, "and it's according to all things for a man to love his native soil. I'll not deny, Captain Barnstable, but I would rather drop my anchor on a bottom that won't broom a keel, though at the same time I harbour no great malice against dry land." "I shall never forgive it myself if any accident has befallen Griffith in this excursion," rejoined the lieutenant. "His pilot may be a better man on the water than on terra firma, Long Tom." The coxswain turned his solemn visage with an extraordinary meaning towards his commander before he replied. "For as long a time as I have followed the waters, sir, and that has been ever since I've drawn my ration, seeing that I was born while the boat was crossing Nantucket Shoals, I've never known a pilot come off in greater need than the one we fell in with when we made that stretch of 2 on the land in the dog watch of yesterday. Ay, the fellow has played his part like a man. The occasion was great, and it seems that he was quite equal to his work. The frigate's people tell me, sir, that he handled the ship like a top," continued the coxswain, "but she is a ship that is a natural enemy of the bottom." "Can you say as much for this boat, Master Coffman?" cried Barnstable. "Keep her out of the surf, or you'll have us rolling in upon the beach presently, like an empty water cask. You must remember that we cannot all wade like yourself in 2 fathom water." The coxswain cast a cool glance at the crests of foam that were breaking over the tops of the billows within a few yards of where their boat was riding, and called aloud to his men, "Pull a stroke or two, away with her into dark water." The drop of the oars resembled the movements of a nice machine, and the light boat skimmed along the water like a duck that approaches to the very brink of some imminent danger, and then avoids it at the most critical moment, apparently without an effort. While this necessary movement was making, Barnstable arose and surveyed the cliffs with keen eyes, and then turning once more in disappointment from his search, he said, "Pull more from the land, and let her run down at an easy stroke to the schooner. Keep a lookout at the cliffs, boys. It is possible that they are stowed in some of the holes in the rocks, for it's no daylight business they are on." The order was promptly obeyed, and they had glided along for nearly a mile in this manner, in the most profound silence, when suddenly the stillness was broken by a heavy rush of air and a dash of the water, seemingly at no great distance from them. "By heaven, Tom!" cried Barnstable, starting, "there is the blow of a whale." "Ay, ay, sir," returned the coxswain with undisturbed composure. "Here is his spout not half a mile to seaward. The easterly gale has driven the creature to leeward, and he begins to find himself in shoal water. He's been sleeping while he should have been working to windward. The fellow takes it coolly, too. He's in no hurry to get an offing." "I rather conclude, sir," said the coxswain, rolling over his tobacco in his mouth very composedly, while his little sunken eyes began to twinkle with pleasure at the sight, "the gentleman has lost his reckoning, and don't know which way to head to take himself back into blue water." "'Tis a finback," exclaimed the lieutenant. "He will soon make headway and be off." "No, sir, 'tis a right whale," answered Tom. "I saw his spout. He threw up a pair of as pretty rainbows as a Christian would wish to look at. He's a rail oil butt, that fellow." Barnstable laughed, turned himself away from the tempting sight, and tried to look at the cliffs, and then unconsciously bent his longing eyes again on the sluggish animal, who was throwing his huge carcass at times for many feet from the water in idle gambols. The temptation for sport and the recollection of his early habits at length prevailed over his anxiety in behalf of his friends, and the young officer inquired of his coxswain, "Is there any whale line in the boat to make fast to that harpoon which you bear about with you in fair weather or foul?" "I never trust the boat from the schooner without part of a shot, sir," returned the coxswain. There is something natural in the sight of a tub to my old eyes." Barnstable looked at his watch and again at the cliffs, when he exclaimed in joyous tones, "Give strong way, my hearties! There seems nothing better to be done. Let us have a stroke of a harpoon at that impudent rascal." The men shouted spontaneously, and the old coxswain suffered his solemn visage to relax into a small laugh, while the whale boat sprang forward like a courser for the goal. During the few minutes they were pulling towards their game, Long Tom arose from his crouching attitude in the stern sheets and transferred his huge form to the bows of the boat, where he made such preparations to strike the whale as the occasion required. The tub, containing about half of a whale line, was placed at the feet of Barnstable, who had been preparing an oar to steer with in place of the rudder, which was unshipped in order that, if necessary, the boat might be whirled round when not advancing. Their approach was utterly unnoticed by the monster of the deep, who continued to amuse himself with throwing the water into circular spouts high into the air, occasionally flourishing the broad flukes of his tail with a graceful but terrific force, until the hardy seamen were within a few hundred feet of him, when he suddenly cast his head downward, and without an apparent effort reared his immense body for many feet above the water, waving his tail violently and producing a whizzing noise that sounded like the rushing of winds. The coxswain stood erect, poising his harpoon ready for the blow, but when he beheld the creature assume this formidable attitude, he waved his hand to his commander, who instantly signed to his men to cease rowing. In this situation the sportsmen rested a few moments, while the whale struck several blows on the water in rapid succession, the noise of which re-echoed along the cliffs like the hollow reports of so many cannon. After this wanton exhibition of his terrible strength, the monster sank again into his native element, and slowly disappeared from the eyes of his pursuers. "Which way did he head, Tom?" cried Barnstable, the moment the whale was out of sight. "Pretty much up and down, sir," returned the coxswain, whose eye was gradually brightened with the excitement of the sport. "He'll soon run his nose against the bottom, if he stands long on that course, and will be glad to get another snuff of pure air. Send her a few fathoms to starboard, sir, and I promise we shall not be out of his track." The conjecture of the experienced old seaman proved true, for in a few moments the water broke near them, and another spout was cast into the air, when the huge animal rushed for half his length in the same direction, and fell on the sea with a turbulence and foam equal to that which is produced by the launching of a vessel for the first time into its proper element. After this evolution the whale rolled heavily, and seemed to rest for further efforts. His slightest movements were closely watched by Barnstable and his coxswain, and when he was in a state of comparative rest, the former gave a signal to his crew to ply their oars once more. A few long and vigorous strokes sent the boat directly up to the broadside of the whale, with its bows pointing towards one of the fins, which was at times, as the animal yielded sluggishly to the action of the waves, exposed to view. The coxswain poised his harpoon with much precision, and then darted it from him with a violence that buried the iron in the blubber of their foe. The instant the blow was made, Long Tom shouted with singular earnestness, "Starn all!" "Stern all!" echoed Barnstable, when the obedient seamen by united efforts forced the boat in a backward direction beyond the reach of any blow from their formidable antagonist. The alarmed animal, however, meditated no such resistance. Ignorant of his own power and of the insignificance of his enemies, he sought refuge in flight. One moment of stupid surprise succeeded the entrance of the iron, when he cast his huge tail into the air with a violence that threw the sea around him into increased commotion, and then disappeared with the quickness of lightning amid a cloud of foam. "Snub him!" shouted Barnstable. "Hold on, Tom, he rises already." "Aye, aye, sir," replied the composed coxswain, seizing the line, which was running out of the boat with a velocity that rendered such a manoeuvre rather hazardous, and causing it to yield more gradually round the large loggerhead that was placed in the bows of the boat for that purpose. Presently the line stretched forward, and rising to the surface with tremulous vibrations, it indicated the direction in which the animal might be expected to reappear. Barnstable had cast the bows of the boat towards that point, before the terrified and wounded victim rose once more to the surface, whose time was, however, no longer wasted in his sports, but who cast the waters aside as he forced his way with prodigious velocity along the surface. The boat was dragged violently in his wake, and cut through the billows with a terrific rapidity that at moments appeared to bury the slight fabric in the ocean. When Long Tom beheld his victim throwing his spouts on high again, he pointed with exultation to the jetting fluid, which was streaked with the deep red of blood, and cried, I've touched the fellow's life. It must be more than 2 foot of blubber that stops my iron from reaching the life of any whale that ever sculled the ocean. I believe you have saved yourself the trouble of using the bayonet you have rigged for a lance, said his commander, who entered into the sport with all the ardor of one whose youth had been chiefly passed in such pursuits. Feel your line, Master Kaufmann. Can we haul alongside of our enemy? I like not the course he is steering as he tows us from the schooner. 'Tis the creature's way, sir, said the coxswain. You know they need the air in their nostrils when they run, the same as a man. But lay hold, boys, and let's haul up to him. The seamen now seized the whale line and slowly drew their boat to within a few feet of the tail of the fish, whose progress became sensibly less rapid as he grew weak with the loss of blood. In a few minutes he stopped running and appeared to roll uneasily on the water as if suffering the agony of death. Shall we pull in and finish him, Tom? Cried Barnstable. A few sets from your bayonet would do it. The coxswain stood examining his game with cool discretion and replied to this interrogatory. No, sir, no. He's going into his flurry. There's no occasion for disgracing ourselves by using a soldier's weapon in taking a whale. Starn off, sir, starn off. The creature's in his flurry. The warning of the prudent coxswain was promptly obeyed, and the boat cautiously drew off to a distance, leaving to the animal a clear space while under its dying agonies. From a state of perfect rest, the terrible monster threw its tail on high as when in sport, but its blows were trebled in rapidity and violence, till all was hid from view by a pyramid of foam that was deeply dyed with blood. The roarings of the fish were like the bellowing of a herd of bulls, and to one who was ignorant of the fact, it would have appeared as if 1,000 monsters were engaged in deadly combat behind the bloody mist that obscured the view. Gradually these effects subsided, and when the discolored water again settled down to the long and regular swell of the ocean, the fish was seen, exhausted and yielding passively to its fate. As life departed, the enormous black mass rolled to one side, and when the white and glistening skin of the belly became apparent, the seamen well knew that their victory was achieved. What's to be done now? Said Barnstable as he stood and gazed with a diminished excitement at their victim. He will yield no food, and his carcass will probably drift to land and furnish our enemies with the oil. If I had but that creature in Boston Bay, said the coxswain, it would prove the making of me. But such is my luck for ever. Pull up at any rate, and let me get my harpoon and line. The English shall never get them while old Tom Kaufmann can blow. Don't speak too fast, said the strokesman of the boat. Whether he get your iron or not, here he comes in chase. What mean you, fellow? Cried Barnstable. Captain Barnstable can look for himself, returned the seaman, and tell whether I speak truth. The young sailor turned and saw the Alacrity bearing down before the wind with all her sails set as she rounded a headland, but a short half-league to windward of the place where the boat lay. Pass that glass to me, said the captain with steady composure. This promises us work in one of 2 ways. If she be armed, it has become our turn to run. If not, we are strong enough to carry her. A very brief survey made the experienced officer acquainted with the true character of the vessel in sight, and replacing the glass with much coolness, he said, That fellow shows long arms, and 10 teeth besides King George's pennant from his topmast head. Now, my lads, you are to pull for your lives, for whatever may be the notions of Master Kaufmann on the subject of his harpoon, I have no inclination to have my arms pinioned by John Bull, though his Majesty himself put on the irons. The men well understood the manner and meaning of their commander, and throwing aside their coats, they applied themselves in earnest to their task. For half an hour a profound silence reigned in the boat, which made an amazing progress, but many circumstances conspired to aid the cutter. She had a fine breeze with smooth water and a strong tide in her favor, and at the expiration of the time we have mentioned, it was but too apparent that the distance between the pursued and the pursuers was lessened nearly by half. Barnstable preserved his steady countenance, but there was an expression of care gathering around his dark brow, which indicated that he saw the increasing danger of their situation. That fellow has long legs, Master Kaufmann, he said in a cheerful tone. Your whale line must go overboard, and the 5th oar must be handled by your delicate hands. Tom arose from his seat, and proceeding forward, he cast the tub and its contents together into the sea, when he seated himself at the bow oar and bent his athletic frame with amazing vigor to the task. Ah, there is much of your philosophy in that stroke, Long Tom, cried his commander. Keep it up, boys, and if we gain nothing else, we shall at least gain time for deliberation. Come, Master Kaufmann, what think you? We have 3 resources before us. Let us hear which is your choice. First, we can turn and fight and be sunk. Secondly, we can pull to the land and endeavor to make good our retreat to the schooner in that manner. And thirdly, we can head to the shore and possibly, by running under the guns of that fellow, get the wind of him, and keep the air in our nostrils after the manner of the whale. Damn the whale, but for the tow the black rascal gave us, we should have been out of sight of this rover." "If we fight," said Tom, with quite as much composure as his commander manifested, "we shall be taken or sunk. If we land, sir, I shall be taken for one man, as I never could make any headway on dry ground. And if we try to get the wind of him by pulling under the cliffs, we shall be cut off by a parcel of lubbers that I can see running along their edges, hoping, I dare say, that they shall be able to get a skulking shot at a boat's crew of honest seafaring men." "You speak with as much truth as philosophy, Tom," said Barnstable, who saw his slender hopes of success curtailed by the open appearance of the horse and foot on the cliffs. "These Englishmen have not slept the last night, and I fear Griffith and Manuel will fare but badly. That fellow brings a capful of wind down with him. 'Tis just his play, and he walks like a race-horse. Ha! He begins to be in earnest." While Barnstable was speaking, a column of white smoke was seen issuing from the bows of the cutter, and as the report of a cannon was wafted to their ears, the shot was seen skipping from wave to wave, tossing the water and spray, and flying to a considerable distance beyond them. The seamen cast cursory glances in the direction of the passing ball, but it produced no manifest effect in either their conduct or appearance. The coxswain, who scanned its range with an eye of more practice than the rest, observed, "That's a lively piece for its metal, and it speaks with a good clear voice, but if they hear it aboard the Ariel, the man who fired it will be sorry it wasn't born dumb." "You are the prince of philosophers, Master Coffin," cried Barnstable. "There is some hope in that. Let the Englishmen talk away, and my life on it, the Ariels don't believe it is thunder. Hand me a musket. I'll draw another shot." The piece was given to Barnstable, who discharged it several times as if to taunt their enemies, and the scheme was completely successful. Goaded by the insults, the cutter discharged gun after gun at the little boat, throwing the shot frequently so near as to wet her crew with the spray, but without injuring them in the least. The failure of these attempts of the enemy excited the mirth of the reckless seamen, instead of creating any alarm, and whenever a shot came nearer than common, the coxswain would utter some such expression as, "A ground swell, a long shot, and a small object make a clean target," or "A man must squint straight to hit a boat." As, notwithstanding their unsuccessful gunnery, the cutter was constantly gaining on the whale boat, there was a prospect of a speedy termination of the chase, when the report of a cannon was thrown back like an echo from one of the Englishman's discharges, and Barnstable and his companions had the pleasure of seeing the Ariel stretching slowly out of the little bay where she had passed the night, with the smoke of the gun of defiance curling above her taper masts. A loud and simultaneous shout of rapture was given by the lieutenant and all his boat's crew at this cheering sight, while the cutter took in all her light sails, and as she hauled up on a wind, she fired a whole broadside at the successful fugitives. Many stands of grape, with several round shot, flew by the boat and fell upon the water near them, raising a cloud of foam, but without doing any injury. "She dies in a flurry," said Tom, casting his eyes at the little vortex into which the boat was then entering. "If her commander be a true man," cried Barnstable, "he'll not leave us on so short an acquaintance. Give way, my souls, give way. I would see more of this loquacious cruiser." The temptation for exertion was great, and it was not disregarded by the men. In a few minutes the whale boat reached the schooner, when the crew of the latter received their commander and his companions with shouts and cheers that rang across the waters, and reached the ears of the disappointed spectators on the verge of the cliffs. Chapter 17